And we are about to deal with a landfalling hurricane here in the United States on the east coast of Florida in November. The first one since 1935. 88 years ago is the last time that happened. It won't be the latest one in the month of November. It'll be the second latest. But still, what a November it has been. We've had 3 hurricanes so far this month. Absolutely amazing. Our continuing coverage of Nicole, though, that is what's top of mind right now. That's what we've been dealing with, and that's what we will continue to deal with. This has been our worst squall of the night in terms of the rain. And what's interesting about this one is I was just commenting to my guys. I said, guys, doesn't it seem weird that the winds were so light there for a second? And they were. Then all of a sudden, here comes this squall, and the winds have absolutely picked up along with the rain. Team coverage continues tonight. Mike Bettis, Jackie Jarris back in the studios in Atlanta, covering all the angles for you. Of course, we've got Justin Michaels out in Orlando. He's been telling us about how they're preparing there and how they've shut down Disney World. Mike Seidel joining us this hour from Vero Beach, Florida, to tell you about how much beach he's lost today, how much he's losing again tonight, and how much they lose tomorrow. Much closer to where we may see a landfall tonight of this hurricane. So big time issues here as we continue to go through Nicole, and our power outages now climb to up over 12,000 customers without power. Again, guys, as I mentioned, here at Daytona Beach Shores, it has been a big day for 2 reasons. We've lost more beach, enough so that we've seen structures undermined. All right, this is kind of an example of what was a real big concern at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. They made a big announcement where they said, okay, there's 11 structures that we feel unsafe about, where the supports for those structures are compromised. I'm actually standing next to one of them. It's called Pirates Cove. All right, that's where we're doing our live shot this evening. And so they came in with the Volusia County Sheriff's Department and then now went door to door. And whoever didn't evacuate with the mandatory evac was evacuated. And they wanted to get all that done before 7 p.m. tonight, which is when the bridge is closed. So who's ever here on the barrier island stays, and that includes our team. The good news is here, as far as the eye can see, we've got power at this point. But what I have seen is a lot less traffic on the roads and a lot less folks coming out and about and just kind of see. But we're awaiting high tide probably in the next 15 minutes to 30 minutes or so. So we'll see how much more the water comes up. But again, guys, we can only hear it. We can only hear the waves and the water coming in. We can't really see the undermining that's going on, but we know, Jackie, from seeing it this morning, and we'll see it again tomorrow morning, how much beach and sand and everything else that's left really is getting undermined. And we know that's going on, and we'll go on again tomorrow morning. Wow. Yep. I've never seen anything like this. This is really destructive.
Very destructive. It's just been chewing away at the coast all day long today, Jim, and causing so much damage and destruction. Yes. And you guys are, what, 200 plus miles away from the center of the storm. And just now, as Jim mentioned, getting one of your heavy downpours coming in there at Daytona Beach Shores. But there's the center of the storm right here, still working its way across Grand Bahama Island. But the steadier precip has arrived in Florida, and the stronger winds are just off the coast, and we're starting to get some pretty strong gusts right now. Cape Canaveral reporting gusts around 51 miles per hour at the moment. A closer view where you can see that heavier rain from Fort Pierce down towards Stewart. West Palm Beach getting the heavy rain here as well, and your winds increasing as you're about 90 miles now away from the center of that storm. Fort Lauderdale, got a little cutoff right there. You're doing okay. Steady rain is just to your north. So this is a Category 1 hurricane. Hurricane hunters flew into this earlier this evening, determined that the winds were stronger up to hurricane status, 75 miles per hour to Category 1. Pressure at 980, and it started moving just a little bit faster, around 13 miles per hour off towards the west. But we do think this is going to start to turn a little bit more northwest later on tonight and into tomorrow. There's that current wind field, those tropical storm force winds extending out 485 miles from the center of the storm. That is a huge storm radius, bigger than most notorious storms that you can think of outside of perhaps Superstorm Sandy. That had a slightly larger wind field on that one. Here are all the alerts. You probably know if you live there who's being affected by what, but places like Tampa, Tallahassee, Jacksonville, Charleston, Savannah, all under tropical storm warnings with a hurricane warning from about Boca all the way up to Daytona Beach. Storm surge, a big issue. We're going to have the battering waves on top of that, 3 to 5 feet at the height of this. The only real saving grace that we have is that low tide is going to be occurring around the same time as landfall when this comes ashore somewhere near West Palm. Now, we've had the heavy rainfall. A few spots have already seen 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. Those rainfall rates now increasing with the steadier rain and banding that's working its way onshore. This is going to move likely just south of Orlando tonight into tomorrow midday and then curve its way back up towards the north. Second landfall is going to be likely into the Big Bend, very vulnerable area to storm surge. If we get lucky here and keep this thing inland, that will be a weaker storm and we won't be as concerned about storm surge there, but that's what we got to be worried about. And of course, this works its way and accelerates through the Carolinas. Jim, some of the worst flooding we could end up getting with this thing overall might be into the higher elevations across parts of the Appalachians. So a lot of population going to be impacted by this down the line. But we can see now you're getting hammered there with some pretty heavy rain.
Yeah, it is. It'll be a little bit of a different animal, Jackie, because remember, here we are in November. We've got some dry air that's going to continue to entrain into the system. But do we set up a band? Do we get a favored upslope area in southeastern Appalachia, in places like Asheville or Greenville, somewhere back in there where we could get, several inches of rain, even though it's been bone dry. I mean, bone dry, which is why we've had a wonderful fall here. But you can go from drought to deluge. We've seen it happen time and time again, and this could be certainly an example of when it may happen again, bringing a tropical system back into the mid-latitudes. Again, guys, waiting on high tide here. Every once in a while, a set of waves comes in here, splashes over the top of the building, like you're seeing, runs up this road. It's kind of, this is an access road. You can drive on the beaches here, and you'll be able to do so after this, because that's all there'll be. But when this wave runs up like this, and then runs back down, you can just tell why it just keeps taking more and more sand. Listen, guys, we got to get a chance to talk to Chief Fowler earlier on this evening, and this is what he had to say about what he thinks he may find tomorrow once we go through these 2 high tide cycles.
Even at low tide, the surf is pounding on the dunes. We have so many seawalls that are down from Ian that as soon as the high tide comes with this wind, we're going to have big problems. There is a real risk that we're going to have a major structure go down in this area.
I mean, that's just a really strong statement, and it's certainly a scary one, and that's why they went in today. 11 large structures. I'm talking about condominiums. 200 people that hadn't left, okay, and they got all those folks out before they closed the bridges down at 7 p.m. tonight. But now we're watching, again, the wave action just continue to come in here, and at times even spray over the top of that building, that restroom facility there that has been falling. I mean, just look at the water and how it moves. I mean, it's just going to go wherever it wants. And when you start talking about that kind of power, it's going to get underneath structures. And remember, there are structures that are supported. Okay, first you put the supports in, and then you build the structure and the walls around that. And what they're worried about is what's supporting these structures that may eventually take them into the Atlantic Ocean. All right, guys, again, our weather is going to continue to go downhill overnight. We're going to watch the center of circulation coming to shore more than likely after midnight down toward the Treasure Coast. But that means conditions to my west are going to go downhill as well late tonight and into tomorrow morning. That's where we find Justin Michaels, who's been covering this for us in Orlando. So Justin, I mean, it's interesting. They just shut down everything. I mean, whether you're on the coast or not, and dealing with what I'm dealing with, they just shut down everything today at some point.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jim, it makes sense they did that because not just on the coast, but even here inland, they're doing everything they can to still recover from Ian. And you're going to hear from the mayor of Orlando, Buddy Dyer, in just a moment, talking about that because there was so much to do. It's kind of hard to imagine. I'm standing here along the banks of Lake Eola, right in the dead center of Orlando. You can see the fountain back there, and Lake Eola is just one of quite literally countless, hundreds of little lakes that speckle all of central Florida. And this lake flooded quite drastically. And in fact, all the dry land you see around here would have been underwater as those 20 inches of rain were falling from Ian. So recovery after Ian was ongoing as they started to learn about this storm called Nicole coming their way. And now we have this hurricane that's coming in this direction. The rain is really picking up throughout the course of this evening. For a little while there, we were definitely having some really tropical downpours like we experience during any tropical storm. And that's the way it's going to be overnight here. It's going to last all night long into tomorrow morning and even into early to mid-afternoon before this finally pushes off to the northwest. Listen to Mayor Buddy Dyer right now.
It's unfortunate that we're still cleaning up from Ian. We've had probably about 90% of the debris removed, so there's still a little bit of debris around, but we've lowered our lake levels. We're ready for whatever rain we're going to get. We don't think there's going to be a big wind event, but our citizens are ready as well.
All right, so let's talk about those rain totals. During Ian, it was like 20 inches. This storm, maybe 3 to 5. So we're talking about very different storms, very different animals, and very different threats. But I can tell you, people are taking precautions as far as going to get sandbags. They're still a little concerned about any rain coming their way, especially in the form of a tropical storm. So yes, sandbagging operations were going on around Orlando today. Also, this afternoon, the airport shut down at 4 o'clock, Jim, as you well know, and also Disney. All the Disney parks, Universal Studios, Orlando, SeaWorld, all of them shut down late this afternoon, early this evening. And then again, Jim, we were talking about this earlier. Going to Jim Cantori there in Daytona, he'll remember when he took his kids there. He talked about this earlier. His kids going to Disney, going to that character breakfast first thing in the morning. And Jim, no characters tomorrow morning, so the parents have their hands full. Into you.
They do have their hands full. As a matter of fact, it's probably going to be harder for some of those parents than it is for some of these folks to deal with the hurricane, believe it or not. Thank you, Justin. We appreciate that. This is this kid's world. They think about it. Mickey, Minnie in their younger years, and now they get a chance to meet them. And it's like, well, it's going to, explaining a delay to a child, if you're a parent, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's really no real good way of doing that. All right, you can see what's happening behind me here with this boiling ocean. Well, again, this is not just an issue for Volusia County. It goes all the way up to the First Coast and all the way down through the Treasure Coast, which is where we find Mike Seidel. Mike, down in Vero, may have, if you will, kind of the double pleasure of not only dealing with these high tide cycles and these battering waves, but also, Mike, you're going to be pretty close to the landfall area as well.
The advisory, Nicole was at 26.6, so basically a beeline west towards Palm Beach, the center of Nicole, but it's moving at 280 and expected to turn a little bit northwest. So I think the center is going to go in just north of Palm Beach, which is about 70 miles, 60, 70 miles south of here. But we're going to get in the eye wall. Look at the radar right now. It's coming right at us. Reds and oranges. We've had one squall already. Our peak wind gust, there's a weather station about 5 minutes up the beach, 64 miles an hour. We've been sustained in the 40s, which is tropical storm force. So we've already had some decent wind. In fact, in Indian River County, just over 2,000 customers have lost power so far, 12,000 statewide. You can see the palm trees getting whipped by these winds. But look at the story. This has been the story since Sunday. We got out here. This is 4 days. So we're talking about, this is the 8th high tide that's eaten away at the beaches. We're talking winds that have been sustained at 20 to 25 since Sunday. The surf is coming up all the way up to the concrete wall here. And look at that. A wave splatters over the fence just a little bit. High tide now, low tide. Here's the key, and this is a good thing. The low tide is at 2:18 a.m. 2:18 a.m. as Nicole around that time makes landfall. So that's going to kind of cancel each other out and save us at least a couple feet of water here on the Treasure Coast. And also the flood watches inland the whole East Coast going until at least 1 p.m. tomorrow. So Mike Bettis, we've already had 4 days of this battering and the beach erosion. We've got to get through this high tide. Once Nicole goes by early in the morning, the winds will go offshore, and that will ease up the situation of these beaches here in Vero Beach.
Yeah, I'm sure there's so many people, Mike, that are in Florida or maybe visit Florida frequently, or they're just very fearful of what those beaches are going to look like come tomorrow and even the day after. We do have hurricane warnings in effect here, highlighted in purple on the east coast of Florida. Tropical storm warnings to go through the peninsula. Orlando, Tampa, Sarasota included. Tallahassee and Jacksonville also included in those tropical storm warnings. Look at the reach of the tropical storm force winds, more than 400 miles. Huge reach, small area of hurricane force winds, really confined right to the center truly. So that's not going to be but maybe 50 miles across, but we're going to get a lot of wind through Florida. Anticipate the power outages to go up quite a bit. Hitting us in Tallahassee, we got a lot of trees here that are eventually curving back off to the north and east. We do have storm surge. It's going to be a problem here. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge anticipated, and now it's been upped around the Big Bend of Florida as well. Another 3 to 5 feet for us as the center of circulation may come off the coast there. Torcon of 3, so tornadoes also going to be a risk with a landfalling tropical system. Let's time it out for you. Center of circulation right there, even trying to form a bit of an eye, but right after, we think, midnight tonight, we get the landfall. It races across Florida. Winds will gust over 75 miles an hour. Midday to late in the day, we improve across South and Central Florida. The issues will be in North Florida, and then across the Mid-Atlantic and eventually the Northeast. Don't forget, we've got team coverage for you here on the Weather Channel all night long through landfall and beyond, and you can always watch us on the TWC streaming app as well.
We're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground.
Have fun.
Just like that.
You think I've never been to the playground?
Shop Best Buy and experience the magic of giving the perfect gift.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops all at the same time. With its self-cleaning antimicrobial brush roll and odor-neutralizing solution, it conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
I get the recipe from my grandma.
My grandmother cooked gumbo, and I'm still cooking it today.
As a little girl, I would watch my grandmother and my mother.
It turned into something that I will forever cherish and share with my children.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Sorry, we're busy.
So busy.
So cheesy.
So creamy. What? We are busy. Busy eating this mac and cheese.
Stover's.
If you still have symptoms of moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or active psoriatic arthritis after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help.
Stand up to your symptoms with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that tackles pain, stiffness, swelling. For some, Rinvoq significantly reduces RA and PSA fatigue.
It can stop further irreversible joint damage, and Rinvoq can leave skin clear or almost clear in PSA. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Well. Heard my baby sister's buying a car. You'll need my secret weapon.
Gross. No. Anyway, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. Found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What's in your wallet?
New Eggo Liège style waffles. A no toaster needed, grab and go breakfast. Lego with Eggo.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
You got KFC, mijo.
This drum and thigh combo is only $6.
Good deal. For you. But you bring nothing home for your abuelita.
You okay?
No.
Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Meet the team that brought 1,199 new holiday faves to Aldi.
Gary, team leader. I lead the team.
Mabel, imports.
Stop eating all the merch.
You stop eating the merch.
Brian, I sprinkle low price dust with expert precision.
He gets it everywhere.
Sam, I specialize in rolls.
How are the rolls?
Fluffy.
Ronnie, and my job is to look good.
Oh, endless wonder. Unbelievable savings. It's an Aldi thing.
Bedtime. Bedtime.
I love bedtime.
The thin, sweet bite to end the night. Oreo Thins.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural Senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy.
Sweet!
Senecot laxative gummies.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 45, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stronger winds, stronger surge, and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app.
This is epic!
With real-time radar and maps to track all the action. Trust the strength in numbers. The Weather Channel, available on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Unusual that we get erosion. It's pretty unusual we get it this badly.
Whoa, there goes a tree. There it goes. All right, guys, we are dealing with high tide here at Daytona Beach Shores, just the beginning of it, and this water is unbelievable how it's come up. It took down that structure with this morning's high tide, but what we've noticed, my cameraman Matt Safer noticed, on this building is it's sinking in even further. So go back to where, if you will, the men's room was, and you can see the much larger crack. Instead of just like a hairline fracture, now it's moved. So the whole building has sank even further, which makes sense, right? You've got these waves running up. They're taking out the structures that are supporting that building from underneath, and so there's no place to go but down. And that's what's happening, and that's really the main concern of what we had today here. And that's why they evacuated whoever was left in 11 condominiums over this 5-mile beach. And wow, look at this. We just had a wave spray up here that came around the building. So again, water's getting higher. The water's getting higher with the tide, and that means the waves on top of that are breaking in even further on. So we're undermining even this, which is why this building, Pirates Cove, was one of the 11 that was evacuated. They got everybody out, as you heard from the sheriff, or the chief of police. Very, very successful at that. But still, it's scary when you think about the fact that you've got to evacuate condominium, those type of structures that may be compromised. This is pretty amazing, guys, when you look at this. And this is just one little section that we can show you because we've got power here tonight on Daytona Beach Shores. Jackie, I mean, look at this water coming in. I mean, imagine this under a condominium where you've kind of gotten underneath the footings now, and you're just going in, grabbing the sand and pulling it back out. It's only a matter of time.
And you can't see what's happening underneath there, Jim, to see how much of that might be hollowing out and what more damage is being done. We're approaching high tide in many locations, including you right there. We've got surge, moderate tide taking place at Southport Everglades right now. We've got surge reported moderate in Hollywood Beach in that area and Lake Worth Pier right now, too. So this is a very dangerous time for folks. If you have not evacuated from these areas, if you're next to the shore, you got to get away from the water. You got to stay inside and got to stay off the roads. This is really the height of what we could be seeing for some of the worst surge, even though the storm isn't on top of you just yet because of that high tide coinciding with all this. Low tide is actually going to be coinciding with landfall, so hopefully that helps us out just a little bit. But this is not just a coastal storm. We're going to have a lot of impacts that are going to be going inland, and we're going to be seeing more damaging winds. We're going to be seeing more flooding and more surge, and that includes a place right here like Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston, I know that storm is going to be well to your west. It's going to be inland at closest approach for you, but because of the large wind field on this storm, we're going to have persistent onshore flow here and water level rises and storm surge that could reach a couple of feet above what is normally dry ground. And we know Charleston in particular is very vulnerable to flooding in general. A lot of times getting that sunny day flooding or the king tide flooding. Of course, we're right around full moon right now too, which doesn't help the situation. Here's a look at the forecast track. So once we get to the coast, we're going to work probably south of Orlando, maybe get back over open water, curve on up through Georgia, work our way inland through the Carolinas. There you can see the surge forecast that I was talking about around Charleston that could be 2 to 4 feet. Myrtle Beach, Surf City, we're talking 1 to 2 feet for you. The winds have been gusty already. Those will continue to pick up here overnight tonight and through the day tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a nasty, raw day with that cool flow. And then our winds change direction as this passes to the west, and we'll have more of a southerly flow. You'll be done with it before the weekend is out. We also have to talk about the risk of tropical tornadoes. Those are going to work their way northward. In fact, by tomorrow morning, we could start seeing some more action that way. With the heating of the day of the afternoon, that will become more of an issue as it works its way northward. So torcons of 2s and 3s, especially to the right of the center of where the storm is going to be. So there you can see some of these bands. A lot of times we'll get little spin-ups or little water spouts that can develop over water. Once they work their way on shore, that becomes a tornado that can and does cause damage. These tend to be wrapped in rain, very difficult to see, and we're going to get some really heavy rain over the higher terrain in the Appalachians. That may ultimately be where we see our heaviest rainfall amounts and flood risk.
The chef's chicken sandwiches at Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients, spark an explosion of the senses. So when you finally taste it, it just confirms this is fantastic, and only at Panera. $1 delivery fee on our app.
Hey, so what if we have questions about our policy?
And what if it's late at night?
And what if someone still calls us mom for everything?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Hey, Mom.
Who?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
They say you eat with your eyes first, so here's a good look at our new thick and fluffy French toast. Artisan challah dipped in vanilla cinnamon batter. French toast the way it's meant to be. Try all 3 flavors, only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
Dude, you coming? Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop Plop is Fizz with Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and flu relief. Also try for Fizzy Fast cough relief.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Introducing Domino's new leftovers. It's the same delicious pizza you expect from Domino's, but instead of eating it all tonight, you save some for tomorrow. Sure, it's hot and melty and really delicious, but resist the temptation and you have Domino's leftovers. Domino's leftovers are delicious straight from the toaster oven. They're delicious straight from the skillet.
Who reheats cold pizza?
Right now, you can try Domino's leftovers yourself when you get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
Dry, cracked lips?
Burt's Bees Lip Balm moisturizes for 12 hours, made with responsibly sourced beeswax for a difference you can feel. Swipe after swipe. Seriously good stuff from the naturally loved lip care brand, Burt's Bees.
This is beautiful. You ready, babe? First started Ancestry, I had no idea what to expect. Ethnicity inheritance. Nigerian East Central from you. Benin, my dad's side, is 30% Japanese. Thank you, Mom.
I love how it gives you a little bit of history.
Yeah, I feel like reading this, like these are my roots. There's just still so much to discover.
Discover even more during our holiday sale.
You need a bed that's smart enough for both of you. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses your movements and automatically adjusts to help keep you both effortlessly comfortable. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 40% on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition smart bed. Ends Monday.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake. Cheesecake is everything. Make your own.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage as we track Hurricane Nicole. We want to get you caught up with what we know at this hour. Nicole makes 2 landfalls, one as a tropical storm, another as a hurricane in the Bahamas. Before its Florida landfall expected overnight tonight, our Florida Governor Ron DeSantis issuing a state of emergency now for 45 counties. The St. Lucie Sheriff's Office tells us storm surge has breached the seawall along Indian River Drive. And Florida's Emergency Management Agency says several large structures will probably come down with this system. So that's been one of the big concerns here for tonight is that we've had a lot of beach erosion. It has been working at it all day long, but now we're beginning to focus in on some of the heavy rain bands that have been making their way onshore. Want to get to our Justin Michaels, who is live in Orlando, Florida right now. I know they've made some updates to opening things back up at Disney tomorrow, which is currently closed right now, Justin.
That's right. Finally, some updates from Disney. This will be good for parents and families to know what's going on. As far as Disney Park, the actual Magic Kingdom, it's opening up at noon tomorrow, and other parks are opening up at noon or 1. So make sure you check with the park that you're going to be attending. And the schedule is posted now on how and when they're going to be reopening. Also, what things still may not be available as far as different events that are happening. So just check the park's websites out, and you'll get your full story on how you can continue your vacation. And of course, that is what this place is for. This is an international city. People come here from all over the place. And that's why getting the messaging out on heeding the warnings, knowing what to do, knowing where to go, knowing who to listen to is so important. Now, for people who do call this home, planning and making sure they knew what they were doing is also important, especially after living through Ian just a few weeks ago, 20 inches of rain falling back then. This storm is very different, not going to dump that much, but people still have those memories of Ian in their mind. So sandbagging was going on across the city today, giving people a little bit of help where they may need it as far as sealing off their windows and doors. Listen to Rosemary right now.
I'm worried about the water coming in from the last hurricane. We had some water damage, so I'm trying to prevent some more water damage this time around. I don't think it's going to be as bad as before, but again, water does a good amount of damage.
And the water Rosemary is talking about has been coming down now for quite a while. It's a little light right now, but we've had these rolling just waves of these tropical downpours come through, and we know that's going to continue for the rest of the night, all the way through tomorrow morning and even into early afternoon tomorrow as we go to Jim Cantori in Daytona. Jim, nowhere near out of the woods here in Orlando anytime soon. Best thing to do, hunker down at home, maybe even stay home from the office first thing in the morning. Hopefully the afternoon should be clearing up pretty nicely here, and then the weekend should be nice as well. Jim, to you now in Daytona.
Yeah, work from home day sounds good, and that's a great point, Justin, to tell everybody, listen, we're not keeping you out through the weekend. Come back, when they allow you to, come back. And as far as the case here, it may be a little longer than the weekend. We'll just have to see. I mean, they'll have to get in here with engineers and actually test these structures and make sure that they are safe after the water starts receding. It's doing nothing but coming in now. I mean, look at this high tide, just rolling right through here, in some cases splashing over the tops of some of these buildings. Just incredible watching this wave action. So it's not only the waves coming in and breaking on the beach, but then you've got this longshore current. I mean, you can literally look beyond the lifeguard stand there and watch the water go from to the left to the right. I mean, it's just flowing like a river down along the coastline here. I would call that longshore current. So the waves come in, they beat up the coast, they pull stuff out, and then the longshore current takes it down to Miami. Unbelievable pile of water here. Excuse me, as we continue to watch it come in. I want to show you earlier on today what it looked like, because, at the time of low tide, you could see a little bit more of what actually happened, because the water did come out a little bit. That's not the case now, because it's in here so far. And as it's come in, you know that more damage is being done. And that's the big concern, and that was the big worry today, because they evacuated these buildings. And I mean, that's just so powerful to me. I can't even imagine that they were so concerned about the structures themselves falling, that we're talking about condominiums, that they actually had to come in here and evacuate people out of this. Again, guys, this one restroom here that's given way earlier today at the morning high tide has cracked and fallen even a little bit more. You wonder what that's going to be like tomorrow morning at this tide, or after this tide, and then tomorrow mornings as well. We'll be right back.
A thin painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay? I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
With thousands of live and on-demand classes to fit any schedule.
If you just added speed, you're my people, Peloton.
And world-class instructors, Peloton is the gift to get you moving.
Keep working, Peloton family.
Try Peloton risk-free with a 30-day home trial. Terms apply.
The chef's chicken sandwiches at Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients, spark an explosion of the senses. So when you finally taste it, it just confirms this is fantastic, and only at Panera. $1 delivery fee on our app.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing.
Leaves are changing.
Are switching to Ram.
During the Ram Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing plus $2,000 total bonus cash on the 2022 Ram 1500.
Where can you get great appliances this holiday? Backed by our price promise every day. Lowe's, actually. Get our best deals of the season, backed by the Lowe's Price Promise.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
2 new IHOP lunch and dinner menu items for twice the goodness, twice the flavor, and twice the choice. Sirloin Salisbury steak and all-natural salmon. Perfect for lunch or dinner. Only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
Have you seen my new phone yet? It folds in half.
I would never switch to Samsung. I love my phone.
What? Folds in half.
You see, I love my phone. I would never switch to Samsung.
burgers.
Ooh, it's the DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. That is 5 tasty burgers right there. There goes a spicy flamethrower and loaded A1 Signature Stack Burgers.
Go, Mom.
You're still the cool mom.
Thank you.
DQ, happy tastes good.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Welcome home. I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8, 7 Central. Only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Vero Beach. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel as we track Nicole, a Category 1 hurricane. They upgraded it at 6 p.m. Eastern, and now it's heading towards the east coast of Florida. The latest landfall on record, once it makes landfall, it's probably going to be about 1 or 2 a.m. Eastern, somewhere between here and West Palm Beach. And the rain is coming in right now. We've had one strong squall. It's not raining particularly hard, but look at the radar. You can see the center rotation now between the northern Bahamas, Freeport, and the east coast of Florida, Palm Beach County and Martin and the counties south of here. This is Indian River County. So it's going to come in maybe a little north of the Palm Beaches after midnight tonight. The surge warning is up, the storm surge warning, 3 to 5 feet. And look at the Atlantic tonight. Boy, it is all churned up. We've got a high tide going on right now. Thankfully, the tide's going to be going out. 2:18 low tide here at the beach in Vero. And as the hurricane makes landfall at 1, maybe 2 a.m., that coincides with the low tide. So that's a good thing. That's going to cut down on the overall surge and the amount of water that could get up in the front yard here in Vero Beach. We still have the flood watch in effect. That goes until midday tomorrow. So inland areas, watch out again for some localized flash flooding. And Jackie, I was thinking about how late this hurricane is. So I did a little digging into my records, and 13 years ago tonight, I was on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi awaiting the arrival of Ida, Tropical Storm Ida, which eventually hit the East Coast, and they called it Nor-Ida. Then I remembered 2 years ago, we went into the Greek alphabet, and we had Tropical Storm Ada, and we were down in Florida on the 11th and 12th of November. So actually, 2 other times we've been out later than this, but not for a landfalling hurricane. That's the key. This is late, very late.
Yes. Very late, very rare, Mike. Certainly not something we want to be dealing with. And we've got a blizzard, by the way, that's going to be ongoing this time tomorrow as well. Want to talk about some of the timing and some of the local impacts of what we can expect going forward with Nicole as the brunt of the storm and some of these steadier rains have now worked their way on shore. So we're now entering that time where the rain is going to become very heavy. Rainfall rates could be as much as 1 to 2 inches per hour. And we're going to see more of a steady, persistent rain, not to mention our winds are picking up. We've seen several gusts on the Space Coast between 40 to as much as 51 miles per hour. So those winds have been picking up. And a lot of us here in the peninsula have been dealing with winds between 30, 35 miles per hour for those gusts throughout the day today. But those conditions will continue to deteriorate tonight. Of course, you're staying home. I know you are, because that's what is the safe thing to do here tonight. And always particularly scary, I feel like, in the nighttime hours when you can hear the wind howling, you can hear the trees rustling. But we have storm surge to worry about too. We're dealing with high tide now closer towards the West Palm area into Palm Beach County. Northward, that's going to happen a little later tonight, closer to 10:30. But we may also have surge over here onto the Gulf side and the Big Bend area as a second landfall is going to be possible late tomorrow. So this is expected to move across the peninsula. There's Orlando. You can see the steady heavy rain tomorrow morning is going to be ugly, and that's going to be your closest approach of some of the strongest of winds. But the hurricane force winds only extend out 10 miles from the center of the storm, and it will be weakening once it makes that interaction with land and makes landfall and loses some of that source of the heating. But then this will likely move just west of Crystal River near Cedar Key, and so that's going to bring a surge right up the Big Bend area as this moves northward. Tallahassee likely moving maybe just to your east, which would be a better case scenario because the strongest of winds then would stay to your east, though you'll still have some gusty conditions. Here's a look at the latest rainfall forecast showing you 3 to 5 inches at the most. That's what we're expecting. Couldn't rule out a few spots with heavier rain than that. But Mike, of course, we're very concerned about the threat of flooding farther inland down the line once this interacts with some higher terrain.
Would you believe it could include places like Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania?
That's a live look at Pittsburgh right now. It's a beautiful evening for us in Pittsburgh, really tranquil. 55 degrees for us right now. The rain comes in and the wind comes in for you later this week. Give it another day and a half, 2 days, and you're going to be feeling it here in western Pennsylvania. You see the footprint of rain that we'll have and the chance of flooding. This goes from tomorrow through Friday morning. Some areas highlighted in dark green where you're likely to have an increased risk for some flooding, but the mountains can really wreak havoc from, say, North Georgia all the way up into maybe even the Poconos here. So there's a look at the timing. This is tomorrow evening now, 9 o'clock, some heavier rain through Greenville, Spartanburg, Columbia, up through Asheville and western North Carolina, Atlanta. You get the rain and the wind, and you get that rain and wind in places like Charlotte and Raleigh as well. Watch it move Friday morning up toward Pittsburgh, Columbus, Charleston. You're getting hit in Washington, D.C. as well. So Friday morning's drive will not be a fun one. Neither will Friday evening's drive, by the way. Some of the heavy rain really squeezing out some big-time rain totals here in the mountains of western North Carolina with the orographic enhancement here. We always have a risk of some flash flooding. Watch the timeline now. Friday evening, going up I-95, New York getting hit, Hartford, Boston, up into northern New England. We now have rain in our forecast. Even some thunderstorms are possible here. By Saturday morning, starting to dry out now in some spots, including Richmond, D.C., back toward the Ohio Valley, whereas the Northeast continues with the rain. Noon on Saturday hints that it's finally exiting up into Canada, but possible flooding certainly there. That will include a good chunk here of West Virginia, Pennsylvania, up into New York. We've got complete coverage coming back at the top of the hour as well. We're back to our crews out in the field as we track Nicole.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
I think we went too high.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Spicy buns, spicy sauce, spicy seasoning, spicy jalapenos, ooh, spicy fries. Boy, Arby's getting loose with the spice on the new Diablo sandwiches and fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Check off all the tech on your list with great prices all season long. Shop Black Friday deals right now at Best Buy.
I get bladder leaks. I didn't want to feel like I was wearing the pads I wore when I was 12.
Then I tried the Always Discreet pads.
They fit perfectly in the place they're supposed to.
Look how much it holds. And it still stays thin.
It's the protection we deserve.
The future of connectivity is here, where mobile and internet work hand in hand to create one seamless network that works to automatically block threats. Powerful enough to run smart cities, yet made for you. This is Spectrum One. Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and mobile working together as one. That's seamless connectivity. That's Spectrum One.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves, and we always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I'm going to show you how powerful the winds are.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 45, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, sunny along with a few afternoon clouds, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
New video into the Weather Channel right now from Martin County, Florida. You can see water crashing over the Jensen Parkway there in Martin County. Waves crashing like so much of Florida's East Coast as Hurricane Nicole continues to batter the coast. To give you some perspective on where this is on the coast, Martin County is the kind of the area between Vero Beach and also Palm Beach. So definitely in the bullseye when it comes to the effects of this storm. Video again proving the point that you should be staying home if you can. Being out and being crashed by those waves is not what you want on Jensen Parkway. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you right now, Orlando, Florida, and we find ourselves yet again in an area where we have no rain coming down, even though multiple times throughout the course of this evening we had intense tropical downpours coming. But don't let this little dry spell make you think that this is over. We've got a long way to go, folks. In fact, as far as timing here in Orlando, we've got all night tonight into tomorrow morning and even into tomorrow afternoon before we finally start to see this clearing away and pushing off to the northwest and eventually making another landfall in the United States up in the Big Bend area of Florida. So Nicole's story is long, long away from being fully written. We've got a long way to go. The number one goal, staying safe, staying in, and trying to avoid any opportunities to put yourselves, your loved ones, your friends, your family in danger. Disney will be reopening tomorrow. It's been closed since earlier this evening. Disney reopens tomorrow at noon. Other parks opening like Epcot around 1. Make sure, Mike, that if you are a family or a group that is enjoying the Magic Kingdom and the other amenities here in this part of Florida, just to check with the websites. They have full reopening guidelines already set up. So, yes, the storm is not over, but we're seeing a little light at the end of this tunnel, Mike. Into you now.
Always important to plan ahead, right? And they certainly do a good job of that at the parks. Justin, thank you for that. So we'll update you on the very latest we know with Nicole, 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. We'll get another update from the Hurricane Center in about an hour or so at 10 o'clock Eastern time. Western movement at 13 miles per hour, 980 is the pressure. You can see how it's all north loaded. It's been that way basically its whole history here. It's come across the Bahamas here as a Category 1, now taking dead aim at the east coast of Florida. A rare November landfalling hurricane force. We anticipate landfall roughly just after midnight or so, and you can see we've already got some really heavy rain that's rolling on to the east coast here. In West Palm, gust to 28, in Melbourne, gust to 43, at Abuhi offshore, 54. Up around Jacksonville, winds are gusting almost 40 miles an hour. And take a look at this. You see all the yellow that's on this map? 400-plus mile reach of tropical storm force winds. There'll be a much smaller core of hurricane force winds, but this thing is affecting multiple states, and it's done this now for days, this onshore flow especially into Florida. That's why we've lost so much beach. There's been so much erosion. Hurricane warnings remain in effect in purple, red, tropical storm warnings. That include Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, Tallahassee. Look at the surge that we're about to see. It's starting to be maximized now that we've had high tide this evening along the East Coast here. 3 to 5 feet. Don't forget 3 to 5 feet possible here along the Big Bend, and then 2 to 4 feet as you work your way up into the Carolinas as well. And then, of course, there'll be the heavy rain that comes along with it here from Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm to Okeechobee, all the way up to Jacksonville. We advise you, Jackie, with the high winds in the forecast and a lot of rain in the forecast, driving, the last thing you want to do, stay off the highways unless absolutely necessary.
We're going to have some big travel trouble, too, across the northern part of the U.S. We've got some new video in of the snow in western Montana. Check out the conditions in the city of Missoula earlier today. More of the same is expected. And this storm is moving eastward. They're still under a winter storm warning here until 8 o'clock, so a little ways to go on that. This is the same winter storm that brought all the snow across the Sierra, all the snow across the Four Corners, and now it's poised to bring incredible amounts of snowfall and wind across parts of the northern plains and upper Midwest. Low pressure developing somewhere in here. Look at what a dynamic system this is. We've got thunder, freezing rain, and rain underway in parts of South Dakota. Ice storm warnings in effect where we get somewhere between 1/4 of an inch to maybe as much as 1/2 of an inch of ice, and then blizzard warnings for places like Bismarck. This all gets started overnight tonight as that energy lifts out of the Rockies and works into the upper Midwest. More than 1 foot of snow will be possible in northeastern parts of North Dakota. Travel not advised here. It is going to be difficult, if not impossible, and most certainly it is going to be dangerous. The winds are going to be gusting maybe as strong as 50 to 55 miles per hour. That's what's going to help to create the visibility problems and whiteout conditions. That pink is that freezing rain, and so a lot of folks starting out as rain, then freezing rain, then the snow on top of it, so you get this glaze of ice on the roadways, snow on top of it, and can really catch you off guard. This all begins to wind up Thursday night and into our Friday, and this is the same system that's going to help to sweep out Nicole.
Dancing is everything. Soccer is the best.
But her moderate to severe eczema could make it hard for her.
Now I'm staying ahead of it.
Dupixent helps heal your skin from within so they can have clearer skin and less itch. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Meet Leon the Third, Leon the Second, and Leon the First of them all. 3 generations who all bank differently with Chase. Leon's saving up for his first set of wheels. Nice try.
Really?
This Leon's paying for his paint job on the spot. And this Leon, as a Chase private client, he's in the south of France taking out cash with no ATM fees. That's because this family of Leons has Chase.
Actually, it's Leon.
Ooh la la. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's just a cold.
If you have high blood pressure, a cold is not just a cold. Coracetin is the #1 doctor-recommended cold and flu brand, specially designed for people with high blood pressure. Be there for life's best moments. Trust Coracetin.
The refrigerator is Greg's happy place.
My kids eat, but I finally figured it out.
we can get all that we need and then a little bit more at Walmart.
Now this is going to be... I get bladder leaks. I didn't want to feel like I was wearing the pads I wore when I was 12.
Then I tried the Always Discreet pads.
They fit perfectly in the place they're supposed to.
Look how much it holds. And it still stays thin.
It's the protection we deserve.
Introducing Domino's new leftovers. It's the same delicious pizza you expect from Domino's, but instead of eating it all tonight, you save some for tomorrow. Sure, it's hot and melty and really delicious, but resist the temptation and you have Domino's leftovers. Domino's leftovers are delicious straight from the toaster oven. They're delicious straight from the skillet.
Who reheats cold pizza?
Right now, you can try Domino's leftovers yourself and you get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
Good evening from Vero Beach, Florida. I am meteorologist Mike Seidel, awaiting the landfall of Hurricane Nicole. Once it landfalls, it'll be the latest on record on the east coast of Florida. It's almost the official end of hurricane season. We've got all the impacts and all the pictures of a wild night here on the Treasure Coast. Jim?
Even though we're over 200 miles from the center of Hurricane Nicole, it doesn't matter. The damage is done with the wave action here, enough so that they had to evacuate who was left in 11 condominiums today on Daytona Beach shores. We'll let you know how that went and the worry from the public information officer coming up.
Nicole not only battering the coast, but also central Florida. I'm Justin Michaels in Orlando, Florida, where many preparations went into the day leading into this storm, all with the goal of keeping people safe. We'll talk about that coming up.
Now just hours away from Nicole making landfall. Hurricane Nicole here lurking over the Bahamas with rain and wind already moving into Florida. Got a long way to go with this system, and you see the hurricane warnings in effect here. Hurricane warnings in effect here from Boca Raton up to Flagler and Volusia, the Flagler-Volusia County line there in Florida. So several counties on the East Coast here. And all of that red into Georgia, South Carolina, and most of Florida. Tropical storm warnings, tropical storm conditions expected, hurricane conditions expected for some. And we expect to get the very latest right now from our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knapp.
Yeah, Chris, this is playing out kind of how you and I expected last night. A gradual strengthening today made it to hurricane, and it is a large system, and the beach erosion and the pounding that we're getting outside of the cone to the north has really delivered, unfortunately, and it's just beginning. As long as of a day as it has been along the east coast of Florida, we have more yet to go, and we are at about high tide astronomically right now. So the timing of landfall relative to high tide isn't exactly lined up, but it's kind of close enough. Moving west at 13, so we're still a few hours from landfall. Be after midnight sometime, it looks like. Depends on exactly what trajectory it takes, but we already have this expansive wind field on land. So we've had tropical storm conditions occurring South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida for a long time, and we've got a long way to go. And we still have the storm surge warnings up, not just on the east coast of Florida, but here in the Big Bend area because of the shape of the track. You'll get it here in the Big Bend after it comes by. You'll get the onshore flow there, but we're getting tremendous onshore flow here way to the north of where the center will be coming ashore here in the next few hours. And again, we're going to get a new track and intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center by 10 p.m. Eastern time, so within the hour. But this was the 4 p.m. Eastern time advisory. This is valid at 1 a.m. Eastern time. So, on the right side of the cone, it'll take longer to make landfall. Left side of the cone, it will come a little sooner. But because of that angle, it's hard to pinpoint the exact time and location. And we're going to have the other water problem, and in some of the same areas due to the heavy rainfall-induced flooding. Now, 3 to 5 feet of saltwater flooding, that's what has been forecast by the Hurricane Center. And you realize these highest values if the greatest onshore push, the storm surge itself from the storm, happens at the time of highest astronomical tide. Now, we're not going to have that quite lined up but kind of close. Now, Trident Pier here, this gauge here at Port Canaveral peaked a little while ago at 2.5 feet. And that was because of the increasing surge of the approaching hurricane and high astronomical tide. Now, over the next 3 hours, we're going to lose a couple of feet due to the astronomical tide going to low tide. And so that's a good, we're catching a break in that regard. But we're still going to have tremendous onshore push going through multiple high tide cycles into tomorrow. Here is the shot of the hurricane on the radar, and we've got that onshore push there happening into places like Vero Beach, where it is gusting over 40 miles an hour. So our Mike Seidel, who's there in Vero Beach, this is the pounding that the beaches have been taking, and we got a long way to go, Mike. How bad has the erosion been?
It's pretty bad. They've lost a lot of sand. They lost 4 feet of dune. We had part of a dune left yesterday when we wrapped up. We had another high tide. We've had 2 high tides since then, and now this third one, and that dune is gone. And we have occasionally a wave will come up and splash over the fence. There's a big drop down here. This drops down. So the waves come up, hit this, and splash over. Get a load of the surf behind me. Boy, the Atlantic is, this is pretty rough, pretty sporty for November. And remember, once this makes landfall, it's going to be the latest on record on the east coast of Florida. So we got the pounding of the waves. It is just not today. This really started back on Sunday. Not like this, but the tides are running a little bit higher. I checked out the surf cams on Sunday before I got on the plane. I'm like, oh my gosh, not only here, but all the way up to Jacksonville. So as Dr. Dodd mentioned, how large this storm is, and we got the tropical storm watches up 2 states north of here. So it gives you an idea. It's not a very small, compact storm. It really has some of the characteristics of a nor'easter, where you have winds extending far from the center. Now that center is going to make landfall after midnight south of here. Between here and the Palm Beaches, probably around Stewart, maybe Jensen Beach, that area. But we're already, as you can see on the radar, getting into the outer eye wall. Some heavier rain now pelting me. Winds are sustained about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Weather station up the coast has gusted to 64 miles an hour. Power outages have ramped up slowly. Last time I checked, we had about 8,000 in Florida. So not a lot of power out at this point. And the other issue is the rainfall. Inland areas, we have flood watches up in this area until 1 p.m. tomorrow, so watch out in the morning. If you don't have to go out, there'll be standing water around. But once the storm goes by us overnight, then the winds are going to go offshore. They'll come around at the southwest, and that will take care of any more surge issues. We have the storm surge warning, 3 to 5 feet, and the good thing, as we've discussed, the low tide here is at 2:18 a.m. Eastern, and that's going to be roughly the time Nicole makes landfall. But before Nicole makes landfall, we get this push of water with this north to northeast wind. The winds have come more north than northeast, and that'll blow the water more parallel to the coast than at the coast. That helps out just a smidgen. So we got a lot going on out here. It's hard to believe it's November. And remember, we had no storms, no named storms in August. Then we had Ian on September 28th, and then it was quiet in October, and here we are heading into we're in the second week of November. Up the coast, too. I mentioned how large the footprint is of this storm. We got Jim Cantore up at Daytona Shores, where they've seen buildings literally falling into the ocean. Jim?
What a day it has been. Wave after wave after wave, tearing away at more of the beaches here at Daytona Beach Shores. Just showing you here the power of the water, which has already come in and compromised this building. And this building is really a good example of what the big worry was here today at Daytona Beach Shores. Enough so that around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they put out a big evacuation order for the condominiums, about 11 of them, where they wanted to take whoever was left in those buildings that didn't mandatory evacuate out. There was about 200 people that they got out of these buildings before the bridges closed at 7 p.m. tonight. But it's for exactly what you're seeing behind me here. Not for a small restroom, but for a condominium where you undermine the support of the structure and the structure collapses. That's what they're concerned about on some of these condominiums tonight and tomorrow morning with the high tide. So that's the big deal. We got a chance to talk to the Chief Public Information Officer here of the Daytona Beach Shores, and this is what he had to say about his concern with these buildings.
We were just able to complete the evacuation. We had 6 additional structures that were deemed to be unsafe by our chief building official this afternoon. It took us several hours. It took the help of the Volusia Sheriff's Office to come in. We went door to door in each one of those. Every one of them was a high-rise condo. Unfortunately, we had about 200 people who had not heeded the warning and the mandatory evacuation that was issued. They were supposed to have left on their own starting at 10 o'clock this morning. We ended up with very labor-intensive work to get done.
Again, some pretty strong words there from the police chief, Michael Fowler, on what he wants people to do and why he really came out and gave that. I mean, when you think about it, to issue an evacuation order for a structure that they don't feel is sound, that's a pretty strong statement, but that's how much this place has been beat. But it's not just Volusia County. It's the First Coast, it's the Space Coast, it's all the way down to the Treasure Coast. And so many of these areas, miles and miles and miles of beaches, have been undermined by the wave action that you're seeing in through here. So again, tomorrow morning, the storm will be on shore. We will continue to watch the high tide in the morning, and then things will change a little bit. Our wind will come more off the land, so it should have a friction component with it, and maybe even beat down these waves a little bit, and so that the evening high tide cycle of Thursday night will be a lot calmer for a lot of folks. Either way, you wonder what structures will make it through the night, and you wonder which ones won't. We'll find out tomorrow at first light. Reporting from Daytona Beach Shores, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori.
Okay, Jim, thanks for the report up there at Daytona Beach Shores. Back here in Vero Beach, the surf, it's just, the pictures are, unreal, considering it is a couple weeks before Thanksgiving and we're dealing with a hurricane, a Cat 1 hurricane. With that said, we also have to deal with a heavy rainfall. Big difference here versus, say, Orlando is the Ian had impacts on the beaches, but that big slug of rain missed Vero Beach to the north and then off to the northeast. So they didn't get that 13, 14 inches of rain that they had up in central Florida. So if you look at the year-to-date rainfall in this area here in Vero Beach, they're down about a foot of rain. So it's drier here, certainly, versus what they had with the rainfall in Orlando. So, Dr. Nab, just a wild night out here. And I mentioned earlier that I covered Ida, and then I covered Ada. But I've never covered a hurricane. Nobody's covered a hurricane, if you think about it, this late in November on the east coast of Florida.
Yeah, it is amazing how this season has been so second half loaded, right? No storms in August, and here we are with 3 hurricanes in the basin in November and an East Coast landfall on Florida. Not as late as Kate on the Gulf of Mexico in 1985, but certainly a reminder of why the hurricane season goes till the end of November. We do get a lot of systems in the Caribbean, but not usually forming north of the Caribbean, coming at Florida from the east. And again, Mike Seidel and I have both been talking about how the timing of low tide with when landfall is probably going to occur is going to help us out a little bit, because this gauge near Cape Canaveral peaked at about 2.5 feet when we hit astronomical high tide a little bit ago. But now it looks like it's peaked out and might be just either staying steady or coming down a little bit, and then by midnight or so we'll be at low astronomical tide. That'll shave a couple feet off, but the storm will be closer. So we're catching a little bit of a break there, but not completely, and the beach erosion's happening anyway because of this 1,500-mile long fetch of east to west winds, and then on the business end of the storm, we're getting the bona fide storm surge into the east coast of Florida. So again, looking at the satellite, you don't get quite the sense of what is happening. The hurricane looks a little bit more the part on the radar as it's gone over Grand Bahama. And so here's the center. We still got a few hours to go before landfall, but we've had tropical storm force winds happening all day, and that onshore push has been going on for hours, and these winds will be on the increase, gusting over 40 here on the east coast of central Florida, Vero Beach, up through the Cape Canaveral area, even in the Orlando area, gusting over 30, and that will be increasing overnight into tomorrow. Daytona's gusting gusting over 40. St. Augustine near 40 miles an hour. And we've had all kinds of problems here on the coastline up Daytona into St. Augustine, as Jim was showing us, even up into the Jacksonville area. Look at this at Mayport Naval Air Station. We've got gusts near 50 miles an hour, and we've had the storm surge going into St. Johns River. Now, here is the trough that's going to eventually pick this system up. Here it is being pushed into Florida by the ridge, but this trough is going to turn it. So here's our high pressure system coming off the northeast coast, and that gradient from the mid-Atlantic all the way down to Nicole in Florida, that's why we've got this tremendous onshore push. Now, looking at what's going on in the southeast coast right now, we were getting gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour even on the coast of Georgia and South Carolina. And once this system turns to the right, then we're going to have an onshore push that's even stronger up there. So that's why the storm surge watch goes all the way up into Savannah and Charleston, because with this shape of the track, you're going to have an even stronger onshore push once the system makes that turn, even though it's going to weaken. And then as it goes by the Florida Big Bend, you get an onshore push, and that's why the storm surge warning there for tomorrow and tomorrow night into Friday morning. And we could have 2 to 4 feet saltwater flooding up in the Charleston area, depending on the timing with high tide, 3 to 5 feet in the Big Bend area. Now, look at all the folks who are at significant risk of getting sustained winds of tropical storm force greater than a 50-50 shot well inland over central and northern Florida, even into southern Georgia, and then the wind risk goes down once you go from there. But here's the other water component that could be significant, especially in areas that get the saltwater flooding and get a lot of rain. But inland areas could get some significant locally flash flooding in urban areas and in some of the streams, but this problem will go up into Georgia and South Carolina, and we could have a significant amount of rainfall here in Central Florida. Not as bad as with Ian, but certainly adding to the problems that this very large storm will bring to us. We've got team coverage continuing on Nicole.
Camille, Ivan, Katrina, Sally, Zeta. Seen a lot of storms. You have all this beauty and tranquility. The storms come in and they change everything. When it shows up on your doorstep, our role is to respond quickly. We take weather data and use that to pre-position resources on the ground. I feel our role is to provide solutions, to guide to where resources are, to provide a way forward. To put it quite simply, it's just to help. Been an Allstate agent for 28 years. My father was an Allstate agent for 34 years. He taught me to take care of your customer. You do that one thing, and everything else will take care of itself. We want to be the calm after the storm.
Order up. Ticket, next. Order up, go. Next in line. Watch the flames.
Yeah, I am stressed, Fitbit. Breathe. Listen to your body. Feel your power. Fitbit by Google.
A breakfast croissant plus seasoned potatoes for $3, and they're redshirting you?
It's just a standard work shirt.
Hey, way to stay humble, man.
Thank you, Reg.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
During Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $79 HP Chromebook, plus other hot deals. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. Head to Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social. Shop legendary deals at Amazon.
Now Special K fruit and yogurt has even more yogurty clusters? That's music to my ears. Kellogg's Special K. Do what's delicious.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
This severe hurricane season, rely on the strongest coverage with the new and improved Weather Channel TV app. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Hey, girls! Hello, are you kidding me? Is that for me? How? Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home Sales Event, on now. Hurry in to lease a 2023 BMW X5 xDrive 40i for $889 per month.
10 years ago, we started Untuck It out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. But we didn't stop with shirts. We also created so much more, from polos to sweaters to pants. We even have a line just for her. So everyone can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Find the perfect holiday gift at untuckit.com or at your nearest store.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, mainly clear, low 45, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mostly sunny skies, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are here.
America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
We're tracking Hurricane Nicole here on the Weather Channel and Flagler Beach, looking at the pier, which is closed. You can see the caution tapes going across the pier here and some very rough surf. Nothing but white and foam, it appears here, as Hurricane Nicole continues to batter the east coast of Florida. Now about 20 miles south of here, down the beach in this direction, is this here, Daytona Beach. Wind's been gusting to around 41 miles an hour. You see the glow of the lights indicating that it's very wet. The rain's been falling. Winds have been around 30 miles an hour, gusting here to 41. Camera shaking a bit here from this vantage point. Again, winds close to 30 miles an hour as Hurricane Nicole gets closer and closer to the Florida Peninsula as it continues to bring some very strong winds to the Bahamas right now. And not too far away, meteorologist Mike Seidel has been joining us live from Vero Beach, where Nicole is nearing landfall tonight. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Chris, the waves crashing onto the wall, the seawall, and some spray coming over into the front lawn here at the hotel. No concerns at all with water getting into the first floor rooms because the tide is beginning to go out a little bit. High tide was about an hour ago, hour and 15 minutes ago. But we won't have the push of water as Nicole comes towards the coast, makes landfall probably about 1 or 2 a.m. south of here, but probably just north of the Palm Beaches. But look at the surf out here. And as I said, it's been elevated since Sunday. This has been a 4-day affair. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now, granted, the waves were this rough back on Sunday, but each day the waves got higher. And we have a sustained wind of 20 miles an hour Monday, Tuesday. And then today we started to see the winds ramp up as the gradient tightened up. Remember, one of the reasons we have this wind extending so far north is because we have a strong pressure gradient. A lot of isobars on the weather map, lines of constant pressure, high to the north, low to the south. In this case, not your basic low, but the latest hurricane on record after midnight, once it makes landfall, to make landfall on the east coast of Florida. So the rain is pelting us, and on the radar you can see that we have some very heavy rain coming in, these outer bands around the center of Nicole rotating in, rainfall rates of maybe an inch an hour. And remember, we have the flood watch up until 1 p.m. here in this part of Florida here on the Treasure Coast. So, Dr. Nab, just another long day of unrelenting battering of the beaches, and by far the #1 impact visually you would see if you went away last week and came back tomorrow or the next day is how much sand is lost, how much sand has been lost on these beaches here in Vero Beach. But unlike what we've seen up the coast, we don't know of any homes or properties that are in any threat of literally falling in to the Atlantic like we saw up the coast at Daytona Beach.
Yeah, but the 1-2 punch from Ian and now Nicole really doing a number on the east coast of Florida beaches, and there's going to be a lot of restoration that has to be done. And tonight is a night to be off the roads because we've had a lot of coastal roads that have been impacted by the surge and the waves. And look at this in Titusville, Florida. This was getting close to sunset a little while ago, and you can see the wind-driven wave action, not just at the immediate Atlantic beachfront, but, you know, inland a little bit. The inlets are letting the water in, and that onshore flow into Florida is just really pushing a lot of salt water onto ground and making it treacherous to be traveling and impossible in some spots. Now, we are catching a little bit of a break here. We just went through high astronomical tide within the last hour or so, and Trident Pier here at Cape Canaveral, not far from Titusville, peaked at about 2.5 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground where it is measuring. But now we're coming down from astronomical tide, headed toward low tide in the next 2 to 3 hours. And so that will lessen the amount of actual flooding at the coast, but it's not going to lessen the pounding that the beaches are taking, because we just had this huge fetch. And here on the business end of the storm, where we've got a bona fide storm surge occurring, it's going to be a rough night, even though we're going to have landfall maybe around the time of low tide. But this area here, onshore flow, tropical storm force winds have been going on for hours. And where Mike Seidel is in Vero Beach, we're still gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour. Up the road a piece here in the Titusville, Cocoa Beach area, gusting over 40 miles an hour. And then Interstate 4 is getting more and more treacherous. We're getting reports of crashes on the interstate that are blocking lanes. And we've got 40-plus mile-an-hour winds Daytona up to St. Augustine. So it's only going to get worse from here as the landfall of Nicole approaches. Stay with the Weather Channel for continuing live coverage of Nicole. We have teams of meteorologists spread out across Florida. This storm will be covered only how the Weather Channel can. Stay with us.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients for immune health.
Cleaning is the worst. Seriously, there's gotta be a better way. So we gave Swiffer a shot. If we don't love it, we get our money back. Spoiler alert, love it.
Sweeper's heavy-duty dry cloths grab dust and hair and lock it away. Better than my broom that can push it around. It even gets into hard-to-clean grooves and grout lines. Cool.
And Swiffer Duster gets in all those hard-to-reach places, trapping 3 times more dust. Yeah, switching to Swiffer, totally worth it. Love it or your money back.
Oh, hey, it's a Donovan's. You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say. Toyota, let's go places.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. Connect on a sweeter level.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. It's time to love food back.
Tums. Okay, Fitbit, let's get today's cardio. Almost there. Got it. Listen to your body, feel your power. Fitbit by Google.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
When you get a chip in your windshield, trust Safelite.
This couple counts on their SUV as they travel for their small business. So when they got a chip in their windshield, they brought it to Safelite for a same-day in-shop repair. We repaired the chip right away, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them. Plus, to protect their glass, we installed new wipers too. That's service the way you need it.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace. This is beautiful.
You ready, babe?
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
Welcome home! I wasn't expecting this.
My brother Paul created an organization that assists communities after natural disasters. Now my wife and I run the global response team.
Come on in. This is so amazing. Thank you all so much for coming in and doing this for us.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8, 7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Tracking Hurricane Nicole right now. This look at St. Augustine Beach here, where winds have been gusting to almost 40 miles an hour, 38-mile-an-hour wind gusts, wind sustained at 26, but it's the wind blowing over the water. And you can see right here the waves right where that fence meets the pier. Kind of makes that right angle right there. Every once in a while the waves come along and you see it right there crashing up and over. And there will be hours of this as the winds will potentially be getting even stronger with tropical alerts in effect for almost 20 million people. State of emergency in Florida includes 45 counties. So here in St. Augustine, down closer to South Florida, also been watching the storm, the outer edges of this storm moving in. And we can take a look at that. Dania Beach here in South Florida with winds gusting to 28 miles an hour. This is the vantage point here looking back at the beach as the waves are crashing away from the camera. And another view here from the pier, the big wash getting all the way up, the wave action getting all the way up, it looks like, to the base of some of the palm trees here. So again, watching the rough surf, the strong winds expected to get stronger all the way up and down almost all of the Florida Peninsula along the East Coast. Again, tropical alerts stretching from Broward County all the way up to South Carolina, north of Charleston. And right there in the middle of things is meteorologist Mike Seidel. He is live in Vero Beach, where it's going to be very close to where Nicole is expected to make landfall tonight. Mike?
Yes, indeed. Later on tonight after midnight, a landfalling November hurricane, the latest on record on the east coast of Florida and the second latest on record. We had Kate back in 1985. I believe it was the 22nd or the 21st, 22nd over on the Panhandle. But you got to look at the surf. I mean, this is, you don't want to look at me. You want to look at this. Look at these waves out here. Holy cow. You know, it doesn't do it justice at night because we can't light up the Atlantic, unfortunately. But if you're watching us today, or anybody on the Weather Channel, Reynolds, Jen, Cantori, they're breaking halfway out there towards the Bahamas to our south, and they're just rolling in long periods. I think the period's about 15 seconds. That's the time between each crest. It's a long period setup. They're coming into this seawall, and summer before last, I saw pictures, and the beach went out about 75 yards. Here comes another wave up here. I don't know if we'll get any splash ever. The Corps of Engineers did replenish this beach, but as we see up and down the coast, storms come in, and Mother Nature takes its course, and you lose the sand. Now, there will be some natural replenishment of the sand over the next few weeks and few months. But with that said, we lost a big chunk, what was left of the dune, from previous storms, and Ian, just down here yesterday into this morning, it was 4 feet tall and about this wide, and it just got eaten alive by these winds. They're running about 40 now, so right around minimal tropical storm force, and we're getting gusts occasionally to 50 miles an hour. Remember, this is not Ian. We're not going to get 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but gusts to 70, 75, not out of the question. That's going to knock out some power. Already we've had about 10 to 12,000 customers without power. So, Chris, another night of pounding on the beaches. This time we throw in the very heavy rainfall. By tomorrow morning at sunrise, that wind will be offshore and things will settle down here on the Treasure Coast.
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, very rough surf there behind Mike, and that is one of, if not the big story out of this up and down the Florida East Coast, with the waves battering, beach erosion, possibly seeing buildings compromised, if not collapsing into the surf. Dr. Knabb, over the next several hours, this isn't necessarily going to be one of those dramatic landfalling hurricanes, is it? It's really going to be one of those late round, wear you down kind of a storm.
Yeah, and once the center reaches the coastline, it's not like the conditions are going to dramatically and quickly change like in some smaller faster moving hurricane. So let's look at the future radar, just as one model's depiction of what could happen. So here it is at 3 a.m. Eastern time, and it's not far to the south of Vero Beach. That's one possibility of where and when it could make landfall. But notice how long it is going to rain in Central Florida and how long that onshore push is going to happen in Northeast Florida. And then look at that onshore flow into the Florida Big Bend tomorrow. That's why we've got storm surge warnings there as well. Chris and I will be back to detail the conditions as they are happening on the coast right now.
Tower cam for, hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. It looks like
you paid too much for your glasses.
Oh.
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today.
It's your boy, Biggie!
That is Reggie Bush, dressed up as a Wendy's biggie bag.
Fries!
Come on, Nuggets!
There it is! Drinks! No, not the drinks, man.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $5 biggie bag.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Kevin, where are you?
Kevin!
Hey, what's going on? I'm right here. I was busy cash backing for the holidays with Chase Freedom Unlimited. You know, I can't believe you lost another Kevin.
It's a holiday tradition.
Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Shop Black Friday savings on select Samsung laundry sets at the Home Depot.
Certified turbocharger, suspension, and fuel injection.
Translation: certified goosebumps.
Certified from headlamp to tailpipe.
That's certified head turns.
And it's all backed by our unlimited mileage warranty.
That means unlimited peace of mind. Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned. Translation: the Mercedes of your dreams is closer than you think.
If Damian Lillard accepted his spot at the end of the bench, he never would have been at the rec center before it opened. If he listened to those who overlooked him, he never would have heard his name called as a first-round pick. And if he let 6 all-star selections go to his head, he never would have had the heart to give back to the streets that shaped him. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Finding my way forward with node-positive breast cancer felt overwhelming at times. But I never just found my way. I made it. So when I finished active therapy, I kept moving forward and did everything I could to protect myself from recurrence.
Verzenio is the first treatment in over 15 years to reduce the risk of recurrence for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative, node-positive, early breast cancer with a high chance of returning, as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Hormone therapy works outside the cell, while Verzenio works inside to help stop the growth of cancer cells. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
I'm making my way forward, my way, with Verzenio.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
I'm Mike Corey.
It's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Tracking Hurricane Nicole here on the Weather Channel. One of our many cameras that we are keeping an eye on up and down the east coast of Florida, with the Atlantic extremely churned up and rough. You see the waves crashing up and over the barrier here in St. Augustine, Florida. The winds have been sustained at 26, but it's the fact that those winds have been blowing strong over a long distance, pushing that water into the shore, the waves crashing. At times, it seems the waves crashing almost on top of each other as the wave action comes on shore and takes away the sand. And unfortunately, that does have consequences. And here, courtesy of Brett Adair, one of the storm trackers out covering this storm in Vero Beach, with winds gusting stronger than 40 miles an hour, 41 mile per hour wind gusts here, temperatures in the mid 70s, and again, tropical alerts in effect for almost 20 million people. State of emergency for Florida for 45 counties. Do have some new video coming into the Weather Channel right now from Daytona Beach shores in Florida. Unfortunately, you can see one of the structures there off to the left is down into the sand, into the water. The extent of the wave action slowly and then eventually dramatically taking away some of the beach, and seeing some of this firsthand. From Vero Beach is the Weather Channel's meteorologist Mike Seidel, where Nicole is expected to be very close at landfall. And Mike, the wave action behind you is dramatic, and I know you've been looking at the beach for the past couple of days. Can you kind of walk us through how things have changed?
Yes, the waves have been up since Sunday. They're really, really up today and tonight as we get the approach of Nicole. And the fetch, the fetch has been all the way across a lot of the southwest Atlantic around Nicole, and you build up that swell and then that propagates in. So we really noticed the waves ramping up yesterday, and now we've got the winds gusting over 50, even 60 miles an hour, and the rainfall, and sustained winds and tropical storm force. So what has happened is a northeast wind tends to be an eroding wind on the east coast, and that's what the wind has basically been since Sunday. Now it's more north right now, a little more parallel to the coast. But I want to take you back to yesterday and show you what's going on as far as the erosion and this time lapse as we go through yesterday. And you can see how the waves just come up and eat away at that dune, and then it's gone. So that's what's been going on consistently since Sunday, and especially at high tide as the waves come up and crash onto the seawall. Now, the fortunate thing is we're now seeing the tide starting to go out. The water's going to be pushed up by Nicole, and we've got low tide at 2:18. So putting all that into the mixing bowl, Chris, we're going to look better than we would, obviously, if high tide was coinciding with landfall of Nicole. So that's going to save us a little bit of water, and I don't have any issues. We don't have any issues in the property in this area. And in fact, in Vero Beach, there's nothing that I've heard of that's, dangling on the precipice to go into the Atlantic like we've seen up the coast in Daytona.
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel reporting live there in Vero Beach. We'll be back to Mike in just a moment. Dr. Knabb, we're talking about a huge storm. The winds we've been seeing, not extremely strong, not a lot of wind damage we've seen reports of. It's the rain and the water tonight that's going to be the problem for the roads. But when we talk about that wind blowing across the ocean, it's a huge storm. And you're saying, 1,500 miles of very strong winds. Just trying to think about this. You take a bowl of soup or a cup of coffee and blow, and you see some waves, right? And it's just a little bit of a light, air coming out of your mouth. Now take 30, 40 mile an hour winds, blow a body of water for 1,500 miles.
And do it for days.
That's pushing a lot of water.
That's what we call a fetch. That is right. Really something. And I want to show you how that is playing out. So what we're getting at the coast here, the saltwater flooding, the storm surge, the beach erosion is not just a result of the winds that are blowing locally. That's certainly enhancing the effect. But if we look at what's happening over a large swath of the Atlantic, so here's the southeast coast of the U.S., here's the east coast of Florida, here's the center of Nicole, and if you go from where the easterly winds start and you follow this, that is about 1,500 miles to the east coast of central and northern Florida. That is how long the winds are blowing the Atlantic Ocean in the same direction. That is a fetch. The longer time period the wind blows, over the longer distance, and the stronger the winds are, the more you're going to get the water piling up here. So that is what is allowing a Category 1 hurricane by the wind scale to produce this much of a problem on the coastline. And now we've got the core of the hurricane getting closer and closer. And then as it makes landfall here in the next few hours, then you're going to have the strongest winds on the northern side, and you're going to get some bona fide storm surge on top of all of the setup that has happened with the wave action that we've had today. Winds are on the increase in Vero. We're gusting closer and closer to 45 and 50 miles an hour. Stronger winds coming over the next few hours.
It'd be hard to say somebody's enthusiastic about football as I am, but Hannah's got to be pretty close. Me and the tailgate gang before every game order
3 strawberry milkshakes, no toppings.
For good luck.
He doesn't even have to order them. I know exactly what he wants. One weekend, you had forgotten to get those milkshakes, and then we lost the game. And then the next weekend, he came back. The milkshakes were left sitting on the table.
Here she comes running behind me. Mr. Chip, you forgot your strawberry milkshakes again. My 3 shakes. That is neat.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
Psoriasis really messes with you. Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentix. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentix.
You got to frank it up.
Crank it up!
Crank it up!
Yeah!
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Sometimes severe weather is unavoidable, but there are things you can do to give yourself peace of mind. Stock up on 3 days of non-perishable food and water for you and your pets. Add medications to your first aid kit in case pharmacies are closed. Store pictures of important documents, including your insurance coverage, on your devices. And make sure your car has enough fuel in case of an evacuation. Preparation before a storm can get you on the road to recovery fast. Visit allstate.com/disaster for more tips and resources.
Meet the 4-year-old who refused to wear pants this morning. Why, Andy?
I'm a dinosaur.
Won't wear pants. We'll eat Eggo waffles.
Get your wins where you can when you Lego with Eggo.
Moving forward starts with getting answers about where we are.
What is the city doing to support local small businesses?
How can we make our streets and subways safer?
We use our expertise to analyze the answers, so we know where our city is and where it's going.
What New Yorkers want to know, Inside City Hall is here to find out. And we do it every weeknight at 7 and 11 here on New York One. Also available on the Spectrum News app, exclusively on Spectrum.
The people here at AgeWell say it best.
Every day I go to work knowing that we're helping those who really need it.
We are a smaller plan. I feel like we can connect better with our members.
And we treat our members like our family.
We will assist you every step of the way to help you navigate the healthcare system and get the services that you need.
Extra attention, extra benefits, extra care. Feel well, live well, age well. Age well, New York.
Stronger surge and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, mainly clear, low 45, winds west-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday, mostly sunny skies, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Much of Florida, including here in Orlando, Florida, under the gun. Not just the coast, but also central Florida having to deal with the effects of Nicole. It could be a very dangerous storm. Remember, over on the coast, we're talking about the potential for buildings and houses to maybe fall into the Atlantic Ocean. Here, we're not talking about something as severe as that, but because of what the people here had to deal with during Ian, lots of preparation went into Nicole as far as lowering Lake Eola. You can see the lake right behind me. This is the central part of Orlando, Florida, right downtown. All the city buildings, all the county buildings and other skyscrapers are around here. They lowered all the lakes because it was during Ian that all of this flooded out. In fact, it was amazing because they got nearly 20 inches of rain here during Ian. That's not going to be the case with this storm. More like 3 to 5, but still, preparations and precautions went underway, making sure sandbags were available and people were heeding the warnings. Listen.
I'm worried about the water coming in from the last hurricane. We had some water damage, so I'm trying to prevent some more water damage this time around. I don't think it's going to be as bad as before, but again, water does a good amount of damage.
Other precautions that went into place, closing the airport, MCO, Orlando International. It shut down at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It was an urging from the people who run that airport not to come to the airport, even if you may have had a flight scheduled. They were saying, this is not a shelter. Please don't come here until we reopen. Also, hard to imagine, the most magical place on the planet, Disney, it shut down today. Disney, all of its sister parks, all the parks that make up the Disney compound, even Universal and even SeaWorld, all shutting down this afternoon and this evening. Eventually reopening tomorrow, but something that's going to be a real problem for the families and the kids over at Disney. We do know those character breakfasts have all been canceled, meaning Mickey, Minnie, Cinderella coming and greeting your kids at breakfast. Well, just as out of an abundance of caution for the people who play those roles, they're not going to be having those character breakfasts in the morning. So parents, good luck with that. In Orlando, Florida, Justin Michaels, the Weather Channel.
Thank you so much for that update, Justin. Now a live look here at the pier of Flagler Beach here in Flagler County, and we're seeing again that rough surf that is stretching up and down county after county here on the east coast of Florida, with the wind pushing a lot of this Atlantic Ocean into the east side of Florida at this hour as we look down here and looking off to the south as well. We're going to head now to St. Lucie County in Fort Pierce, Florida, where winds have been gusting to 30 miles an hour. But look at those lights there, those street lights. You see the wind blowing the rain or the ocean water. Hard to say with the proximity here to the ocean, but it looks like what you get when you have a tropical storm out there. That sideways rain with the strong winds blowing here again in Fort Pierce, winds gusting 30 miles an hour. Let's go now to our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knapp. Dr. Knapp, here we are, almost 10 o'clock, waiting for the next full advisory from the National Hurricane Center.
From your mouth to the Hurricane Center's keyboard. The advisory just came out.
In? Okay.
Just now come in.
No longer waiting.
So it's still a Category 1 with max winds of 75 miles an hour, still moving west-northwest at 13 miles an hour. Pressure is 980, and it's about 20 miles north-northeast of Settlement Point on Grand Bahama. So it has moved away from, at least the center has, moved away from Grand Bahama and getting closer and closer to landfall. Now, we're still a few hours away from landfall. We're moving west-northwest at 13. Still got a few dozen miles to go. It'll probably be after midnight at some point, depending on exactly what kind of wobbles and fits and starts it has as it moves northwestward. Now, here is I think will be the latest track intensity forecast. Yes, it has been updated. So this point here is the first point in this forecast 12 hours after 7 p.m. tonight. So this is valid 7 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And here we are at 10 p.m. Eastern time. And so again, you can kind of do the math here that it's going to be after midnight that it makes landfall. So in the overnight hours is when Hurricane Nicole is going to make its landfall. But again, you know, look how skinny the cone is when you're this close to landfall. That doesn't even come close, not even a chance of explaining where the impacts are going to be and where they have been already. But we're still going to have a tropical storm going through the Florida Big Bend tomorrow, and then a weakening system going north from there. But we're still going to have some significant impacts north and east from there. So what I'm going to do is take a look at see if there's any changes to the watches and warnings. The hurricane watch from Hallandale Beach to Boca Raton has been discontinued. Everything else is the same. So we still have a large hurricane that is going to be bringing hurricane conditions to the coast within the next few hours. Tropical storm warnings, hurricane warnings in effect.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
Moderate to severe eczema. It doesn't care if you have a date, a day off, or a double shift. Make your move and get out in front of eczema with steroid-free Sabinco. Not an injection. Sabinco is a once-daily pill for adults who didn't respond to previous treatments and is proven to help provide clearer skin and relieve itch fast. Sabinco continuously treats eczema whether you're flaring or not.
Sabinco can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Do not take with medicines that prevent blood clots, serious, sometimes fatal infections, lymphoma, lung, skin, and other cancers. Serious heart-related events and blood clots can happen. People 50 and older with heart disease risk factors have an increased risk of serious heart-related events or death with JAK inhibitors.
It's time to get out in front of eczema. Ask your doctor about once daily Sabinco.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
If you want to go fast, go faster. And if you got the devil on your shoulder, take him for a ride.
Better luck next time.
But I haven't even thrown yet.
You threw good money away when you bought those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat this either. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
For too long, spicy fast food has been anything but. No more. Spice Nirvana awaits at Arby's. Just say, I'll have a Diablo sandwich and loaded fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
It's Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days. Every Monday, huge deals will go live. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. So the only question is it Monday yet? That's Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed, the only smart bed in the world that actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to both of you. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Proven quality sleep only from Sleep Number.
Hurricane Nicole set to make landfall early Thursday morning as the latest on record for the east coast of Florida. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We just got the new advisory, the 10 p.m. Eastern advisory from the Hurricane Center. We'll get the latest and any updates and changes. We'll check in with Dr. Rick Knabb in just a moment. First, though, we head up the coast to Daytona Beach. Check in with Jim Cantori.
Even though we're over 200 miles from the center of Hurricane Nicole, it doesn't matter. The damage is done with the wave action here, enough so that they had to evacuate who was left in 11 condominiums today on Daytona Beach shores. We'll let you know how that went and the worry from the public information officer coming up.
Nicole not only battering the coast, but also central Florida. I'm Justin Michaels in Orlando, Florida, where many preparations went into the day leading into this storm, all with the goal of keeping people safe. We'll talk about that coming up.
And now just hours away from Nicole making landfall, Hurricane Nicole approaching the east coast of Florida at this hour, bringing some very rough surf, a lot of beach erosion, some very heavy rain. Hurricane warning stretching here all the way from Palm Beach County all the way up to Brevard County, up to Volusia County, right up to the Volusia-Flagler County border there. So from Boca Raton all the way up north of the Space Coast, could see hurricane conditions, tropical storm conditions expected across almost the entire peninsula. And Dr. Knabb, oftentimes when we cover some of these tropical systems that are a little bit tighter, maybe even a little bit stronger, you're talking a county or two getting the worst of it. But we're looking at just Florida alone, about more than 300 miles of wave action and beach erosion.
Yeah, so instead of there being a really narrow zone of really strong winds and then it drops off, the large hurricanes like this, they spread out that pressure gradient over a larger distance and you get a wide swath of comparable winds. Now, there is going to be a point where you have the max winds and you get bona fide sustained hurricane force winds at the coast. Somebody's going to get that, but a lot of the rest of you are going to get really strong tropical storm conditions. Now, here's the latest advisory. Came out at 10 p.m. Eastern time. Max wind still at 75 miles an hour. It just doesn't have much more time to change in intensity up or down from here. So this is probably going to be plus or minus 5 miles an hour, the landfall intensity. But there's not a whole lot of difference between 70, 75, and 80, somewhere in there. The pressure is still very low for a Cat 1 hurricane at 980 millibars. And motion is now west-northwest, so it's beginning that right-hand turn around the ridge over the western Atlantic. So here is the latest track and intensity forecast. And remember that the Hurricane Center's forecasts have a forecast point every 12 hours. They don't put a dot on the map or put a latitude and longitude for landfall location and landfall intensity, but that is expected to be as a Category 1 hurricane. And then it will weaken as a tropical storm by breakfast time tomorrow over central Florida, and a weaker tropical storm over the Big Bend tomorrow, but still potent enough to bring in some onshore flow, and then weakening, losing its tropical characteristics a couple of days from now. No big changes in terms of the system's structure. It is still hundreds of miles that the winds of tropical storm force extend off to the north all the way to North Carolina, South Carolina border area. No changes to the tropical storm and hurricane warnings, and no changes to the storm surge warning. So we are still going to be dealing with this onshore flow and storm surge for hours and hours to come. We've got the flash flood watches up, and we've got the risk of isolated tornadoes in east coast of central and northern Florida. So those are the particulars on the new advisory. And Mike Seidel, you're in Vero Beach still. The winds will be getting stronger because we're still a few hours away from landfall. That'll be after midnight. And it may be that you get the strongest winds on the northern side of it if the center comes ashore just south of you.
Like we are right now, Dr. Knapp. This is the strongest squall we've had so far. You can see on the radar it's kind of the outer eye wall. It's not solid. It's nothing like Ian by any imagination. We were in the eye wall on Ian for about 6 hours, winds gusting over 125 miles an hour. We'll probably get a gust 70, 75. That'll knock out some power. We've had about 10 to 12,000 customers out earlier this evening for the entire state, and it's all on the East Coast. This is where the story is. Now, tomorrow it'll move over towards the West Coast, but in a weaker variety. Look at the surf out here. My gosh, I can't even turn around. The rain is so hard, it's stinging me. But the wave action just eating away at the beaches. The tide is now beginning to go out, but we're getting the push in advance of Nicole with landfall, 4, 5, 6 hours away. So that'll negate that, but also the tide will continue to go out. Low tide is 218 Eastern. I've been mentioning that number for several days because that's the key here. Do we sync up the landfall and the push of water as it goes towards the coast and makes landfall with the low tide? And we're gonna be in the ballpark, and that'll save us a couple of feet of water. All we're getting up here on the lawn in front of the hotel are some waves hitting and spraying over. No concern about any of the property here taking on any salt water, except what's going to blow in through the windows or whatever. Let's go up the coast. Jim Cantori's had quite a story today with condos and buildings falling into the Atlantic. Jim's with us right now to see.
What a day it has been. Wave after wave after wave, tearing away at more of the beaches here at Daytona Beach Shores. Just showing you here the power of the water, which has already come in and compromised this building. And this building is really a good example of what the big worry was here today at Daytona Beach Shores. Enough so that around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they put out a big evacuation order for the condominiums, about 11 of them, where they wanted to take whoever was left in those buildings that didn't mandatory evacuate out. There was about 200 people that they got out of these buildings before the bridges closed at 7 p.m. tonight. But it's for exactly what you're seeing behind me here. Not for a small restroom, but for a condominium where you undermine the support of the structure and the structure collapses. That's what they're concerned about on some of these condominiums tonight and tomorrow morning with the high tide. So that's the big deal. We got a chance to talk to the Chief Public Information Officer here of the Daytona Beach Shores, and this is what he had to say about his concern with these buildings.
We were just able to complete the evacuation. We had 6 additional structures that were deemed to be unsafe by our chief building official this afternoon. It took us several hours. It took the help of the Volusia Sheriff's Office to come in. We went door to door in each one of those. Every one of them was a high-rise condo. Unfortunately, we had about 200 people who had not heeded the warning and the mandatory evacuation that was issued. They were supposed to have left on their own starting at 10 o'clock this morning. We ended up with very labor-intensive work to get done.
Again, some pretty strong words there from the police chief, Michael Fowler, on what he wants people to do and why he really came out and gave that. I mean, when you think about it, to issue an evacuation order for a structure that they don't feel is sound, that's a pretty strong statement, but that's how much this place has been beat. But it's not just Volusia County. It's the First Coast, it's the Space Coast, it's all the way down to the Treasure Coast. And so many of these areas, miles and miles and miles of beaches, have been undermined by the wave action that you're seeing in through here. So again, tomorrow morning, the storm will be on shore. We will continue to watch the high tide in the morning, and then things will change a little bit. Our wind will come more off the land, so it should have a friction component with it, and maybe even beat down these waves a little bit, and so that the evening high tide cycle of Thursday night will be a lot calmer for a lot of folks. Either way, you wonder what structures will make it through the night, and you wonder which ones won't. We'll find out tomorrow at first light. Reporting from Daytona Beach Shores, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori.
Okay, Jim, back down the coast here. Mike Seidel in Vero Beach, Florida, on the Treasure Coast. Landfall just around the corner. Nicole coming in November. The only other hurricane that's come in later in the continental United States was Kate in 1985, a few days before Thanksgiving. With that said, as it comes on shore, again, the water continues to pile up, but the tide is going out. The surf has been up since Sunday. We've had this northeast wind since Sunday. I was looking at the surf cams on Sunday as I was heading down here, and no matter where you look, from Boca to here to the Space Coast up towards St. Augustine and Jacksonville, everybody had hefty waves. Not like this, of course, but certainly the elevated surf and the wind persistently blowing it northeast to here 20 miles an hour or so until today when it ramped up. That has really decimated the beaches here. And as I said earlier, if you went out of town on vacation and came back and looked around, you'd see some palm fronds down tomorrow morning. And that would be about it inland for the most part. But you come out here and you're going, what happened to the beach? Now, it wasn't super wide to begin with, but whatever doom we had here is gone. That was wiped away, and now these waves just continue to take the sand out. It will naturally replenish. I grew up on the beaches of Maryland and Delaware, and you think, oh, what happened to the beach? But over time, some of that sand will come back. So, Dr. Nab, the cycle of nature, Corps of Engineers built these beaches back up, I think, a year or so ago, and that is seems like to me. Just a process where you're just spinning your wheels. They do that all the time up on the mid-Atlantic coast, and every 3 or 4 years, you're just battling what's going on in the atmosphere and what's going on out in the Atlantic.
Yeah, and it can be a very frustrating battle because there's been all kinds of dune restoration done in places like northeastern Florida, St. Augustine Beach and Jacksonville Beach, but with Matthew in 2016, and now with Ian and Nicole, it's going to be another battle to restore some of the beaches. But as Mike said, some of it happens naturally, but some of it has to be done with engineering. Now, let's take a look at the current radar and see where the center is. Again, it's northwest of Grand Bahama and Freeport right now. And so with it moving west-northwest at 13 miles an hour, we still might be, 5 hours away from landfall, plus or minus. That's a best guess. If we were to come ashore, say, in Fort Pierce, doing the math, that's about how long it would take. Here's one model's depiction, just to give you a sense of how this could play out. Because it's moving west-northwestward, and the coast bends to the northwest a little bit after West Palm Beach. So that angle of approach makes it hard to pinpoint the landfall. But in any case, that's about, a rough estimate of when it would come ashore, the center. But that is not going to dramatically change the conditions. We're still going to have many more hours after that of that onshore flow, especially northeastern Florida, well into tomorrow morning and midday. And then tomorrow afternoon and evening, you start to get the bona fide onshore push into the Florida Big Bend area. So that's why we've got 3 to 5 feet of saltwater flooding on both sides of the peninsula there. And you get a maximum of storm surge flooding 3, 4, 5 feet if you get the maximum onshore push at the time of astronomical high tide. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen because this gauge here at Port Canaveral, Trident Pier, around 9 p.m., it peaked at around 2.5 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground at the coast there. And that was at the time of high astronomical tide. And we had some onshore push from the storm. But now we were going closer and closer to low astronomical tide, midnight and beyond. But we're going to have more and more storm push. So this number isn't probably going to go up as much as it could have. We're going to lose a couple feet off of the flooding because of going to low astronomical tide. So at least we're catching a little bit of a break there. But still, this long fetch and onshore flow is going to be producing really, really nasty conditions at the beaches, and the winds are going to be going up. Chris, we're still gusting 40 to 50 in Vero Beach up to Melbourne. Those numbers will be coming up over the next several hours.
And Dr. Knapp, just south of there that you were showing, Fort Pierce, I want to show you that right now, show the camera, and also go back to the radar here in just a moment. But a live look right now. And, it's dark, of course. There's a lot of water being blown around here with the rain. But I've been looking at some of these street lights here. And while we're getting the rain's letting up just a little bit, every once in a while you're seeing that wind just cruising, pushing that rain right along there. So this is one close to where some of the worst of the weather may be, closer to the center in the coming hours. And every once in a while you see the splashes here. And then as well, it's hard to make out in this vantage point, but there's also some of the right through here. You can kind of see it right there. There is. Appreciate that with the graphics there, but there you go. Awesome, guys. You see the water, the puddles being pushed along, too. So really several things to think about here. There's that beach erosion. We're going to be talking a lot about that tonight, and unfortunately in the coming days, weeks, maybe even months, with the kind of things at stake right now. Some condos have been evacuated. Again, the very heavy rain. But this right here, when we look at the streets, we know there's been already some issues on the roadways. And again, already some of that heavy rain. You see Fort Pierce right there. Another round coming back in. But for the moment, this is what we're looking at. The rainfall not as extreme as it could be and as it was just a short while ago when there was some of that yellow and orange. But we're still monitoring several cameras from here to Vero, Daytona Beach, up to Flagler, St. Augustine as well. And this is a live look right now at some of those large waves. And you see, look at these waves. It's almost like waves are coming in phasing, coming one on top of each other. But it's this walk right here, and this camera will pan around occasionally, but you can kind of see the railing above the word Florida there. And look at those splashes. Every once in a while, you're going to see, you look right in here, and that's where you see every once in a while with these bigger waves, the splashes coming up and over. We show this also just to highlight and illustrate just how strong that surf is, which one of the big concerns, of course, a lot of beaches closed. You don't want to go in there, but it's the beach erosion. The next couple of days, these beaches are going to look a lot different than they did just a few days ago.
What does dry skin feel like?
It's really scaly. Like a pet lizard.
New Dove Body Wash with Microbiome Nutrient Serum transforms the driest skin in one shower.
I feel amazing. I feel like put on a really good dress.
Your skin's full of life again.
New Dove Body Wash.
I'm so thankful to you.
This year, we're not waiting for Black Friday. Get the best prices right now at LO Flooring's Better Than Black Friday sale, with up to 25% off over 300 floors and no interest for 36 months. The Better Than Black Friday sale ends November 15th. LO Flooring.
Tower cam for hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. It looks like
you paid too much for your glasses.
Oh.
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
Dad, tomorrow, can we go to the playground?
All right, we're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground.
Have fun.
We're coming. I'll see you later. I'm headed to the playground.
Wait for me. Yeah, just like that.
got one more. You think I've never been to the playground?
Shop Best Buy and experience the magic of giving the perfect gift. Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill, once a day, that's effective without topical steroids. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. Plus, they felt fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
To everyone this holiday season, give love, give style, find joy for everyone on your list with Macy's Gift Finder.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
10 years ago, we started Untuckit out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length. So you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Find the perfect holiday gift at untuckit.com today.
Personalized financial advice from Ameriprise can do more than help you reach your goals. We can make this work. It can help you reach them with confidence. No wonder more than 9 out of 10 of our clients are likely to recommend us. Ameriprise Financial. Advice worth talking about.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy. Sweet! Senecot laxative gummies.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, mainly clear, low 45, winds light and variable. Thursday, mostly sunny skies, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
We're back here at Vero Beach. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel here on the Treasure Coast. We've been here since Sunday, and the wind has not stopped blowing. It's blowing a lot harder right now, obviously, and we apologize for that. One thing I've learned tonight and for many, many years is hurricanes and alcohol don't mix, so we just can't help it. These people are going back and forth, and they've had a little bit too much of an adult beverage. Look at the surf out here tonight, just incredible. We've got offshore Cape Canaveral, we've had up to 35 footers, 35 feet It's hard to tell how high they are here. I mean, we got 8 or 10 footers. What they do is they hit the seawall, and then the water goes back, and they come together. And boy, we'll see if we get one here. This wave will come up here and hit this seawall. Some of it blows over, and then as the water goes back, the wave goes back to the east and hits this wave coming in, and wasn't that impressive, but just a lot of wave action out here. And the bottom line is we're losing more and more of this beach. The tide is going to be low at 2:18 a.m., about the time Nicole makes landfall, probably just south of here. So that's going to help us out in the overall water level with that surge warning of 3 to 5 feet. There goes a wave just over the seawall. With that said, with this seawall here, we're not concerned about any water getting into these properties. Winds, we were in the break. I think we had another gust 60, 65 miles an hour. It's just roaring through here with some very heavy rainfall. And you can see on radar where the center is. It's moving now west-northwest. And about 30 minutes ago, it was about 75 miles east-northeast of Palm Beach. So it obviously is going to go in north of Palm Beach, but I don't think it's going to be this far north. And this is not like Ian or a major hurricane where you have this solid eye wall and you're going to get wind gusts 125 miles an hour. That's not the case here. This is a minimal Category 1 hurricane, Dr. Nab, but enough wind to knock out power. And as you can see, enough wind to rattle my jacket tonight here at Vero Beach.
And you really get the sense of the power of the water in this case with that shot behind you, Mike. Thanks for conveying what's going on there at the coastline. And it is going to get worse before it gets better. We are catching that break of the center coming ashore not far from low astronomical tide, which will shave a couple of feet off of the saltwater flooding. But it is still going to be likely getting near or above that 3-foot threshold, so it's still good. Those storm surge warnings are up. And we got a few gauges there in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. They're at 1 to 2 feet above normally dry ground at the coastline. And for the want of more gauges on the east coast of Florida, we got to get some funding for that. But anyway, we have a gauge there at Port Canaveral that peaked about 2.5 feet of saltwater flooding above normally dry ground at the coast where that gauge is. It has come down because of going from high astronomical tide, hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and now we're coming down on the way toward low astronomical tide, but we still have an onshore push. So the storm is making up for some of that and getting up near 2 feet up in the Jacksonville area and the St. Johns River area because we have such a long fetch and we have a large hurricane that's pushing the water toward the coastline. So even though low astronomical tide will shave a couple feet off, we're still going to have some dangerous storm surge as the system's coming ashore. Look at the northwestern eye wall perking up a bit with a burst of convection. And here we are with the center northwest of Grand Bahama, and it's centered, about 60 miles offshore from Palm Beach County. So let's take a look at what's going on in Broward and Palm Beach County. So if you're I-595, if you're north of there, you're getting some heavy rain and squally weather. If you're south of there, not as much. But look at West Palm Beach International Airport, gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour at times. And then Stewart also gusting 45, near 50 miles an hour. Now up the road a piece, Fort Pierce in Vero Beach gusting in that 35 to 45, 50 mile an hour range. But if we go back to looking at where the center is, and notice that the Fort Pierce area here is getting this ragged outer band and about to go into a bit of a break. But then they'll get the northwestern eye wall as this moves west-northwestward. And then eventually someone on the coast here, north of the landfall location, will get that northern eye wall, such as it is, not the most solid eye wall we've ever seen, but that's where the strongest winds will be. So it'll be north of Palm Beach County, maybe in this zone somewhere, Fort Pierce up to Melbourne, that gets the strongest winds, sometime after midnight as the system is coming ashore. But even farther to the north in the Cape Canaveral area, 40-plus mile-an-hour gusts. Orlando's gusting 30 to 40 miles an hour. And even recently at Klondike Beach, northern end of the Cape Canaveral area, a gust to 60 miles an hour. Now, the sensor's a bit high up, but still, it just shows you go up higher in a high rise, you're getting stronger winds than you would at the surface. Daytona to St. Augustine, gusting 30 to 40, even up into the Jacksonville area, we're gusting 30 to 40. Stay with us. Ongoing team coverage continues here on the Weather Channel.
today, my friend. You did it. You did it. You
Good news. A new clinical study showed that Centrum Silver supports cognitive health in older adults. It's one more step towards taking charge of your health. So every day, you can say, Centrum Silver.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social. Shop legendary deals at Amazon.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops at the same time. From the wet to the dry. Even the Hydrovac conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Order up, order up. Ticket, next. Order up, go, go. Next in line. Watch the flames.
Yeah, I am stressed, Fitbit. Breathe. Listen to your body. Feel your power. Fitbit by Google.
Your heart is the beat of life. If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Moderate to severe eczema. It doesn't care if you have a date, a day off, or a double shift. Make your move and get out in front of eczema with steroid-free Sabinco. Not an injection. Sabinco is a once-daily pill for adults who didn't respond to previous treatments, and is proven to help provide clearer skin and relieve itch fast. Sabinco continuously treats eczema whether you're flaring or not.
Sabinco can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Do not take with medicines that prevent blood clots. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, lymphoma, lung, skin, and other cancers, serious heart-related events, and blood clots can happen. People 50 and older with heart disease risk factors have an increased risk of serious heart-related events or death with JAK inhibitors.
It's time to get out in front of eczema. Ask your doctor about once daily Sabinco.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Tracking Hurricane Nicole here on the Weather Channel, and this right here, a live look, Flagler Beach here. This on the northern part of the east coast of Florida, and scanning the waves, a lot of rough surf here. When it has that look of just white from far out into the darkness all the way up here to the beach. A lot of wave action. This is some really rough surf. You have waves almost crashing on top of each other at times here in Flagler County, all the way down as well, down several counties, all the way down to Broward County. We've seen some very heavy surf and some strong winds that have been persistent. So you're looking at more than 300 miles essentially of coastline getting battered like this. A lot of beach erosion we've seen already, threatening property as well in several areas up and down the east coast of Florida. And here in Dania Beach, this not too far away from Fort Lauderdale and the Fort Lauderdale Airport, if you're familiar with the area. This is just south of Fort Lauderdale. And also the rain's coming in pretty good here at this time, with also the wind and the waves being pushed along as we continue to track Hurricane Nicole right now, which does remain a strong storm up and down the coast, with long-lasting, persistent winds expected for hours before landfall. But the problem with this storm has continued since it began just even a couple days ago with the rough surf, and it's likely to continue. We are live around the clock tonight tracking this hurricane. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren alongside hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. We'll get the latest from him in just a moment, but first, some of the sights and sounds as Hurricane Nicole moves ashore in Florida. And right now we want to get back out live to the east coast of Florida. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Vero Beach, where Nicole and the wind well ahead of the center of the storm has been pounding the beach there, Mike. When you look at this storm and what you've seen there on the ground and knowing what's going on up and down the east coast of Florida, what stands out the most to you about this storm?
Certainly the width and breadth of the beach erosion and the surf. We've been dealing with this since Sunday, not at this magnitude, of course, but from South Florida through the Treasure Coast, Space Coast, up towards Jacksonville, the whole coast, and now into the Carolinas, Georgia and the Carolinas. We've had this onshore wind, courtesy of Nicole, developing subtropical, tropical, now a hurricane, and a high to the north. So the double whammy in the pressure gradient. By the way, that squall that just went through here, weather station just up the coast 5 miles reported a wind gust of 75 miles an hour, so that's hurricane force. The airport inland, which makes a difference. I mean, you get the friction that lowers the wind speed, gusted to 54 miles an hour. So we've had enough wind, certainly, to knock out some power. We'll check the latest on the power outages. By the way, Florida Power and Light a couple days ago mentioned they had 13,000 crews ready to take care of any power that gets knocked out. And I'm sure many of those are barely just getting rested from that horrible situation with Ian in southwest Florida. The surf is wound up. Now the tide is starting to go out. It has been for about 2 hours, but noticing that the whole beach is still pretty much underwater. Not a frequent rise in the water and then the splash over. So we are seeing some of the water going out, but Nicole's approaching, and then we have to deal with the storm surge. We've got a storm surge warning up now for 3 to 5 feet for most of the coast, actually. That's another thing about this storm. Typically, along and to the right, where it comes in, you have the highest storm surge, but it doesn't extend several hundred miles or a couple hundred miles up the coast. But that's the nature of this very broad circulation that tightened up enough, became tropical, and is now going to be the latest landfalling hurricane on record on the east coast of Florida. We're live all night, and we've got Jen Carfagner. She's getting geared up. She's going to be on all night from 1 to 5 a.m. Eastern up at Cocoa Beach as Nicole makes landfall in the overnight hours on a Thursday morning.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
What does dry skin feel like?
It was really scaly. Like a pet lizard.
New Dove Body Wash with Microbiome Nutrient Serum transforms the driest skin in one shower.
I feel amazing. I feel like put on a really good dress.
Your skin's full of life again.
New Dove Body Wash.
Meet three sisters. The drummer, the dribbler, and the daydreamer. The dribbler's getting hands-on practice with her Chase First Banking debit card. The drummer's making savings simple with a tap. Round of applause. And this dreamer, well, she's still learning how to budget, so Mom keeps her alerts on full volume.
Hey!
What? It's true. And that's all thanks to Chase First Banking. Freedom for kids, control for parents. One bank with tools for both, all with no monthly service fee. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
All right now.
What if my coverage isn't right? What if I accidentally hit a food truck? What if it gets covered in empanadas?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Thanks.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Certified turbocharger, suspension, and fuel injection.
Translation? Certified goosebumps.
Certified from headlamp to tailpipe.
That's certified head turns.
And it's all backed by our unlimited mileage warranty.
That means unlimited peace of mind. Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned. Translation: the Mercedes of your dreams is closer than you think.
The unknown is not empty. It's a storm that crashes and consumes, replacing thought with worry. But one thing can calm uncertainty: an answer. Uncovered through exploration, teamwork, and innovation. An answer that leads to even more answers. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's just a cold. If you have high blood pressure, a cold is not just a cold. Coracetin is the #1 doctor-recommended cold and flu brand, specially designed for people with high blood pressure. Be there for life's best moments. Trust Coracetin.
You got KFC, mijo.
This drum and thigh combo is only $6.
Good deal. For you. But you bring nothing home for your abuelita.
You okay?
No.
Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
When you get Domino's delivered, you can get any 2 or more mix and match items for $6.99 each. And now we're adding $6.99 Parmesan bread bites. And what happened to the other lava cake?
Sebastian.
Yeah, that's weird. Get 2 or more mix and match items delivered for $6.99 each.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen again.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Welcome home! I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Hurricane Nicole is centered, about 55, 60 miles off the coast of Palm Beach County, but it's not going to make landfall there. It's moving west-northwest and going to make landfall a little bit farther up the coast where the coastline bends in a little bit. So given all of that, looks like 4 to 5 hours plus or minus when the center crosses the coastline. And so what we're getting on the northwest side here in places like Fort Pierce and Vero Beach and Stewart is a kind of a ragged primary outer band, but then you're going to get the northwestern eye wall or the northern eye wall, and that's where the strongest winds will be once it comes ashore, and that's when we get the strongest onshore push from the storm itself, thankfully coming in at about low tide astronomically. But there's 3 a.m. the model has it as one possibility there coming in just south of Vero Beach. And then you're going to have the really strong winds and the storm surge on the northern side of that continuing in northeast Florida well into tomorrow morning. And then with all of that wind and rain inland over central and northern Florida all night long. Tomorrow afternoon, evening, you'll get the onshore push into the Florida Big Bend. And we got this very long fetch that continues to push the Atlantic Ocean into this concave-shaped coastline of the southeast U.S., plus the business end of the hurricane here with a northwestern eye wall that's starting to perk up a little bit. And again, looking at what kind of winds we're experiencing, there's the western eye wall up in here, and even in Palm Beach County, we're getting gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. South of 595 in Broward, not much going on, but north of there, you're getting some of these outer bands. And then Stewart is gusting to 40, 45 miles an hour. So is Fort Pierce. Vero Beach now gusting over 50 miles an hour at that airport. Melbourne over 40 miles an hour. And then the Cape Canaveral area gusting over 40. Even Orlando now gusting 30 to 35, almost gust to tropical storm force. And we've had the gusts about 60 miles an hour there north of Cape Canaveral at Klondike Beach, and gusting even near tropical storm force all the way up to St. Augustine, Chris. So it's going to get worse overnight before it gets better.
All right, Dr. Knapp, and we've seen hour after hour the wind and the waves really taking a toll up and down the east coast of Florida. We've seen a lot of videos tonight as well of some of the damage and a lot of the beach erosion. For some perspective on this and a firsthand account, joining us now, Krista Dowling-Goodrich. Krista helps run a property rental agency in Daytona Beach Shores. Krista, thanks for being with us. As soon as we watched some of the video you shot today, will you kind of talk about what you were seeing and what this normally looks like?
Yeah, so that house this morning had 30 feet of backyard and pavers behind it. The owner had drinks with friends last night on the pavers overlooking the ocean. They lost about 30 yards also during Ian, but they had maintained having a backyard. And as of 11 o'clock this morning, that backyard was completely gone, as well as all the yards around it.
So wait, so during Ian, they lost 30 yards and then an additional 30 feet? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
And yes, sorry, I think it was 30 feet they lost. Sorry, not 30 yards, but 30 feet in Ian, and then another 30 feet this morning.
So two storms, 60 feet, and this is where they are now. With it looks like their home is just on the brink.
Yeah, when we left a couple hours ago, it was on the brink, and so we're going to go back first thing in the morning and check and see how it is. But we're expecting it's going to be pretty devastating.
What are people saying around town?
Well, most everyone's left, thank goodness. People are very concerned. They've evacuated 12 of our condominium buildings. We watched them physically making people leave earlier today. People are very nervous. We have a lot of older population that are concerned about if their homes are going to be here when they get back. And then most of the owners of the houses that have lost their backyards, they've gone to other places and are just really worried about what they're going to find when they come back.
And rightfully so. This is heartbreaking to see for all of these residents here. Have you been through storms before in the past?
I have, yeah.
How does this compare?
So it's really strange because it's on the tail end of Ian, so we weren't recovered yet. Our dunes and our seawalls, as you've been seeing, were very compromised. And so this is significantly different. The weather, the wind, and the rain's not so horrific, but the ocean just crashing into that seawall, and there's no protection left for any of the dunes, the condos, the hotels, and the houses. So that makes us significantly scarier than I think any storm we've ever been through.
And as we're still looking at the video you shot today of a lot of erosion, especially with your perspective of how bad it's been here, anywhere else, anything else stand out to you today?
Yeah, I'm sure you saw our lifeguard stands and bathrooms have gone into the ocean. Again, so many of the condos, we've watched their pools just slide into the ocean and their entire back areas, miniature golf courses going into the ocean. And so fortunately, they did actually make people leave. That was our scariest thing, was we were all concerned about waking up to find buildings collapsed with people in them. So we're just really glad they made that call.
All right, Krista Dowling-Goodrich, thank you so much for your time, and we're thinking about you, and the best of luck to everyone there in this tough time. Want to get back now here, Fort Pierce, St. Lucie County, with the heavy rain. Look at this sideways rain, getting a band coming through right now, packing a really big punch, but as we just saw, not just the rain, but it's the wave action doing so much damage already today, still hours ahead of landfall.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops all at the same time. With its self-cleaning antimicrobial brush roll and odor-neutralizing solution, it conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment with Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
WeatherTech gift cards have the power to wow everyone on your holiday list, offering a variety of American-made products.
WeatherTech. Nice.
Like floor liners, cargo liner, tablet holder, boot tray, cup phone, sink mat, pet feeding system, anti-fatigue comfort mat, and more. Order the WeatherTech gift card instantly for the perfect gift at WeatherTech.com.
New Eggo Liège-style waffles. A no toaster needed, grab-and-go breakfast. Lego with Eggo.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
Better luck next time.
But I haven't even thrown yet.
You threw good money away when you bought those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat this either. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists,
$7.99.
8-piece wings,
$7.99.
large one-topping pizzas,
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal,
Domino's.
At Spectrum, we're always working to improve your customer experience. We've designed the free My Spectrum app to make all of your services, including Spectrum Mobile, more convenient to manage. Easily check your account statement, get support or troubleshoot equipment, even change your mobile plan. And if you have advanced Wi-Fi, use the My Spectrum app to manage user settings and monitor your network security. Download the free My Spectrum app today. Visit spectrum.net to find out more.
For years, New Yorkers only had one way to move, with cardboard and tape. Those were dark days for people on their way to new places. But now, there's a new way, convenience. Our bins make packing and moving easy. Book a clean green move today and put convenience into your life. And when your move is complete, we pick them up. Call today or visit our site. Operators are standing by.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mainly clear, low 45, winds light and variable. Thursday, mostly sunny skies, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57, winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Right now here live on the Weather Channel, tracking Hurricane Nicole and watching Fort Pierce, Florida with the sideways rain. If you look at those street lights right there, and not just the sideways rain, but the ocean, it looks like the surf as it's kicking up against the beach here. Some of that water is spraying across the road and what I believe was a sidewalk here. Again, winds have been gusting around 30 miles an hour here in Fort Pierce. This is in St. Lucie County, watching the rain here flowing sideways. Now, this is why Dr. Nab was telling you last night, stay off the roads today and especially into tonight. There are some people on the roadways right now. This Interstate 95, looking at the northbound direction with winds gusting close to 50, gusts to 47 here in the Vero Beach area. And that is some serious business. If you're driving too fast or just being on the roads, you can get yourself into trouble with low visibility, perhaps stuff flying around, and certainly tough for the windshield wipers to keep up with this tropical rain blowing into your windshield, really reducing visibilities quite a bit. Also, this evening tonight, watching several cameras, including the camera mounted in the vehicle that storm tracker Charles Peak has been driving around in. And this is that view here in Palm Beach Gardens, where the winds have been gusting around 35. That stop sign blowing around, the palms going pretty wild, and every once in a while you look at that street light in the center of your screen, you can see more of that sideways rain. And Charles is joining us also here on the phone. Charles, as you've been driving around, what have you seen? What stands out to you so far this evening?
Right now, Chris, I moved from Palm Beach Gardens. I'm actually over near Juno Beach, just about a block off of the ocean front here. And the winds are a lot stronger over here. You can see it in that the visual there with the palm trees and the stop sign. The heavier band of rain pushed through probably about 45 minutes ago. It's pushed a little south of here. We do still have some moderate rain coming here, and the winds are strong, but most everybody has heeded the warnings. I mean, compared to about 5 hours ago here when traffic was still very heavy around, there's almost nobody out right now. So, Chris, it's a good sign they're taking. There are some of the roads that are water covered. A few of them I came across it maybe had about a foot of water over them. And, but overall, the flooding is not what we're seeing a little further north. It's not in this area that I've come across.
Charles, you said there was a lot of people on the roads about 5 hours ago. What's been the difference in the weather from then to now?
The winds have picked up a little. Actually, right now, there you were having a few more rain bands coming in, but you had daylight, and so a lot of people were out and about finishing up their last-minute preparations, but a lot of people were out at the shore wanting to take in this incredible storm, this unusual storm for this time of year, and seeing these huge waves, and so there are a lot of people looking at that as well.
So what's your plan, Charles, for the next few hours?
I'm going to keep working this area in Palm County here and just continue to see what we have as the storm pushes itself on. I'm on the weaker side, quote unquote, of the storm. But we'll see what happens. Sometimes these can catch people off guard, especially if you're driving and you hit one of those road-covered areas. You can lose control of your vehicle real quick. So this is a night just to hunker down and wait it out.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Storm Tracker Charles Peak. We'll be checking back in with you and monitoring your camera as well. Want to go back to our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. And Dr. Knabb, we're going to be talking a lot about the outer bands, the eye wall, the eye coming on shore. But the landfall is really only part of the story. And in the big picture, really only kind of a small part of the story, isn't it?
Yeah, especially for the east coast of central and northern Florida. It's going to be bad no matter what the details are. But if you compare where Charles Peak is in Palm Beach Gardens, northern Palm Beach County in the Juno Beach area, to a place farther north like Fort Pierce, Vero, the path of the center does make a difference because Charles is in this area, but up in here for Pierce and Vero and Stewart and Melbourne, they're going to be more likely to get the stronger winds. So there's the center up in here, and here is northern Palm Beach County, the Juno Beach area. And West Palm Beach has been gusting, 30, 40 miles an hour plus, but Stewart gusting over 48. And this is the zone here as the center comes ashore that you will get not just one of these outer bands, but the bona fide northern eye wall. So it will get worse over the next few hours.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959.
Then we took a hard left in East Africa.
A right at Baja.
A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge.
But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing.
Leaves are changing.
Are switching to Ram.
During the Ram Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing plus $2,000 total bonus cash on the 2022 Ram 1500.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops at the same time. From the wet to the dry. Even the Hydrovac conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
During Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $79 HP Chromebook, plus other hot deals. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. Head to Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
Okay, Fitbit, let's get today's cardio. Almost there. Got it. Listen to your body, feel your power. Fitbit by Google.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
So?
The new iPhone 14 Pro. It's amazing.
Yep, the camera is incredible. And you'll get our best deal.
Nice, but everyone should get it.
Everyone can get it.
Every new customer.
And every existing customer.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Okay, my work here is done. Everyone gets the best deal on every iPhone.
Best one yet.
Everyone gets AT&T's best deals on every iPhone, including up to $800 off iPhone 14 Pro.
Are you coming for my job?
Each year at the Home Depot, we get so ecstatic. We pull out the tools to make holiday magic. All through November, we have Black Friday savings because no one should wait to get decorating. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Tell me the
chimichanga.
Name the device.
A telephone.
Turns out moms are always right. And it turns out the General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years. For a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, go with the General.
Real fruit, whole grains, and chocolatey chunks. Doing something good for yourself has never been this delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
Our craftsmen begin each day perfectly seasoning our Hillshire Farm smoked sausage so that you can end each day crafting a perfectly delicious dinner. Hillshire Farm, made right on the farm.
Welcome back to Vero Beach, Florida. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. Wind ramps up. Surf has been up for 4 days. Nicole, a hurricane in November. It's going to make landfall in about 4 or 5 hours, and that'll make it the latest on record on the east coast of Florida. We got it all covered for you. Back in the studio with Chris Warren and Dr. Rick Knabb. But first, we head up the coast and touch base with Jim Cantori.
Even though we're over 200 miles from the center of Hurricane Nicole, it doesn't matter. The damage is done with the wave action here, enough so that they had to evacuate. Who was left in 11 condominiums today on Daytona Beach shores? We'll let you know how that went and the worry from the public information officer coming up.
And as Mike mentioned, just hours now away from Hurricane Nicole making landfall, but it's already been hours, if not days, since the beaches have been getting pounded by some rough surface. We saw behind Jim Cantori there. And we continue to watch some of the heavy rain bands coming in, the winds picking up as this rare November hurricane is still hammering the east coast of Florida as it is getting closer and closer to landfall. Hurricane warnings posted up and down the east coast of Florida, and the tropical storm warnings posted all the way up into Georgia, South Carolina, and all along most of the west coast of Florida as well. This is a far-reaching hurricane with tropical storm conditions expected across most counties in the state of Florida. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. We are live tonight around the clock all night long, covering this rare November hurricane. For the latest right now on the meteorology of this storm, let's head over to our hurricane expert, former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knapp. And your thoughts at this hour, anything that's going not as expected, for better or worse?
No, I think it is following the general script that we expected. Not a rapidly intensifying hurricane, but a large one that has been producing tropical storm conditions on the east coast of Florida for hours now. But now, over the next few hours, for a few spots, it will get a lot worse and a lot windier. Someone's going to get the full brunt of this Category 1 hurricane, and it's getting a little clearer where that zone is most likely to be, and moving west-northwest at 13. So it was going south of west, now making that turn toward the Florida Peninsula. And again, the winds of tropical storm force extend more than 450 miles off to the north. So that's why you're getting the tropical storm conditions, at least in gusts, Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, all the way into nearly North Carolina. But we have the strongest winds probably happening in the northern eye wall right in here. Now, the northern part of Palm Beach County here, where the coast of Florida starts to bend northwestward, that's right in here, and the center of circulation is about 50 miles away from that point, moving west-northwestward. So it's pretty safe to say that places like Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach are not going to get the strongest winds that Nicole will produce on land. That's going to be farther north. So looking at the future radar, one model's depiction of this, the center could come ashore, say, not far south of Vero Beach, but that would put that northern eye wall, which probably has the strongest winds, up into the Sebastian and Melbourne and maybe, Cape Canaveral areas in the 3, 4, 5 a.m. time frame. So that's the future depiction. But if you look closely about what's going on, the strongest winds are not in West Palm Beach, but farther to the north, where in Vero and Fort Pierce, we've been gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour. Sebastian, Melbourne also. So Mike Seidel, who's in Vero Beach, I think, Mike, the greatest chances of the strongest winds, and they're going to get stronger than what you're experiencing now, are going to be from where you are up to Cape Canaveral over the next few hours.
Yes, indeed. These are sustained in the 40s, and the rain is really coming down. We're going to have Chris Erickson pan over towards the light, and you get an idea of how hard it's raining, blowing around. It's not like snow. Snow's very sexy on camera, and a little bit of light snow looks like it's a blizzard, but with rain, it doesn't pick up and reflect the light like the ice crystal. So you can see how hard it is raining, and it's blowing sideways, obviously. And the wind is about parallel to the beach. We had northeast winds since Sunday, and today they've moved around to the more the north, and with that, that's pushing the water down the coast, the longshore drift. High tide was earlier, about 8 o'clock. Now we've got low tide coming up at 2 o'clock this morning as Nicole comes to the coast just south of here. So that's going to help us out a little bit because the water's been going out, and it has gone out some. I'm looking down here in the dark, and I can see the rocks. By the way, we had a dune that was about 4 feet high down there, what was left of the dune, 4 feet high and about 8 or 9 feet wide, and it was washed away overnight, and by this morning that was gone. All we have is the concrete barrier, the fence, and we have some rocks below us. The surf is just crazy. That is going to tame down tomorrow morning, and by midday tomorrow it won't look anything like this. The wind's going to turn offshore, and that southwest wind will help things out and keep the water away from at least most of the beach. Let's go up to Daytona Beach. They've had issues at Daytona Beach shores with property collapsing into the Atlantic, and we've got Storm Tracker Jim Cantori up there this evening.
What a day it has been. Wave after wave after wave, tearing away at more of the beaches here at Daytona Beach shores. Just showing you here the power of the water, which has already come in and compromised this building. And this building is really a good example of what the big worry was here today at Daytona Beach shores. Enough so that around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they put out a big evacuation order for the condominiums, about 11 of them, where they wanted to take whoever was left in those buildings that didn't mandatory evacuate out. There was about 200 people that they got out of these buildings before the bridges closed at 7 p.m. tonight. But it's for exactly what you're seeing behind me here. Not for a small restroom, but for a condominium where you undermine the support of the structure and the structure collapses. That's what they're concerned about on some of these condominiums tonight and tomorrow morning with the high tide. So that's the big deal. We got a chance to talk to the Chief Public Information Officer here of the Daytona Beach shores, and this is what he had to say about his concern with these buildings.
We were just able to complete the evacuation. We had 6 additional structures that were deemed to be unsafe by our chief building official this afternoon. It took us several hours. It took the help of the Volusia Sheriff's Office to come in. We went door to door in each one of those. Every one of them was a high-rise condo. Unfortunately, we had about 200 people who had not heeded the warning and the mandatory evacuation that was issued. They were supposed to have left on their own starting at 10 o'clock this morning. We ended up with very labor-intensive work to get done.
Again, some pretty strong words there from the police chief, Michael Fowler, on what he wants people to do and why he really came out and gave that. I mean, when you think about it, to issue an evacuation order for a structure that they don't feel is sound, that's a pretty strong statement, but that's how much this place has been beat. But it's not just Volusia County. It's the First Coast, it's the Space Coast, it's all the way down to the Treasure Coast. And so many of these areas, miles and miles and miles of beaches, have been undermined by the wave action that you're seeing in through here. So again, tomorrow morning, the storm will be on shore. We will continue to watch the high tide in the morning, and then things will change a little bit. Our wind will come more off the land, so it should have a friction component with it, and maybe even beat down these waves a little bit, and so that the evening high tide cycle of Thursday night will be a lot calmer for a lot of folks. Either way, you wonder what structures will make it through the night, and you wonder which ones won't. We'll find out tomorrow at first light. Reporting from Daytona Beach shores, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori.
Okay, Jim, thanks. And the issue up the coast is they're going to have the onshore flow much longer than we are, because once that hurricane goes in and goes by us just to our south and west, the winds will start to go offshore. But up there, as the hurricane goes in and weakens to a tropical storm, they're still going to get that push. The farther north you go on the coast, the longer it lasts. Although the hurricane will weaken to a tropical storm, the winds will come down slowly. But the beaches up there, just like here, just getting decimated tonight, Dr. Dab. And these winds, as you mentioned, they have ramped up. It's a steady wind now, running probably 45 plus miles an hour in this outer eye wall, would you call it, Dr. Dab? Although it's not a solid one, it's kind of fragmented and ragged, but it definitely is a windier setup right now than it was an hour or so ago as far as a sustained wind.
Yeah, Mike, I think the area of coastline that's most likely to get a bona fide eye wall and that will get the strongest winds might end up being north of you, even though the center could come ashore south of you, because the size of this hurricane, that's why there could be that disparity. You might be kind of in between. Let me explain when I look at the radar here. So the eye of Hurricane Nicole is something like 55 miles across. So this is a very wide eye. And, you know, Vero Beach is up in here, just north of Fort Pierce. And if you imagine this northern eye wall, that is probably where the strongest winds are in a system moving to the west-northwest, the northern to northeastern eye wall. If it's moving west-northwest, and say, just for example, if it were to come ashore at the center of the hurricane around Fort Pierce, say around 3 a.m., that's just a ballpark. Then you would put the northern eye wall maybe into places like Melbourne and get into Cape Canaveral. So that, that's just one of the possibilities. But something a little bit farther to the south could bring the northern eye wall, northeastern eye wall into Vero. Something a little farther north, maybe Cape Canaveral, and a little farther north gets the strongest winds. Now, but in terms of what's going on right now, you don't really have the northern eye wall, the northwestern eye wall. As Mike said, it's very ragged. See, here's the northwestern eye wall that's trying to maintain some definition, but in Vero and Fort Pierce, you're kind of in between that main band and the northwestern, ragged eye wall. So it's, even though the winds are picking up, they don't have the benefit of the strong convection that this zone does. So this is really where the strongest winds are going to be. But even though you're not getting a bona fide eye wall, you're still gusting well over 50 miles an hour. And some of these reporting stations are not right on the beach. So even Melbourne's gusting at 47. But this is the zone, north of Vero, Melbourne, Sebastian, getting up into the Cape Canaveral area that could eventually get the strongest winds. And that is important for a place like Orlando. Going back again, if the track of the hurricane were to go kind of like this, you could end up, even though it won't be as strong as the winds on the coast, Metro Orlando could get some pretty strong winds out of this that are comparable to what some of the coastal areas are getting. And Chris, one thing I'll point out is that once you get to winds that are inland, as compared to open exposure at the beach, the gust factor goes up. So for a given sustained wind in an inland area, the gusts can be a lot stronger, maybe even 40% stronger than the sustained wind. So we could get some substantial gusts inland in Central Florida after landfall tomorrow morning.
And I was looking at FPL just a second ago, Florida Power and Light, not seeing a ton of power outages right now. I mean,
but they're coming.
If your power's out, there's a lot. I mean, there's a big expanse, very spotty through most of the at least west coast of the east coast of the state. But yeah, I would imagine that to really start to jump here in the coming hours. And here it is. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right there. You're below. It's in the hundreds or 1,100, 1,200, 1,600, 2,600, but adding up to around 11,000. So they're there. There's definitely a storm. But also notice, we're talking South Florida all the way up to the first coast. And right in the middle here's Daytona Beach. And Daytona Beach here in Volusia County. So you're up just north of Brevard County. And as we look at this, what we're seeing, if the ocean's on your left and we're on the East Coast, then we're looking south, and you're looking at these winds just howling. Look at those flags just whipping around, just consistently, just completely taut, just whipping. And every once in a while, as we watch this camera, you see this rough surf over here. There will be some waves that will crash up and over the seawall here. Looks like there's some steps that perhaps go down to what would normally be a beach, but that is water going right up.
Chris,
to this point. Yeah, Dr. Knapp.
One thing that just came to my mind while you're showing that Daytona Beach shot, that is 200 miles from the center of the hurricane, and they're getting gusts 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, 200 miles from the center. Yeah, but you see those flags? I mean, that's just going, just whipping around.
Yeah, see that
in the sea foam.
Tropical storm conditions are no picnic.
Right. Yeah. I mean, gusting and stronger than 50 miles an hour.
For hours and hours, this is going to last way into tomorrow morning.
And also up and down the coast. There you go. There's about 200 miles from Daytona, and you can imagine just how bad it's going to be when that center does come on shore, the northern and northeast side of this storm. And from the center going all the way up to Jacksonville. And we're going to have live reports tomorrow morning from Jacksonville Beach. And it's not going to, look at the water going up and over. Every once in a while, the waves, either they phase or you just get a bigger set that comes in and really pounds the beaches here and the areas near the beaches. So what we're looking at now is the Dania Beach Pier. There's a fishing pier. There's also a restaurant here, but on the right you can see the waves. And the camera does spin around, so now you're looking off to the south and southwest. And if you look closely, you can even make out the movement here, Dr. Nab, of the clouds.
You're on the southwest side, so it's moving from land to water. So the wind speeds are much different, but so are the wind directions. But south of there, the rain tapers off tremendously.
Snoring keeping you awake? The Sleep Number 360 smart bed lets you gently raise your partner's head. And it senses your movements and automatically adjusts. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 40% on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition Smart Bed. Ends Monday.
Tower camp for hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. It looks like
you paid too much for your glasses.
Oh.
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today.
This is beautiful.
You ready, babe?
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
Is that KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo?
Yep.
Is it juicy?
Uh-huh.
Is it creamy?
You know it.
Is it flaky?
Yes.
And it's only $6? That's a real steal of a deal of a meal. Wink. Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
Hey, Lexus, turn it up.
There's no place like a the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
On any weekend, workday, or wedding day, healthy-looking skin feels amazing. Eucerin Advanced Repair has more than ceramides. It has natural moisturizing factors, locking in moisture for 48 hours. Eucerin, healthy-looking skin every day.
The unknown is not empty. It's a storm that crashes and consumes, replacing thought with worry. But one thing can calm uncertainty: an answer. Uncovered through exploration, teamwork, and innovation. An answer that leads to even more answers. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Before we begin, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And by switching, you could even save $652. Thank you, Liberty Mutual. Now, contestants ready? Go! Why? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This severe hurricane season, rely on the strongest coverage with the new and improved Weather Channel TV app. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
All hands on deck. Bravo's newest Below Deck is heading into uncharted waters with 5-star service.
Best chef I've ever had.
5-star drama.
We'll have an engine failure.
And 5-star adventure.
You only live once, right?
Set your DVR for an all-new Below Deck adventure every Tuesday night at 9 on Bravo.
Brought to you by your Tri-State BMW Centers. Visit us at bmwcenters.com.
Personalized financial advice from Ameriprise can do more than help you reach your goals.
I can make this work.
It can help you reach them with confidence. No wonder more than 9 out of 10 of our clients are likely to recommend us. Ameriprise Financial. Advice worth talking about.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural Senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy.
Sweet!
Senecot laxative gummies.
Currently in our area, 50 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 45. Winds light and variable. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. High 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy. Low 57. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are here.
America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Tracking Hurricane Nicole on the Weather Channel, and right now a live look at Vero Beach and this Interstate 95 northbound. A few people on the road. Dangerous time to be on the road. Now's the time to be hunkered down and off the road with the heavy rain that will be more and more frequent, and conditions will remain dangerous to be on the road. Also, watching many areas up and down the immediate coastline. We're getting new video in all the time here on the Weather Channel. And this right here is from Daytona Beach shores with a pretty heavy rain band coming through at the time. This video giving you an insight to that. This is some of the frequent wind gusts and sustained winds at times with the very heavy rain that has been persistent up and down the east coast of Florida, from Broward to Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, and eventually more up into Duval counties as well. So all up and down the east coast of Florida. Going to be seeing more scenes like this for hours. It's already for times the wind has been howling for quite some time. And here in Hollywood, Florida, so south of Fort Lauderdale, north of Miami, have some street flooding here. And there was a real heavy rain band that came through just a short while ago. And sometimes when you get heavy rain like we see from time to time in South Florida, it doesn't take a whole lot to do this. And we got a big system that's got a whole lot of rain associated with it. We're going to see a lot more areas of hit and miss, ponding and localized flooding, I think can be expected. But what has been widespread, the length of the coast, the east coast of Florida, has been nonstop, persistent, strong winds. And meteorologist Mike Seidel can tell you that firsthand knowledge of the scene there in Vero Beach, where, Mike, the winds and the waves and the surf has been relentless.
Yes, indeed. The surf's been up since Sunday. The winds have been steady northeast past several days, 20, 25, and today they started ramping up, 30, 35 now, running in the 40s, sustained, and we've had a gust here up the coast at 75. The airport now is gusted to 57, and they've had sustained winds at 39, which is the minimal. That's the low bar for tropical storm force winds. So we have verified a tropical storm. Now, with those winds, we've had some power outages. They're all on the east coast of Florida. Just over 11,200 just checked a minute ago. And here in Indian River County, 890. So the numbers are low. We hope it stays that way. We're not in the kind of winds we had with Ian by any means, where you get gusts hour after hour, 125 plus. This is no way, shape, or form anything like that. But with that said, Florida Power and Light was ahead of the game a couple of days ago, announcing and putting out a press release. They had 13,000 power crews ready to go, and we've seen some of them around here, eating dinner in groups, just waiting to see if they have to get sent out to get the juice back on. But like I said, only 890 right now in Indian River County. The surf has been the big story and the big visual. In fact, I mentioned earlier, if you went on vacation and came back here and you looked around tomorrow morning, you'd see some palm fronds down, Chris, maybe some limbs, some tree limbs. But by far the biggest visual change is past 3 or 4 days is the beach and how much sand is gone, the dunes gone, and it's just been like basically stripped naked. And fortunately, the last high tide of concern is past us. The water is going out, still coming up to the seawall here, but the tide goes out, low tide 218 as Nicole comes in. So we're in pretty good shape right here. Again, this is elevated area, and none of the property around here, none of this real estate is being impacted by water getting into the buildings because it is built up just enough. That has not been the case as we've seen, Chris, up the coast.
That's exactly right. Meteorologist Mike Sinai will be checking back with you in just a few moments. And, of course, Mike's talking about up around Daytona Beach shores where there has been some property damage. And, unfortunately, Dr. Knapp, some other areas are threatened. Some condominiums along the beach have had to be evacuated because of fear that the structures are compromised.
Yeah, and it's not every day that you get a tropical system that is so large that you get some notable storm reports all the way up and down the entire east coast of Florida. Let me just summarize some of them that have been coming in. So here's the onshore flow and even the offshore flow in southeast Florida with the center just offshore. But look at what's happening down here. I-595 northward, you've got, where the winds and the water are. Jensen Beach up in Stewart has gusted to 60, but look at down here in the Fort Lauderdale area, all these reports of water-covered roads due to storm surge today and tonight. And then farther to the north, where we've got that gust to Vero Beach up to 58 miles an hour, more is coming. And in Cape Canaveral, we've had gusts up to 50, 60 miles an hour as well.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. Connect on a sweeter level.
This year, we're not waiting for Black Friday. Get the best prices right now at LL Flooring's Better Than Black Friday sale, with up to 25% off over 300 floors and no interest for 36 months. The Better Than Black Friday sale ends November 15th. LL Flooring.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Sorry, we're busy.
So busy.
So cheesy.
So creamy. What? We are busy. Busy eating this mac and cheese.
Stover's.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Certified turbocharger, suspension, and fuel injection.
Translation, certified goosebumps.
Certified from headlamp to tailpipe.
That's certified head turns.
And it's all backed by our unlimited mileage warranty.
That means unlimited peace of mind. Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned. Translation, the Mercedes of your dreams is closer than you think.
Welcome home. I wasn't expecting this.
My brother Paul created an organization that assists communities after natural disasters. Now my wife and I run the global response team.
Come on in. This is so amazing. Thank you all so much for coming in and doing this for us.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
We're tracking Hurricane Nicole here on the Weather Channel from St. Augustine all the way down to South Florida. So St. Augustine here as we are seeing some of the rough surf. Look at the entire pier there, the surf zone well out to sea there from the end of the pier. It's hard to even tell where that white, the rough turned up surf actually begins, and of course comes all the way onto what has already been a very shortened beach here. This is in St. Johns County, so 3 counties down. It's the 3rd county down from the state of Georgia. And the tropical storm warnings go all the way down to Broward County, which is the 2nd to last in the southern part of the state. So we're talking the entire East Coast here. And then Daytona Beach, look at the flags on top of that business there, just whipping around. And it has been virtually nonstop. This is a couple counties south of that last camera we were just looking at in St. Augustine. And this seen up and down the east coast of Florida. Very strong winds, expected to get even stronger. But it's been the fact that these winds have been blowing for so long now, Dr. Nab, that the beach erosion also the East Coast that people may not realize that aren't, living in Florida, that Ian did a number on the East Coast, even though it came on shore on the southwest part of the state. So a lot of areas were already vulnerable. Now there's been some structures that have been damaged, some compromised, some in danger of more damage.
Yeah, the dune structures are protection, but they were taken out by Ian. So we were left with a lot more vulnerability with the onshore flow and the beach erosion. And even though we've had many, many hours of the tropical storm conditions, we haven't had the strongest winds that Ian is going to bring to the coastline. So it's still going to get worse before it gets better, Chris.
Right, which you hate to see. And then even once the storm makes landfall, the hurricane makes landfall, the wind's still going to go, especially in the northern part of the state.
Yeah, so 2 things that are going to get worse. One is we're going to have more beach erosion. It's not even close to being done yet. And we're going to have a lot more power outages. The power outages are starting to more noticeably go up, going from 11,000 to 16,000 within the last hour or so. And now you're starting to fill in nearly all the counties from Brevard southward. That will be on the increase. And this is, I wanted to say this earlier, but power outages can be very dangerous. So before they really get widespread, remember to operate those generators at least 20 feet from your structure outdoors. Don't use candles because it's too easy to have an open flame tip over. Stay away from the down power lines. We know there's a lot of cars out in the road, more than there should be. A lot of accidents, and stay away from those power lines. And those are the dangers we're contending with. And the Hurricane Center is now doing hourly updates on the position and the intensity now that it's within radar range. So still 75-mile-an-hour hurricane. It's about 50 miles offshore from Palm Beach County, but moving west-northwest. We still have the wind field that extends more than 450 miles to the north of it. But it's this northern eye wall that will be coming ashore. So our Mike Seidel, who's in Vero Beach, that is a spot where you could get the landfall maybe near you or maybe just to the south of you. But I think the strongest winds, because of this 50-mile wide eye, could end up being north of you in places like Sebastian or Melbourne.
Interestingly, I just measured the eye on my phone, Dr. Nab, and I got 50 miles too. So I'm glad I agree with one of the foremost experts in the tropics on the planet. So I got the mathematics right. But it's a huge eye. But again, it's not concentric. We don't have thunderstorms rotating around the whole thing. But with that said, we're now at a break from the rainfall. You can see where we are on the radar in relation to that big eye, big circle coming at the coast, moving east-northeast. And because it is, west-northwest, because it is east-northeast of the Palm Beaches, it'll go in north of there. Maybe Stewart, certainly up here towards the northern end of Hutchinson Island, or maybe down farther south on the island. With the winds already gusting to 75 miles an hour, power outages continue to rise. We've gone from 11 to over 15,000 customers. And the whole visual we've been showing you now, this is the 4th day, is the surf. And we can't do it justice because it is pitch black out here, but we throw enough light, as much light as we can, and there's still huge waves. You know, we're talking 8, 10, 12 footers. Off the coast earlier, the buoy off Cape Canaveral had wave heights up over 30 feet. 30 feet. The tide is going out. That's a good thing as Nicole comes on shore. So we have gone through the last tide, high tide of 4 days of high tides. That's 8 high tides where they've been running above average. The wave action has wiped away a lot of sand on the east coast of Florida.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Shop Black Friday savings on select LG kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Better luck next time.
But I haven't even thrown yet.
You threw good money away when you bought those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat this either. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
A thin, painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay? I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
There's nothing like volunteering at the fire department.
There's nothing like hitting the waves.
But with my moderate to severe eczema, it hasn't always been easy.
Since my skin was so irritated and itchy.
And even worse with all my gear on.
Now, I'm staying ahead of my eczema.
There's a power inside all of us to live our passion. And Dupixent works on the inside to help heal your skin from within. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema. So adults can have long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Healing from within is a powerful thing.
Ask your eczema specialist how Dupixent can help heal your skin from within.
Is that KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo?
Yep.
Is it juicy?
Uh-huh.
Is it creamy?
You know it.
Is it flaky?
Yes.
And it's only $6? That's a real steal of a deal of a meal. Wink. Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
I'm Mike Corey.
The cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Tracking Hurricane Nicole here on the Weather Channel. This Interstate 95 in Vero Beach, and the rain has been coming down Not as relentless as the winds. The winds, especially at the immediate coast, have been relentless for the past couple of days, but getting stronger now. Winds gusting now here in Vero Beach, 56 miles an hour, sustained at 36. We're starting to get more winds closer to that tropical storm force. Certainly those gusts have been there, but the sustained winds also picking up as the center of Hurricane Nicole is getting closer and closer, a few hours now away from making landfall. With the eye wall coming onshore will be the first thing before the actual center of the storm comes onshore. But it's going to be still several hours as the storm makes its way across the state and then turns north. And even as it turns north, still an onshore flow will keep a lot of this rain and a lot of the wind pounding the beaches. So that's Vero Beach right there on the roads. Fortunately, not a ton of people on the roadways, but it would be a lot better if there wasn't anybody on the roadways, because it's a dangerous time to be out. More flooding with the rain, more flooding also closer to the beaches as well, likely some of that surge coming on shore. We've already, unfortunately, seen some of the damage you see right here in Daytona Beach shores on the left. That's some video from earlier today. That's the Volusia County Beach Safety District 5 office and the public restrooms you can see. And notice how it is kind of looks like it has sunken. The concrete here has been compromised. And this looks like it's pretty solid, doesn't it? But when we come out, you get a sense of how close the proximity here to the ocean. And what's pretty unique for a lot of the beaches here in Daytona is that you can drive on the beaches. So there's an access point right here, which is what we're looking at. Again, on the right-hand side of your screen, Google Maps. And look at that on the left. Look at that, the observation tower. I'm not sure if it's a lifeguard tower or general observation tower, but you see the damage. And then also there's a condo right behind it. Also maybe compromised, maybe not. Hard to say, but we do know in the area some condos have been evacuated. But you see there on the left, again, we'll take a closer look here at this, the restroom here at the beach, Daytona Beach shores. And then look at that observation tower. That's the other thing I wanted to show you. And how much of this is missing. That right there, do you see the steps leading up to that first kind of level? Those are gone, and you see there's no steps there, and so there's a lot of damage just in that particular spot. And another view here, this was just a few hours ago where Jim Cantori was reporting live for us. And look at how the water coming up to the restrooms that have essentially been undermined, and it looks like it has sunk there into the water. But normally that tower is on dry beach. And again, this is a beach where you're able to drive your vehicle down and go on the other side, on the ocean side in front of that, and park your vehicle and spend the day here on the beach. Not this day, of course. And the next day is not going to look like the past few days for many beaches along the east coast of Florida, with a lot of sand being removed by Hurricane Nicole, as it has been for the past few days and will be at least for another day or two. Let's get the latest now from meteorologist Mike Seidel live in Vero Beach, where it has been relentless. Mike.
It has for 4 days, the onshore wind, the battering waves, and the Storm Prediction Center has put out a mesoscale discussion on the tornado threat. They're saying the tornado risk is going to increase after midnight from here up the coast towards Jacksonville as the storms off the coast rotate in. They have more instability, but they're saying that because of the spatial set up with the storms that they probably will not issue a tornado watch. They say the odds of a tornado watch are 40%, but you always worry about spit ups when you have a landfalling system in the right front quadrant. So as it comes in to the right into the front, that's the area that has the highest risk because of the dynamics of twisters. We'll keep you updated every night. We're on all night tonight. Jen Carfagno, 1 to 5 a.m. Eastern from up the beach in Cocoa Beach. The surf, unrelenting. The tide is going out. That's a good thing. We're very fortunate that we're not timing the landfall with the high tide. We've had our last high tide of concern. The ones tomorrow will feature an offshore wind, and we're going to get back to some sense of normalcy as the weather tames down and the temperatures, by the way, will be in the low 80s for the next 5 to 7 days. We still have a lot of rain to deal with. We've already had 1 inch to 2 inches of rain, depending on where you have been in relation to the bands coming in. Some of it has come down very hard, along with wind gusts to hurricane force on the beaches. The airport is gusted almost 60 miles an hour inland, and so that is where we stand on the winds, and that will knock out some power. Last time I checked, we had 15,000 customers in the whole Sunshine State without power. So the numbers are low at this point. Let's keep them low. Let's keep our fingers crossed that we can keep the power back on. We'll come back, get the latest from Dr. Rick Knabb next.
Real fruit, whole grains, and chocolatey chunks. Doing something good for yourself has never been this delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
My name is Tanya. I am 42. As a mother of 9 kids, I think I waited this long to get Botox Cosmetic because I take like no time for myself. My kids are sports kids. We're always running from one activity to another. I'm still Tanya, and I got Botox Cosmetic. And this is like the first thing I've done for me in a really, really long time. My life is still crazy. It's just as full as it was before, just with less lines. Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? How the music can free her whenever it starts, and it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
This is beautiful. You ready, babe?
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
Oh, hey, it's the Donovans. You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
If they have your personal information, anyone can be you. Spectrum One keeps your personal data safe and private. That's privacy protection. That's Spectrum One.
It's Santa. We got a problem.
Ho, ho, ho!
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves. We always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
Stronger surge and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies, low 45. winds light and variable. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. High 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy. Low 57. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Right now, this is a live look here on the east coast of Florida in Martin County in Hobe Sound from Charles Peak with some of the heavier rain coming in. And you can see the water pouring underneath the covered area here where the gas pumps are located. When you deal with a tropical storm, in this case a hurricane, being undercover doesn't mean you're going to be dry. Storm Tracker Charles Peak joins us right now on the phone. And Carlos, Charles, you have your windshield wipers going. Are you actually under the cover right now?
No, Chris, I'm just outside showing it's just got these 2 pump stations at the smaller gas station here, and so I'm outside looking back at it.
All right, so since we spoke with you last, Charles, how have things changed? What have you seen? And kind of talk about the ground you've covered, if you would.
Yeah, moving a little north through some of the area here, and it's much been the same, Chris. You'll have some bands of rain like what we just saw, where it'll be some heavy rain, strong winds, and then you'll go through. Now you're in a situation, the winds stay pretty strong the whole time, even though you may not have rain at a particular time. The roads you'll run into some spots where you've got some ponding on the roads. As I've moved north, I have not come across any completely water-covered roads as I've moved up 1A, going towards, right now, trying to move towards Stewart and check out that area.
All right, Charles, where are you planning on going next?
I'm looking towards Stewart, Florida, and check that area out, and then maybe move on up towards Fort Pierce, and just trying to check out some of the area here, just a little north of West Palm Beach.
All right, Storm Tracker Charles Peak, thank you so much. Be safe out there, and we are tracking the conditions as the edge of the eye is getting closer to the coast. But Dr. Knapp, that's not actually landfall. It's oftentimes when you see some of the worst of the weather, but not technically landfall.
Yeah, and for a system moving west-northwest like Nicole is, I think the northern to northeastern eye wall is going to be the strongest winds. So that will be probably, about 25 miles north of where the center crosses the coast, which is the official definition of landfall, because the eye is about 50 miles across. And I'm going to guess it's about 3.5 hours away from making landfall, roughly speaking. Now, the Hurricane Center is going to be doing hourly updates, so momentarily we'll get another hourly update on the position and intensity. Don't expect changes to the intensity or the motion. It's just really them tracking it on radar and letting us know anything that they see from observations. Now, we do have 2 Torcons of 2 and 3 from West Palm Beach up to Jacksonville, and I wanted to point out on the radar what we're seeing. Notice how it's these far-flung outer bands in here, way to the north, where you're getting lightning. That's where we actually have the most instability in the atmosphere, and the lightning is a proxy for that. And this is where you could get some outer bands. Now, it's not going to be a widespread tornado threat, but we could get some isolated spin-ups as these bands come inland later after midnight. So that's another thing that will happen as the center's coming ashore. But here's our eye that's, again, about 50 miles across. And if you take the current motion of west-northwest at 13 miles an hour and move it west-northwestward, maybe it comes in somewhere near Fort Pierce, the center does, in about 3.5 hours. That's just a rough estimation. But if you also assume that the strongest winds, which it's probably the case, are in the northern and northeastern eye wall, then some of the strongest winds that might be on land might be up maybe even north of Vero Beach and say the Melbourne area, getting up into the Cape Canaveral area. So that's just an idea. But it's generally speaking going to be just more of what we've had today, just stronger. Right? So as long as we've had to deal with the tropical storm conditions, we're going to deal with it all night, and the winds are going to be getting even stronger. And even up in Stewart here, isn't this interesting? There's the eye, our 50-mile wide eye, which, by the way, all of Broward County would fit inside of. That's how wide, big this eye is. But up in Stewart, you're kind of starting to get the western eye wall, though it's not really well defined on the western side, and you're getting gusts of 40 miles an hour. But it's this part of it, out in here, where the strongest winds probably will be. And we've been gusting to 58 miles an hour at both Vero Beach and Melbourne Airport. That's nothing compared to what is coming later, especially Melbourne up to Cape Canaveral in just a few hours.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen, girl.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Meet the 4-year-old who refused to wear pants this morning. Why, Andy?
I'm a dinosaur.
Won't wear pants. We'll eat Eggo waffles.
Get your wins where you can when you Lego with Eggo.
Tower camp for hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. It looks like
you paid too much for your glasses.
Oh.
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today.
With Sonic's 2 for $5 menu, you get 2 delicious things for only $5, which is helpful if you struggle with decision making. The Sonic 2 for $5 menu.
Sonic. Well, heard my baby sis is buying a car. You'll need my secret weapon.
Gross. No. Anyway, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. Found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What's in your wallet?
Meet Leon the Third, Leon the Second, and Leon the First of them all. 3 generations who all bank differently with Chase. Leon's saving up for his first set of wheels. Nice try.
Really?
This Leon's paying for his paint job on the spot. And this Leon, as a Chase private client, he's in the south of France taking out cash with no ATM fees. That's because this family of Leons has Chase.
Actually, it's Leon.
Ooh la la. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Meet the unstoppable Shark HydroVac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops all at the same time. With its self-cleaning antimicrobial brush roll and odor-neutralizing solution, it conquers all of life's messes. Shark HydroVac, the unstoppable power of clean.
They call me the hot chocolate guru. Okay, nobody calls me that, but oh no, I've got this.
When you order from Domino's, you can get more than just pizza for $6.99. You can get specialty chicken, savory pastas, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, molten lava crunch cakes, and medium 2-topping pizzas as well. We didn't stop at pizza, and you don't have to either.
Hey, you know what I say to all the other titans of tech who are making such a fuss over finally launching themselves into space? Welcome to the club. I've been putting people into spaces for years. Millions of people into millions of spaces. And that must be why Apartments.com is the center of the rental universe. Tippy, tippy toe, tippy, tippy toe. That's a big turkey. Wait a minute. There's one going up now. How many of these guys are there? Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
The refrigerator is Greg's happy place.
My kids eat, but I finally figured it out.
We can get all that we need, and then a little bit more at Walmart.
Uh-oh. Now this is going to be...
Hurricane Nicole making its move towards the east coast of Florida. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We're getting battered here at Vero Beach. We gusted to 60 at the airport and 75 just up the coast. plenty of rain, rough surf, and we're going to check in with Dr. Rick Knabb in a moment, and Chris Warren back in the studio. Chris, we just got the midnight Eastern update, although these hourly updates don't often have much in the way of new information except the distance from a point on the coast.
Which, Mike, is to tell us that it's getting closer. We're also watching the scenes and the conditions go down here in Hobe Sound. This is the view on the road right now from Storm Tracker Charles Peak. He's on the road showing you that you shouldn't be on the road. This is a look at some of the conditions out there, and what you always like to see is nobody on the roads. So Charles is out there, so you don't have to be. Here's St. Augustine, Florida, even farther up the coast here. Up on Florida's first coast in the northeast part of the state. Winds have been blowing at 26 miles an hour and blowing strong for a long time, gusting close to 40, 38 here in St. Augustine, with the waves at times crashing on shore. Fort Pierce, we've been watching these lights, the street lights here, with varying amounts of rain and wind being indicated by the water going underneath and across these street lights here. Again, in Fort Pierce, where winds gusting at 30 miles an hour. And here it is, Hurricane Nicole right now getting closer and closer to making landfall. The far western side of the storm right now, the northern side of the storm packing a punch as the rain is coming on shore with the storm. You can see the hurricane warnings in purple, tropical storm warnings, so hurricane conditions anticipated, tropical storm conditions anticipated for most of the state. Also, a lot of southern Georgia and into coastal South Carolina. This is a far-reaching hurricane. And Dr. Knabb, when we look at what is to come, we think about what has already happened, and it has been the damage and some of the destruction already from the wave action at the immediate coast.
Yeah, all day dealing with tropical storm conditions, but those conditions are going to get worse because the stronger part of the wind field is coming ashore in the next few hours. And let me show you where the center is. There's our 50-mile wide eye, not far off the coast of Martin County, Florida. And you've got, look at all those lightning strikes out in the far-flung outer bands, but not so much in the eye. But what's happening here on the coast of Florida from Fort Pierce up through Vero, Sebastian, and Melbourne is a lot of gusts, 50, 60 miles an hour plus, but the northern eye wall is back in here. So we're getting plenty of reports of water-covered roadways. The storm surge is happening from Fort Pierce up to Melbourne. Sebastian Inlet just gusted to 66. And our Mike Seidel, who is in Vero Beach, Florida. Your winds are increasing, Mike, but still, this isn't the strongest you're going to see, I don't think. Look at that ocean behind you. Wow.
I know, it's just amazing. And it's November. If you're going to see a surf like this in November, usually it's up the coast. I'm talking about the Northeast. You have a big nor'easter, and it just turns up the ocean. Like the storm, the perfect storm back in, 91, late October 91. But this is a bona fide hurricane category 1. It's going to make landfall in the next 3 to 4 hours, and that will make it the latest landfalling hurricane on record on the east coast of Florida and second latest on the record. So that puts it in perspective. And you kind of bookend the season. Remember, August we didn't have any storms. October was quiet. We had Ian in late September, and now we have Hurricane Nicole. And from a personal note, my first live coverage for this hurricane season was right here in this spot, Vero Beach, back on June 4th and 5th. That was potential tropical cyclone 1. We had some heavy rain and wind for about 3 hours, and then we were back out on the beach showing the surf. Nothing like that. So kind of bookend the season, early June, and now into the second week of November. The surf is up, and the beach erosion has been the big issue all the way since Sunday, and really lost a lot of sand starting Monday night into today, into Wednesday, and we're going to keep losing some sand even tomorrow morning as the winds go southwest. But the tides will not be nearly as high as they were because the wind will be going offshore. So we've dealt with our last high tides concern. Low tides at 2:18 a.m. as Nicole makes landfall, maybe a little after that. So that's a fairly decent help from the water perspective, but you can sense how strong the sustained wind is out here right now. Over 40 miles an hour bouncing me around, but not incredibly gusty. When we get the squalls that come in with the very heavy rain, we had one about 5 or 6 minutes ago, then you feel the stronger gust, like right there, maybe 50 plus. So we're going to be dealing with this for another 5 or 6 hours, Dr. Nav, until the storm goes by, and then we get the offshore wind by sunrise. And tomorrow, maybe some tailing showers and thunderstorms, but by far, we're going to be in much better shape than up towards, say, Daytona and Jacksonville, because the storm is going to stay south and then southwest of them. So they're still going to have that onshore flow, although a bit weaker, as Nicole weakens once it moves onshore.
Yeah, Mike, and the next few hours are going to get worse from where you are north to Cape Canaveral. That's the zone where I think we could get some of the strongest winds. So here's again, the midnight Eastern time update from the Hurricane Center. And the center is, about 50 miles offshore, east-southeast of Fort Pierce, and it's moving west-northwest at 13. So you do the math, and that's a little less than 4 hours away from Fort Pierce. Maybe it would hit a barrier island a little sooner than that. So, I don't know, 3.5 hours away, something like that, from the center crossing the coastline. And where the center crosses the coast, of course, is important, because north of that is where we're going to get the strongest winds coming onshore. So if you notice that we've got a 50-mile wide eye, and again, here it is centered right about here, about 50 miles away from Fort Pierce, and it could cross the coastline a little bit just east or southeast of there. But if you then add 25 miles on the north side of that, that's why I'm saying, that maybe the Sebastian to Melbourne areas could get some of the strongest winds. And as it keeps going west-northwestward, eventually Cape Canaveral area gets some of the strongest winds. So that's just an idea, just generally speaking. But we don't want to focus too much on the exact center and who's going to get the exact strongest winds. We have a huge area of tropical storm force winds that goes more than 450 miles north of the center, and that's been going on all day, and those winds are just going to get a little bit stronger as the center goes closer to all those areas. And even when the center reaches the coast, it is just the beginning. We have the second half of the storm to get through, and with a track that goes kind of like this, then you're going to be getting the bad side of it for a long time to come. Now, the southwestern edge of it, the heaviest rain bands north of I-595 in Broward County, there you're going to be departing gradually, but it's amazing how northern Broward's getting some rain and southern Broward is not. And then here to the northwest of the center of Nicole, where we're eventually going to get landfall somewhere in this zone. And then the northern eye wall will come ashore in here somewhere. Already been getting 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts. And I want to look at some of the recent reports from this area. In the Fort Pierce area, storm surge near Seaway Drive and Carlton Court on Hutchinson Island. So we're getting, even though we're at low astronomical tide shortly, we're still getting storm surge. And at Sebastian Inlet, gusted to 66 miles per hour. That's north of Vero Beach, north of where our Mike Seidel is. And then up in the Melbourne area, storm surge from the Indian River at the O'Galley Pier. So we are getting problems, not just on the immediate beachfront. And then up in the Cape Canaveral area, gusting at Patrick Air Force Base to 54 miles an hour, sustained winds of 46. Cocoa Beach gusting to 44. Titusville at NASA gusting over 40. And even in the Orlando area, we're gusting over 30 miles an hour. And Port Canaveral area, the sensor is a little bit higher, gusting to 63. But that reminds me to make this point. So here at the standard elevation, we're gusting to 44, but you go up to 54 feet, you're gusting to 63 miles an hour. So that shows you how you get stronger winds as you go higher up in elevation, say, on a high rise. Even Daytona Beach gusting over 40 miles an hour, St. Augustine gusting near tropical storm force. So, Chris, it is really getting nasty Kathy out there, and this is going to get worse and worse. We got tropical storm conditions all the way up to Jacksonville. It's been a while since we've seen a tropical storm that has this large of an area of winds, and we're still going to get hurricane force winds in the eye wall on the northern side. What a storm.
Yeah, and you look at the size of the state of Florida. I mean, it's a lot of land going from south to north, and a lot of that is going to see these strong, powerful winds. Of course, we have a tower camera network we are tapping into here on the Weather Channel, including here in Daytona Beach, where winds have been gusting around 43 miles an hour. Those flags on the right-hand side of your screen. So this is looking south if the ocean's on your left and we're on the east coast of Florida. The onshore winds, the winds coming from the ocean onto the shore, pushing the rain. You look at the light there, and the light illuminating the flags that have just been whipping around virtually nonstop here as long as we've been looking at this. The waves also for what, some 1,500 miles have been blowing strong across the Atlantic Ocean, pushing water into the coastal areas here of Florida. Again, we are seeing the rough surf, the beach erosion, the damage to property in the Daytona area up here in St. Augustine. The beach erosion will remain one of the factors here. Some surge flooding, also a possibility, if not an expectation, gusting to 38 miles an hour. Again, the Hurricane Nicole, the outer bands, the eye wall actually now getting closer to moving on shore. The center of the storm not quite there, but I expect hurricane conditions here in the purple areas. In red, look at this. Look at the extent of this, where you can see tropical storm conditions, tropical storm warnings posted here for a lot of just look at this. Just look at the tropical storm warnings for the west coast of Florida and the storms coming in over here. This is going to be a large storm, not just the storm around the eye of it, as Dr. Nab's been talking about, but the fact that you have such a big wind field all along and well to the north of this is leading to the potential of more power outages during the overnight hours tonight. A rough idea of what the radar may look like through time, give you a general idea of the fact that this is expected to move onshore by morning, by daybreak, move across the center of the state, and then perhaps move just offshore. But as it does, we're going to be watching more of this, more of the onshore flow. Here's roughly an hour from now, 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts possible. Could see at times up to 75 miles an hour. So again, hurricane conditions are possible up and down a lot of the central coast here of Florida, central east coast of Florida, and even into Friday afternoon. The winds are going to be still rather brisk, but at that point, they're going to be turning around and going offshore. And then here, the Big Bend area into parts of southern Georgia, even through tomorrow evening, Dr. Nab, winds still going to be very strong, 35 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts, if not in the state capital, up to 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, my goodness. I want to show that future radar again one more quick time so that I can highlight the issue for the Big Bend area of Florida. So there's maybe landfall. 3:30 in the morning or so in Fort Pierce. And then we have this all-night rainfall here in central northern Florida. But watch what happens when the center, clips the Gulf of Mexico, and then we get this onshore flow into the Big Bend area. So we're going to have storm surge over there as well. So heads up in that zone where you are under a storm surge warning. Right in there. Yeah, very vulnerable part of the coastline. And storm surge watches excuse me, in effect all the way up into Savannah and Charleston. And, that area outside the cone could get 2, 3, 4 feet of saltwater flooding. Now, what's going to happen after Florida? Well, this trough, the blizzard-making trough, and then the ridge east, this is the ridge that Nicole is going around, but it's going to be taken up the eastern part of the U.S., by that trough out west. And it'll go around this big high pressure. And that is going to bring a lot of bad conditions into places like Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina that are already getting gusts 25, 30 miles an hour. And onshore flow and the beach erosion issues and the high surf and the rip currents and all that. But we could get 2 to 4 feet of salt water flooding above normally dry ground all the way up into Charleston, in addition to the 3 to 5 and 2 to 4 in the Big Bend area. And we've also tomorrow night into the following morning have a tornado risk. Again, with a track in this fashion, you're going to be in the right front quadrant. And so those far-flung outer bands, like we're seeing that could happen in the east coast of central and northern Florida overnight tonight, we could have tornadoes. Got 2 torcons of 3, Jacksonville all the way to Wilmington, North Carolina. Look at all the areas, even into southern Georgia, that could get sustained winds of tropical storm force out of this. And then we've got the rain-induced flooding, not just in Florida overnight tonight, but continuing in northern Florida and southern Georgia into South Carolina tomorrow night into Friday morning. We have continuing coverage all the way up the coast in Florida. Stay with us.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake. Cheesecake is everything. Bake your own.
A thin painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay? I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
Tower camp for hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. It looks like...
Looks like you paid too much for your glasses.
Oh.
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing.
Leaves are changing.
Are switching to Ram.
During the Ram Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing plus $2,000 total bonus cash on the 2022 Ram 1500.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Meet the team that brought 1,199 new holiday faves to Aldi.
Gary, team leader. I lead the team.
Mabel, imports.
Stop eating all the merch.
You stop eating the merch.
Brian, I sprinkle low price dust with expert precision.
He gets it everywhere.
Sam, I specialize in rolls.
How are the rolls?
Fluffy.
Ronnie, and my job is to look good.
Oh, endless wonder. Unbelievable savings. It's an Aldi thing.
I've pricked my finger 3,000 times.
My A1C was still over 9.
Then I got the Dexcom G6.
I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number.
No finger sticks. None.
Yes. Yay!
My diabetes is no longer a mystery.
You see a spike after eating raisins?
The dark
1,500 delicious snacks to satisfy every craving. Enjoy every flavor of happy and get free shipping on your first order.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, mainly clear, low 45, winds light and variable. Thursday, mostly sunny skies, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, partly cloudy during the evening, followed by cloudy skies overnight, low 58, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stronger winds, stronger surge, and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app.
This is epic!
With real-time radar and maps to track all the action. Trust the strength in numbers. The Weather Channel. Available on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Back here on the east coast of Florida, this is meteorologist Mike Seidel. It's Vero Beach, Florida, Indian River County. And let's go to the radar because this is really our best tool right now because Nicole is just a few hours away from landfall. It is moving west-northwest, and it looks like it's going to landfall around Fort Pierce. It's a large eye, about 50 miles wide. In fact, the edge of it, the eastern edge or the western edge is just about to the coast. But it's the northern and northeastern areas that is swinging in this way. The rain's starting again. We've had gusts to 75 miles an hour here at the coast, and at the airport inland, the peak gust is 50, much like we've seen up in Melbourne. This is not your typical system because it's very broad in nature. We have the high to the north, so we've got impacts all the way up into South Carolina with tropical storm watches. You don't often see watches extending that far from a tropical system. It really is all about the surf here at the beach and on the coast, because that combined with the higher than average tides, we've seen buildings, houses taken out. They've lost their front yards. They've literally collapsed into the Atlantic up north in Volusia County around Daytona Shores, the Daytona Beach area. Here we haven't lost any property. We've got a nice seawall here. Nothing has been threatened. We have had some water blow over the fence here. But the surge warning 3 to 5 feet is being counterbalanced by the fact that the tide is going out. The low tide now is about an hour and 45 minutes away, So that is helping us out. The winds are still rough, though. They're sustained in the 40s, and we've had, like I said, the gust is 75. The most recent gust up the coast has been 64, and at the airport, 57 miles an hour. Plus, you throw in the rain to the mix. The flood watches up and down the coast, most of the East Coast, until at least early tomorrow afternoon. So, Chris, it's been a long night so far, a long week on these beaches. The #1 impact by far, the loss of sand, just the precious beach sand that we know we all like to go out and put our chair on and enjoy. Well, there's not much left. Now, with that said, when the tides get back to normal, there'll be some beach here, but the dune is gone, and all we've got is basically bare rocks and the concrete wall and the steel pilings underneath. Chris?
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, thank you for that. And the beach also had been protecting some property up the coast as well, and we've seen some damage and some other property, including condominiums that are threatened at the beach in parts of Daytona. And we look right now at Hutchinson Island South here in Florida. The heavy rain. This is some new video coming into the Weather Channel right now. Getting a feel for Nicole. Hurricane Nicole bringing a lot of Very strong winds and some heavy rain at times to a lot of the east coast of Florida, eventually to most of Florida. This is a very large storm. Here at night, we're seeing the palms blowing around, the rain coming down, Boynton Beach, Florida, here in Palm Beach County, and the heavy rain, the surge flooding, and even some localized flooding from the rain is possible. Especially at night, it's dangerous to be on the roads. So with the flooding, even during the day, it can be extremely dangerous, but at night, just that much more so, making it that much more difficult to figure out the extent of what's going on, where the road may be or where it should be. Let's head over to Dr. Knapp. Here we are, Dr. Knapp, after midnight here on the East Coast with the storm not too far away from landfall, a couple hours maybe or so. What are your thoughts at this point?
Well, one thing, as Mike Seidel has been talking about, we are fortunate that we are headed toward a low tide as we're headed toward landfall. Because, and I'll show you some of the tide gauges here. Now remember, when the Hurricane Center forecasts storm surge flooding of 3 to 5 feet above normally dry ground, that is if the onshore push from the storm coincides with high tide, then you could get near the high end of that range. I don't think we're going to be seeing that because right now, at this gauge here in Port Canaveral, it would be, if this was happening at high tide, like at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we would be about 3 feet higher. That's the difference between, being near low tide and being at high tide. 3 or 4 foot difference in that low to high tide. And in a little bit, we're going to have the maximum onshore push. So if all of that was happening at the same time, we'd be reading 5 feet at this gauge. But the timing didn't work out that way, thankfully. But we're still getting storm surge flooding in the Fort Pierce up to Vero and Melbourne areas. And we're going to have landfall here in the next 3 or so hours, and we're going to get hurricane force winds coming ashore. Our extended coverage of Nicole continues. Remember, stay tuned to the Weather Channel TV app on your smart TV, where you can see live coverage with the latest radars and warnings in our team coverage.
Hey, so what if we have questions about our policy?
And what if it's late at night?
And what if someone still calls us mom for everything?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Hey, Mom.
Who?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients for immune health.
This is beautiful. You ready, babe?
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
For too long, spicy fast food has been anything but. No more. Spice Nirvana awaits at Arby's. Just say, I'll have a Diablo sandwich and loaded fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
When you get Domino's delivered, you can get any 2 or more mix and match items for $6.99 each. And now we're adding $6.99 Parmesan bread bites. And what happened to the other lava cake?
Sebastian?
Yeah, that's weird. Get 2 or more mix and match items delivered for $6.99 each.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. Connect on a sweeter level.
There's nothing like volunteering at the fire department.
There's nothing like hitting the waves.
But with my moderate to severe eczema, it hasn't always been easy.
Since my skin was so irritated and itchy.
And even worse with all my gear on.
Now, I'm staying ahead of my eczema.
There's a power inside all of us to live our passion. And Dupixent works on the inside to help heal your skin from within. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema. so adults can have long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Healing from within is a powerful thing.
Ask your eczema specialist how Dupixent can help heal your skin from within.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Right now, this is a live look here. Titusville, Florida, here in Brevard County at the Space Coast, and it's wet. It's been on the breezy to windy side at times. The east coast of Florida, up and down almost every single county on the east coast, really with the exception of Miami-Dade, which can still see some storms come through. But almost every single county other than that, with the potential for seeing some tropical storm conditions, heavy rain, some strong winds that could lead to power outages, and fortunately not seeing anybody on the roads right now. And in Melbourne, Florida, the scene. There is some driving rain. That's what's happening right now. And you see it with the kind of the light creating that kind of glistening view here. The rain going from left to right. And winds have been gusting almost 60 miles an hour. Latest report there at 59. So as the storm, as Hurricane Nicole gets closer and closer to landfall, some of the more potent winds are also being realized and being felt and seen by the rain it's blowing, seen by the flags it's blowing, and the palms that are waving right now here after midnight. Dr. Nab on the east coast of Florida.
Yeah, I'm looking closely at some of the new observations coming in. More frequently we're getting stronger wind gusts, not just 30, 40 something miles an hour, but 50, 60 something miles an hour, and heavier rain bands coming in. So we've got a Cat 1 hurricane with max winds of 75 miles an hour. Those winds are likely out here over water, but they're going to be soon coming on shore. And also, got to highlight the tornado threat overnight tonight. Northern part of this vast circulation of this large hurricane, torcons of 2 and 3 from West Palm Beach all the way up to the Florida-Georgia border. And increasingly, we're going to start to have to get more concerned about rain-induced flash flooding overnight and continuing into tomorrow and tomorrow night in northern Florida. And so both of those hazards are going to give you even more reason to stay off the roads tonight. Now here's our 50-mile wide eye, centered less than 50 miles to the east-southeast of Fort Pierce. And then these outer bands, look at how much lightning we're seeing in some of those. And this, it's not the northern eye wall, which is here where the strongest winds probably are, but coming into the Melbourne area, some very heavy, banding and some cellular, convection. So that's why we're getting the pickup of the winds. And you could have some spin ups from tornadoes in here. But look at what we're getting in terms of the wind gusts now. Vero Beach has gusted 50 to 60. Melbourne up at 50 to 60 miles an hour. We're getting reports of storm surge in the Fort Pierce and the Melbourne areas. And then up here on the Space Coast, Melbourne gusting near 60, 50 plus at Cape Canaveral. And here's a gust to 62 miles an hour at Indy Atlantic, just southeast of Melbourne. Our Mike Seidel, who is in Vero Beach, is in that strongest northwestern part of the storm. That's where we're getting the strongest winds on land, from where you are up to Melbourne right now, Mike. But the big question is, where does that northern eye wall come ashore? Probably north of you.
was just going to ask you that question. I've been looking at the radar, and I agree. I think it's going to be just north of me, up into Brevard County, Sebastian, Melbourne, that area. Jen Carfagno, by the way, is in Cocoa Beach, and she'll be back on the air and take us all night long. We're on all night tonight to keep you safe, keep you updated, and she'll start our coverage in about 25 minutes at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, the wind still gusting over 50 miles an hour. We've had a gust to 75. The surf is not changed at all, except the tide has been going out now for about 4 hours and change. Although it's not a typical setup because we also still have a bit of an onshore component, plus the push as Nicole comes on shore. In fact, I just measured, we're about 55 miles from the center of Nicole. Of course, the eye is about 50 miles wide to our point here in Vero Beach. We're northwest of that area. It is moving west-northwest, but again, it's the northern and northeastern eye wall that's going to have the serious weather. We had I saw some lightning bolts too, and the Storm Prediction Center mentioned the tornado risk ramping up somewhat after midnight, although the chance of issuing a watch they put at 40%, so not a high risk. So with all that said, wind and rain continues, especially from here north, even after the storm goes on shore. Wherever it goes on shore, you take that point and go north, and you're going to have onshore flow continuing. And if you get up to Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, that is going to continue right on through a good point of Thursday morning.
Stouffer's makes you happy full. Sorry, we're busy.
So busy.
So cheesy.
So creamy. What? We are busy. Busy eating this mac and cheese.
Stouffer's.
Well. Heard my baby sis is buying a car. You'll need my secret weapon.
Gross. No. Anyway, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. Found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What's in your wallet?
Say that something's impossible. I see that as a challenge.
Have you seen my new phone yet? It folds in half.
I would never switch to Samsung. I love my phone.
What? Folds in half.
You see, I love my phone. I would never switch to Samsung.
Wants burgers.
Ooh, it's the DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. That is 5 tasty burgers right there. There goes a spicy flamethrower and loaded A1 Signature Stack Burgers.
Go, Mom.
You're still the cool mom.
Thank you.
DQ, happy tastes good.
Certified turbocharger, suspension, and fuel injection.
Translation: certified goosebumps.
Certified from headlamp to tailpipe.
That's certified head turns.
And it's all backed by our unlimited mileage warranty.
That means unlimited peace of mind. Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned. Translation: the Mercedes of your dreams is closer than you think.
During Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $79 HP Chromebook, plus other hot deals. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. Head to Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
Now Special K fruit and yogurt has even more yogurty clusters? That's music to my ears. Kellogg's Special K. Do what's delicious.
Dad, tomorrow, can we go to the playground?
All right, we're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground.
Have fun.
We're coming. Okay. I'll see you later. I'm headed to the playground.
Wait for me. Yeah, just like that.
I've got one more.
You think I've never been to the playground?
Shop Best Buy and experience the magic of giving the perfect gift.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's just a cold. If you have high blood pressure, a cold is not just a cold. Coricidin is the #1 doctor-recommended cold and flu brand, specially designed for people with high blood pressure. Be there for life's best moments. Trust Coricidin.
Welcome home. I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Tracking Hurricane Nicole right now on the Weather Channel, and this is a live look. Melbourne, Florida, winds at 35. We're looking actually at the ocean. You can somewhat make out the waves coming in, courtesy of severestudios.com, and wave after wave. It has been hour after hour, day after day, beach erosion to the fact that some areas having to evacuate condos. And this right here, Daytona Beach, one of those areas where there has been massive beach and land erosion here. And you see some of the structures, some of the walks and the ladders down to the beach being destroyed, and people's backyards. We've heard from people saying that what was 30 feet of backyard no longer there. Some areas on the edge here. Titusville, Florida. You are in the rain, seeing the wind, and this is the part of Florida here where we could end up seeing some of the worst of the weather in the next couple of hours here in Brevard County, with some of the stronger winds, some of the heavier rain right now. We have some new video coming into the Weather Channel, and what we're seeing here also in Titusville, the waves coming in. And this, I believe, is the Indian River, right? We're not even at the ocean here. So you're getting the waves coming off of what is essentially an inland waterway, and just shows that while you have that huge fetch over the ocean, you have the huge wind blowing for a long distance, 1,500 miles in some cases. Here it might be a mile or two.
Yeah, in the Fort Pierce areas, the Melbourne area, we've seen a lot of this with the inland waterways getting storm surge. Even though we're getting to low astronomical tide, this is still a hurricane, and we're still pushing that water toward the coastline.
And that's what you're seeing right here.
Yeah, this is 1,500 miles of an easterly fetch. So when wind blows for a long distance, for a long period of time at a pretty potent speed, especially on the western end with a concave-shaped coastline, you're going to have tremendous energy being pushed into the coastline. That's why we're getting such devastating beach erosion on top of the vulnerability that Ian left us with.
And it's been day after day since this weekend, essentially, and so just kind of slowly eating away the sand.
Yeah, and now we're going to get some of the strongest winds that we've had. I mean, it's been a long day of tropical storm force winds on Wednesday, but now we're going to be getting, the northern side of this westward moving hurricane, putting even stronger winds into the coastline, especially this northern eye wall in this zone, I think, between Fort Pierce and Cape Canaveral area. I think that's where the strongest winds are going to come ashore.
It still has kind of a look like it's lifting up a little bit.
It is. Yeah, it did bottom out in terms of its latitude. Now it's moving west-northwestward. So it came just far enough south to go over Grand Bahama and Freeport. Now it's moving west-northwestward. So it's about 3 to 3.5 hours away from making landfall, maybe somewhere in the Fort Pierce area. But when you got a 50-mile wide eye, you go 25 miles north of there, that's where the strongest winds will probably be, maybe in a place like the Melbourne area.
Yeah, and you said, what, 3.5 hours, you think?
Roughly speaking.
And let's remember, landfall is not when this edge right here.
It's when the exact center crosses the coastline.
So when that center is moving up, all of this is going to be continuing, right?
Right. And, the aircraft data tonight and what you've seen on the radar, look at that northern eye wall. So, with a west-northwest moving system, it's the northern side that's going to have the strongest winds because you're getting the storm motion adding to it, contributing to that. And that's why, you're not going to get the strongest winds where the center crosses over. You're going to get the strongest winds where the northern eye wall crosses over. So that's why I'm thinking the Melbourne area, Cape Canaveral area could get the strongest. And remember how this is going to take a path over Central Florida. That could mean also that the Orlando metro gets stronger winds than they otherwise would if it were taking a different track.
A lot of visitors going to be dealing with a night that they're probably not used to.
So a lot of power outages at the coast and inland, and increasingly we're going to be concerned about the heavy rainfall. And I wanted to again highlight how, look at all the lightning in these far-flung bands. Yeah, and way out here. The outer bands of a hurricane are notorious for having a lot of lightning, and this is where the greatest instability is. And you notice how this is kind of smooth reflectivities, but look at how these have a little more of a cellular look to them. That's why the tornado risk will be non-zero, and you're going to have a long period of heavy rain overnight, and so the flash flooding risk is going to occur. So, Chris, this is going to be a long, dangerous night and morning in central northern Florida because of tropical storm conditions, tornado risk, and flash flood risk, and power outages on the increase.
All right, and the power outages, Florida Power and Light, they're not going out there tonight to try to get things going again, so you're going to have to wait at least through the night.
Right, and we're getting plenty of reports of storm surge, but these wind gusts are on the increase, and I think this is the zone where we're going to see our strongest gusts.
All right, Dr. Knapp, we're going to be back here in just a moment, but I want to remind you we have extended coverage of Nicole all night tonight. Remember to stay tuned to the Weather Channel TV app on your smart TV, where you can see live coverage, the latest radars and warnings, and a whole heck of a lot of other information. Tracking Nicole here on the Weather Channel.
Kevin, where are you? Kevin! Hey, what's going on? I'm right here. I was busy cash backing for the holidays with Chase Freedom Unlimited. You know, I can't believe you lost another Kevin. It's a holiday tradition. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Where can you get great appliances this holiday? Backed by our price promise every day. Lowe's, actually. Get our best deals of the season, backed by the Lowe's Price Promise.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
A thin, painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger and can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay?
I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Meet the 4-year-old who refused to wear pants this morning. Why, Andy?
I'm a dinosaur.
Won't wear pants. We'll eat Eggo waffles.
Get your wins where you can when you Lego with Eggo.
When you order from Domino's, you can get more than just pizza for $6.99. You can get specialty chicken, savory pastas, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, molten lava crunch cakes, and medium 2-topping pizzas as well. We didn't stop at pizza, and you don't have to either.
The refrigerator is Greg's happy place.
My kids eat, but I finally figured it out.
We can get all that we need, and then a little bit more at Walmart. Uh-oh. Now this is going to be...
Meet the team that brought 1,199 new holiday faves to Aldi.
Gary, team leader. I lead the team.
Mabel, imports.
Stop eating all the merch.
You stop eating the merch.
Brian, I sprinkle low price dust with expert precision.
He gets it everywhere.
Sam, I specialize in rolls.
How are the rolls?
Fluffy.
Ronnie, and my job is to look good.
Oh, endless wonder. Unbelievable savings. It's an Aldi thing.
I've pricked my finger 3,000 times.
My A1C was still over 9.
Then I got the Dexcom G6.
I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number.
No finger sticks. None.
Yes. Yay!
My diabetes is no longer a mystery.
You see a spike after eating raisins?
But dark chocolate? No spike.
That's a huge victory.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
I actually can't wait for my next doctor's appointment.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, mainly clear, low 45, winds light and variable. Thursday, mostly sunny skies, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, partly cloudy during the evening, followed by cloudy skies overnight, low 58, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Right now here on the Weather Channel, tracking Hurricane Nicole. This is a look at Hutchinson Island South. This is some video we're seeing of the heavy rain. And this, of course, is on the Atlantic side here. The barrier islands separated from the mainland of Florida by the Indian River. And both bodies of water here. Again, you have the barrier island here, Hutchinson Island south here in Florida with the strong winds. This is going to be a spot where we get some of the nastiest of weather here in the next couple of hours. And now a live look here in Hutchinson Island in Florida. Winds gusting to 39 miles an hour. And storm tracker Charles Peak providing this view here. And Charles, the three of us, Dr. Nab and you and myself, been trying to pinpoint your location. What road are you on right now?
Chris, I'm on A1A, and I'm on South Hutchinson Beach, and I am facing back to the west, so I'm facing what I believe is Indian River. The Atlantic Ocean would be back behind me.
Okay, I wasn't.
And it's interesting.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what's interesting is you can see now we're starting to, the winds are shifting some, and so now as I'm facing across A1A right now, the winds are coming from my right to my left, or more out of a northerly motion, and at times even almost a northeasterly, pushing the waves onto the road here.
Charles, I was monitoring your shot just a little while ago. Was there like some seaweed or something on the road? Were you noticing that?
Yes, there's seaweed all along what you would have be the southbound lane of A1A. It's almost impassable right now. You did have one sheriff who's coming up and down the road. That's all I've seen here, checking to make sure the road's okay, but the northbound side of it is still passable. It's just big piles of seaweed, sea oats that the surge has pushed up onto the road when it pushes this way.
So when you went out onto Hutchinson Island, did you? I'm assuming you took A1A, the south way across. Is that correct?
Yeah, I took the causeway across from Stewart to get out here.
Hey, how was that? Because we've been, seeing reports that the St. John County, which is a few counties north of you, closing some bridges to their barrier islands. Did you see any signs or notice anything from where you were in the Stewart Causeway?
No, sir. There were no signs on it or anything, and no police officers there. There was one police officer a few blocks away, but nobody there blocking anything. What I had heard some officials say on Twitter earlier is that in many cases they would leave them open, but caution you to not cross them in a high-profile vehicle, etc. As you know, Chris, I do this pretty regularly and know what conditions are safe and what aren't. And at that point in time, the gusts were not too strong, and so I was able to safely make it across.
Dr. Knapp has a question here.
Yeah, I was just thinking, you are in the western eye wall, Charles, and it's not the strongest part of the storm, and that strongest part is probably 30, 40, 50 miles offshore, because those strongest winds are probably on the other side of the eye from you and will be coming ashore farther north. So I would imagine if I was in your position, I'd be thinking, wow, if this isn't the strongest part of this storm, I'm glad I'm not in that.
Right, I was looking at it, and it looked like, maybe where Mike Seidel or just a little further north of him is going to be where they get pounded, maybe even as far as where Jen's going to be. But, when you see this, it almost looks like the ocean here, and it's a river. When I came through this area 6-8 hours ago, needless to say, the water was several feet lower than it is right now, and you didn't have the wave action.
Yeah, and Charles, did you by any chance go anywhere near the Port Salerno area that's just south of Stewart on the way in? Because I saw some photos of storm surge flooding in that area, and they're not on the Atlantic coast either.
Correct. No, I didn't get off of, I came down 1A and then just took the causeway and came across. I didn't go over there. I was trying to work my way to Fort Pierce, where there's some flooding there as well, and came across this and thought I'd make a stop here.
All right, well, thanks so much, our storm tracker Charles Peak on Hutchinson Island there, just on the barrier island away from Stewart. We've had plenty of storm surge flooding, not just at the coast, but in some of these inland waterways. And the landfall of Nicole, just a few hours away, maybe only a couple hours away. Our ongoing coverage continues. Stay with us. Hurricane Nicole here on the Weather Channel.
When I first started Ancestry, I had no idea what to expect. Ethnicity inheritance. Nigerian East Central from you. Benin, my dad's side, is 30% Japanese. Thank you, Mom.
I love how it gives you a little bit of history.
Yeah, I feel like reading this, like these are my roots. There's just still so much to discover.
Discover even more during our holiday sale. First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social. Shop legendary deals at Amazon.
Tower camp for a... Hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. It looks like...
Looks like you paid too much for your glasses.
Oh.
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today.
This year, we're not waiting for Black Friday. Get the best prices right now at LL Flooring's Better Than Black Friday sale, with up to 25% off over 300 floors and no interest for 36 months. The Better Than Black Friday sale ends November 15th. LL Flooring.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists?
$7.99.
8-piece wings?
$7.99.
Large one-topping pizzas?
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal?
Domino's.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops at the same time. From the wet to the dry. Even the Hydrovac conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
Our craftsmen begin each day perfectly seasoning our Hillshire Farm smoked sausage so that you can end each day crafting a perfectly delicious dinner. Hillshire Farm, made right on the farm.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen, girl.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
That we get erosion. It's pretty unusual we get it this badly.
Well, there goes a tree. There it goes.
And breaking right now, a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Nicole, 1 o'clock advisory. Still a 75-mile-an-hour Category 1 storm. Pressure at 980 millibars. Still moving west-northwest at 14 miles an hour and is moving east-southeast. At least it's 30 miles east-southeast of Fort Pierce, Florida. So it is starting to move a little forward at a decent clip at this time. But we're going to continue to see this Category 1 storm work its way toward shore. And we're only just really an hour, maybe two away from official landfall. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that over the next couple of minutes. So Hurricane Nicole about to make landfall shortly. Welcome back to continuing coverage of, well, Weather Channel. And we are going to go live right now to Jen Carfagno, who is right in the sitting there in Cocoa Beach, Florida, and already seeing the massive waves behind. And look at it, right in front of the pool, Jen. And you got to tell me, these conditions have got to be getting worse for you. Looking at least 50-mile-an-hour gusts there for you right now.
Yeah, actually, up at the Patrick Space Force Base, gusting to 55 miles per hour with sustained winds at 43, and it has been like this all night long. We've been consistently gusting over 40, now over 50 miles per hour here in Cocoa Beach, Florida, right along the Space Coast. Now, the landfall of Nicole will come in just to our south, watching its approach towards the Florida coast. But we are in that one band just to the north of that center of circulation, and this is meant business, and it will continue to all night long with bringing extreme rainfall as well as very gusty winds. And the onshore flow, which has been the biggest part of the problem from Nicole thus far, and I think will continue to be so along the coast. Very historic storm when you think about it. It's late November. This will be the latest hurricane landfall in November since 1935, the Yankee hurricane of 1935. And for the Florida East Coast, believe it or not, I know how hurricane savvy we are here, but we haven't had a landfall on the east coast of Florida since 2005, and that was Hurricane Katrina back in 2005. We've had many other impacts, right? Many other impacts from storms, but just in terms of the stats here, it's a big deal when it comes to seeing that landfall. So what we're watching here in Cocoa Beach, you can see behind me the palm trees really blowing in the wind. I mean, you can't go out to the beach. That everything is all gated off because it is unsafe to go out there. Earlier today, at the time of high tide, the waves ran up all the way, but they didn't breach the dunes. And so that's key for us right here where I am in Cocoa Beach. But I know up and down the coastline here in Florida, in Volusia County, up to St. Johns County, they've had issues with the waves crashing on shore, taking away the coastline. We saw it down with Mike and Vero Beach. And there are spots here, I believe, in Brevard County, too, that they're probably dealing with that very problem. Since we saw that yesterday, where areas where the dunes weren't quite as large and intact and really sort of had grown back as good as they needed to after Irma came through here just 5 years ago, we saw the water breach some of those areas and come into parking lots. We did not see that here where I am in Cocoa Beach, just at other points along the shore. So what we're dealing with now is this very persistent onshore wind. It's a northeast, pretty much due northeast wind that is coming pointed right at the shore, and it is going to be with us until it makes landfall, and really until Nicole crosses the peninsula and then makes that turn, and then we'll finally see some relief from the wind. So this wind is going to be with us throughout the morning hours, if not through a good chunk of the day on Thursday, and then we'll finally get some relief from this persistent wind. It's very sporty out here is the best way to describe it. Ray, as we were out yesterday, just trying to get some video, went down to see the pier to see what things were like. The wind was very, very gusty, 35 to 40. Now it's more like 40 to 55 miles per hour. And I'm looking at the radar. We're going to be in this band for the extent of it, really.
Yeah, Jen, and quickly, I think you're in there at the time of actually the tides going out. So luckily for you, it doesn't look like we'll see much of a water rise. Is that accurate? I believe the tide's going out at this time.
Yeah, so we're heading towards low tide, and there's a big diurnal range anyway with the tides, but I haven't been able to venture to the beach. They have it gated off for safety, as you can imagine. And I think, though, as we approach this next high tide, just after 8:30 this morning, there will again be some significant problems. So don't think just because we're getting a landfall near the time of low tide that it will remove issues. We'll have issues right into that next high tide because the winds will still be pushing onshore, Ray.
Yeah, that's about when the center will be onshore and going across. Thanks, Jen. That's Jen Carfagno at Cocoa Beach. A lot more coming from her as we head toward landfall, probably within the next couple of hours. But let's take a look right now. Some live conditions. We've got boots on the ground here at our camera at Fort Pierce, Florida. And Daytona Beach. Dark 30, you really can't see much, but Fort Pierce is about 140 miles south of Daytona on Florida's east coast. And, continuing to eat away at the shoreline, as Jen mentioned, we're taking away sand, we're taking away property also. Did see some of the water getting into some homes, and it's been, more because of the persistent push and that onshore push of air from Nicole out of the east and the expansive wind field that's been causing the beach erosion, as we still got a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane with the latest update from the Hurricane Center moving west-northwest at 14. Power outages up to about 24,000 plus customers now. Even down in Miami-Dade County, about 2,500 customers without power. So some of us in the dark as we head towards sunrise here over the next few hours. And we are going to take a look at the future radar. Now, we're looking at the center, and if you focus on the center, when it crosses the shoreline, that is when we would call it landfall. So it's not 2 o'clock Eastern time, but still watching that onshore push and strong winds, some gusting 50 to 60 plus miles per hour, but it does look like it is about 6 o'clock. It's kind of shrouded there just north of Vero Beach, at least according to this model. That's when we may see a landfall come in when that center crosses the coast, but still well away from the center, which we tell people always to focus on. We're going to see heavy rain and thunderstorms in some of these bands, even out near Tampa, Fort Myers. Although you get rain and thunderstorms, I think your impacts will be minimal. Certainly not worried about a surge like we had from Ian, but the surge and water rise will continue, as Jen mentioned, until the low, whatever it is, either a tropical storm at this point or then eventually depression, pulls away and the winds start backing around and coming off the land and not the Atlantic and pushing that water up against the coast. So certainly improving in terms of the water rise and the water coming onshore and the beach erosion as we head through today and then through tonight. And on the backside, maybe some leftover showers and thunder showers. This is maximum water rise that we could anticipate the potential storm surge at about 3 to 5 feet. Once again, with the tide going out, we may not realize some of those higher beach or higher storm surge totals only because the tide is coming out. If it did come in, we may see some of that 4 or 5 foot water rise. As you can see right now, the winds are offshore, so further south, coastal Broward, coastal Miami-Dade counties, really not seeing much in the way of storm surge, as most of us aren't seeing any. But further north, we are seeing some water rise, even as far north as South Bank, River Walk, Fernandina Beach, and I think those totals, Todd, will start to come up a little bit, but still looking at what could be, not maximizing the water rise, but still, as we've been seeing, it's been that persistent push onshore that's been eating up the beach.
And what's amazing about this, a lot of times with hurricanes, we always focus on the eye. We always focus on the cone. This storm, the wind field is so big that the effects...
400 plus miles.
Absolutely.
Force winds away from the center.
Yeah, and that's why we're focusing so much farther to the north with that beach erosion. And we're going to be talking about that right now. So amazing to see some of the beach erosion that we've seen already. Check out this video from yesterday in Daytona Beach. Building collapse. Oh, look at that. Into the surf. You can see right there the lifeguard stand. Right there. And then also in the water, notice how the beach is just completely deteriorated around this. So it's amazing. That is the power of water, Ray. And this is why a lot of times when you talk about hurricanes, and we always talk about the category, we think about the winds, the water. This is where the damage is. This is where the lives are lost, is with the water. And so just notice that, again, we're talking about a place in Daytona Beach. At the time, for Wednesday, that was still far enough from the center of circulation. And look at the damage so far.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing not only water rise, Todd, but we're looking at what looks to be lower tides. And then as high tide comes in, it's kind of going to be a race between when the center comes on shore and we lose that northeast breeze to compare to when we've got low tide and we've got that strongest storm surge or the potential storm surge.
Yep, and then again, the high tide and the low tide are going to be something we're going to be dealing with, at least right now, as we mentioned earlier. Low tide is a thing. So here's that wind field I was talking about. You can see the center circulation here is right here, but Vero Beach looking at a 25-mile-an-hour sustained wind gust up to 40. But look at the buoy out in the middle of the Atlantic. We have gusts to 54 miles an hour. And again, all that wind is coming onshore. All that water is being pushed onshore. Further beach erosion is still causing issues. Now, Jacksonville, you do have a wind more out of the north-northeast, but even Charleston, we're going to be dealing with some storm surge issues, but we're going to have to wait a little bit later for that. But even then, we're going to be dealing with a lot of that wind and the power of water, and not only on the Atlantic side, but also, once again, on the Gulf side. Look at Tampa with an 18-mile-an-hour sustained wind, gust to 32, and still dealing with some beach erosion on the front side of this, on the Gulf side. Crystal River at a 10-mile-an-hour wind, gust to 28. So again, this is something that we really have to be concerned about, because it's not about where the eye is, it's about how big the wind field is. Look at how big this wind gust forecast is. We're looking at gusts. Tropical storm force wind gusts as far north as Jacksonville, even up towards St. Simon's Island in Georgia. So as Ray was saying, 400 miles, we're talking away from the center circulation. That is why this storm is coming with a different set of issues, a different set of problems here. By the time it ends up pushing inland, making more of a landfall, and then eventually becoming more of a tropical storm, again, look at all these winds. Even West Palm still dealing with very close to tropical storm force winds, but Orlando, Jacksonville, Tampa, Vero Beach, all with winds in tropical storm force wind gusts. And even for Jacksonville by the noontime hour today, 50-mile-an-hour gusts, and we're going to continue to see that throughout the course of your Thursday, even into tonight. Jacksonville finally below tropical storm force wind gusts by 11 o'clock tonight. All that, Ray, is wind. All that is water pushing on shore, causing issues, causing that water to rise. So this is one of those storms that instead of worried and instead of thinking about where that eye is, we have to think widespread. And this is not going to be a one-day thing. This is going to be moving up the East Coast.
Yeah, it will be, and we'll have more on that as the show goes on, as a rain for many right on up the I-95 corridor. Thanks, Todd. You know, already we've seen water rise, and luckily, as we've mentioned, the tide's going out. But let's take a look at some of the tide forecasts at Lake Worth Beach. A low tide here coming up shortly this morning, and here's Lake Worth. And by about 9 o'clock this morning, when the next high tide is expected, the center of Nicole expected to be onshore. But notice, though, the winds now are coming back around from the other direction, meaning coming from the opposite direction that they would to cause a higher storm surge value. So by then we should start seeing lower surge values and actually probably back that down to what we'd like to call normal as we approach high tide and the wind is actually pushing out and water out into the Atlantic Ocean. And then low tide by Thursday at 3:14 in the afternoon. Shouldn't have any additional concerns in terms of water rise. So that's just one example of what we mean when we talk about, you know, as the low gets past you, the winds stop coming onshore and we lose that surge threat. So looking at what we can expect in terms of water coming out of the sky, and that's additional rainfall, an inch, maybe up to 2 inches around Port St. Lucie and West Palm Beach. There are higher totals as you head north, though, as you get up near Orlando and Whittier, 1 to 3 inches, and some spots may actually see even higher totals. Gusty winds, some already this morning, to tropical storm force. Well, let's catch you up quickly on what we know this hour. Nicole, still a Category 1 storm, expected to make landfall here over the next few hours. Florida Power and Light has suspended its restoration operations until conditions are safe, although power outages are increasing. St. Johns County has closed bridges and barrier islands. Authorities say that the bridges aren't passable because increasingly high winds. So, you know, the wind continuing to increase, seeing gusts now getting to 60+ miles per hour. I think our meteorologist, Jen Carfagno, may actually end up being in some of the strongest winds, Jen. Looking at where you are relative to where the strongest side of these storms are, traditionally it's the northeast quadrant, and you may end up being in some of the strongest winds from Nicole as it makes its approach.
I know, it's interesting because of the way the setup has been with Nicole from the beginning as a subtropical storm, and then that transition to tropical. It's always had a very large wind field, and some of the strongest winds aren't always very close to that center. At the very least, the strong winds are spread out a lot. So we're in that band, one of, the second from the core of the outer band, and that one is going to be bringing some pretty tough conditions. We're feeling it right now. These are some of the strongest wind gusts I felt out here. Now, I'm a little protected because of where I am back behind our hotel, and I did walk around the side of the hotel and felt some even stronger gusts, but I think that was just getting funneled by the building, that Venturi effect, so to speak. So now I think this is a little more representative of what's actually happening out there. We saw winds gusting to 55 miles per hour at Patrick Space Force Base. Everywhere else around here, like Melbourne, up toward Daytona Beach, Cape Canaveral, in that range, 45 to close to 50 mile per hour gusts. Our sustained winds up at Patrick were at 43 miles per hour. Down the road at Sebastian Inlet, which is closer to that inner core, they had wind gusts of 66 miles per hour. So just to give you some range of what we're expecting to be dealing with. And look, it's relentless. When you look at the radar and you see the orientation of that band and the way it is coming in right towards us here at Cocoa Beach and right along the Space Coast, there's really no getting out of it. The storm is going to be making its way towards a landfall in the next couple of hours. Hurricane Nicole will be approaching the east coast of Florida, making a landfall overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. And late November landfalls are, something we don't see a lot of. Definitely this one will be looked at there in the record books. And this was a season, that was expected to be extremely busy, but has a lot of oddities. And we'll talk more about the landfall of Hurricane Nicole when we come back.
Meet the unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops all at the same time. With its self-cleaning antimicrobial brush roll and odor-neutralizing solution, it conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
The chef's chicken sandwiches at Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients, spark an explosion of the senses. So when you finally taste it, it just confirms this is fantastic. And only at Panera. $1 delivery fee on our app.
Check off all the tech on your list with great prices all season long. Shop Black Friday deals right now at Best Buy.
I get bladder leaks. I didn't want to feel like I was wearing the pads I wore when I was 12.
Then I tried the Always Discreet pads.
They fit perfectly in the place they're supposed to.
Look how much it holds. And it still stays thin.
It's the protection we deserve.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen, girl.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Moderate to severe eczema. It doesn't care if you have a date, a day off, or a double shift. Make your move and get out in front of eczema with steroid-free Sabinco. Not an injection. Sabinco is a once-daily pill for adults who didn't respond to previous treatments, and it's proven to help provide clearer skin and relieve itch fast. Sabinco continuously treats eczema whether you're flaring or not.
Sabinco can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Do not take with medicines that prevent blood clots, serious, sometimes fatal infections, lymphoma, lung, skin, and other cancers. Serious heart-related events and blood clots can happen. People 50 and older with heart disease risk factors have an increased risk of serious heart-related events or death with JAK inhibitors.
It's time to get out in front of eczema. Ask your doctor about once daily Sabinco.
What does dry skin feel like?
It's really scaly. Like a pet lizard.
New Dove Body Wash with Microbiome Nutrient Serum transforms the driest skin in one shower.
I feel amazing. I feel like put on a really good dress.
Your skin's full of life again. New Dove Body Wash.
You got KFC, mijo.
This drum and thigh combo is only $6.
Good deal. For you. But you bring nothing home for your abuelita.
You okay?
No.
Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
With relapsing forms of MS, there's a lot to deal with.
Not just unpredictable relapses, all these other things too. Kesimpta is an at-home treatment that may help you put these RMS challenges in their place. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses versus Aubagio. And when it's ready, it takes less than 1 minute a month to inject Kesimpta. Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions. Ready for a once-monthly treatment with dramatic results? Ask your doctor about Kesimpta today.
Season rely on the strongest coverage with the new and improved Weather Channel TV app. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under fair skies. Overnight, mostly clear, low 45, winds light and variable. Thursday, sunshine, high 66, winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 58, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are here.
America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Hurricane Nicole continues to approach the Florida East Coast, expected to make a landfall later this morning. And we are here in Cocoa Beach, right along the Space Coast, and feeling some of the strongest winds that we felt so far yet through this storm. Just saw a wind gust of 61 miles per hour at Patrick Space Force Base, just up the road from us here in Cocoa Beach. And the winds where I am are a little protected just because I'm behind our hotel. On the open beach, they'd be a little bit stronger. But no doubt in neighborhoods, in inland areas, this is the kind of condition that you are dealing with. Winds have been consistently gusting 40, 45, even over 50 miles per hour for the last several hours here. And going back to yesterday morning is when we started gusting at tropical storm force. So we've been at 24 hours or so of tropical storm force winds now, and the gusts have only been getting stronger. Really took its toll on the beaches here in Brevard County at the times of high tide. The beach completely gone because that water run up. We're actually now at low tide. I can't take you out to the beach because it is all chained off and blocked off because it's unsafe, which makes sense, right? But we are definitely going to see some improvement at the time of a low tide, but we have another high tide to get through this morning just after 8:30 local time. And again, that will be another one where we do expect problems with whether it's coastal erosion or coastal flooding, places where the dunes aren't that strong. You'll get the water to break all the way through. In some cases, getting into parking lots and into areas just inland from the beaches. Really, that dune line makes all the difference, and we're thankful here in Cocoa Beach to have a lot of really good dunes, and they did a lot of renourishment after Hurricane Irma 5 years ago. In fact, the hotel that I'm staying in had to be completely renovated after Irma and really hasn't been reopened all that long. So there was a lot of construction, a lot of renovation and a lot of replenishment to the dunes after Irma, which I think set us up here in Cocoa Beach for Nicole and able to take on the full extent of it, which it's not been a normal kind of tropical system, right? We spent days in the onshore flow. It's been very large, and Nicole continues to have a very large wingspan with tropical storm force winds that extend out more than 400 miles, almost 500 miles from the center, especially to the north and to the east. And because of that large size, even when it makes landfall, we're not going to see an immediate return to calmer conditions. It's going to take some time. We've got a large plume of moisture that's pointed pretty much on the north side, and that's where we're located. It'll likely make landfall just south of us, but we'll be in that outer band that will continue to bring the rain, the wind, the onshore flow, and that isolated risk of tornadoes, which, Todd, is always something that's a risk when you have a landfalling tropical system. We've been in some of these gustier conditions from time to time. I did see the latest peak gust was 61 miles per hour at Patrick Space Force Base.
Yeah, and it's amazing to think, again, like you were saying, Jen, it's the size. A lot of times with these storms, each one has its own impacts. And with this one, we're always going to remember that you're dealing with tropical storm force winds, basically the entire east coast of Florida. And with all that sand, there's going to be a lot of damage that could come out of this just from the storm surge issues itself. And so with this, right now, we're going to take a live look at Dania Beach in South Florida. It's not far from Miami, and compare that to Orlando, further inland, and we're talking about Central Florida. And what's amazing is that you can see the calmness, at least over in Orlando for now. Not quite so maybe on the left. You can see the surge coming in. But what's going to end up happening with Orlando is that you are going to start seeing those winds come in, the tropical storm force winds. And then once they do, we're going to see not just an hour or two. We're going to see several hours of this, and unfortunately, I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing more of this. Power outages. Right now, 37,000 customers are without power in Florida. I've just been seeing this number continue to rise over the last couple of hours, and I expect that to also continue not only at the shore here, but also a little bit farther inland once we end up seeing Nicole push farther inland as well. Let's go back and then take a look at the latest look at the radar. And again, you can really see the well-defined eye right here with Nicole. And then as it continues to work its way off to the west-northwest, 14 miles an hour, that is the current movement of Nicole. Already seeing the eye wall now starting to bring those strongest winds. So when we're talking about Jen is sitting right here in Cocoa Beach, and with that, she's already seen those wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour with the tropical storm force winds. So again, this is moving ever so slightly off to the west-northwest, heading over toward the Fort Pierce area as well. We're going to find out where official landfall is going to be. That is when the center of the eye right here ends up crossing over the land. But the worst winds are actually happening right now with the outer eye wall, and then we're going to see the winds on the backside of this as well. Look at some of these wind speeds. West Palm Beach, 26 mile an hour sustained winds, gust of 40. That's on the backside. Farther off to the north, Sebastian, 48 mile an hour wind gusts. Look at up here in Melbourne, 55. And notice how just a couple scans ago, we're looking at winds upwards of 64 miles an hour. Stay with us. We're going to talk more about Nicole and the impacts not only in Florida, but even farther inland. We're talking the entire East Coast will be impacted by this storm.
You got KFC, mijo.
This drum and thigh combo is only $6.
Good deal. For you. But you bring nothing home for your abuelita.
You okay?
No.
Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Meet Leon the Third, Leon the Second, and Leon the First of them all. 3 generations who all bank differently with Chase. Leon's saving up for his first set of wheels. Nice try. Really? This Leon's paying for his paint job on the spot. And this Leon, as a Chase private client, he's in the south of France taking out cash with no ATM fees. That's because this family of Leons has Chase.
Actually, it's Leon.
Ooh la la. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's just a cold.
If you have high blood pressure, a cold is not just a cold. Coracetin is the #1 doctor-recommended cold and flu brand, specially designed for people with high blood pressure. Be there for life's best moments. Trust Coracetin.
For this, I'm so thankful to you, to you, to you, to you, to you.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Gonna flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing.
Leaves are changing.
Are switching to Ram.
During the Ram Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing plus $2,000 total bonus cash on the 2022 Ram 1500.
Hey, Lexus, turn it up.
There's no place like a the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
Dancing is everything. Soccer is the best.
But her moderate to severe eczema could make it hard for her.
Now I'm staying ahead of it.
Dupixent helps heal your skin from within so they can have clearer skin and less itch. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Welcome home! I wasn't expecting this.
My brother Paul created an organization that assists communities after natural disasters. Now my wife and I run the global response team.
Come on in. This is so amazing. Thank you all so much for coming in and doing this for us.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8, 7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Really powerful images coming out of Hurricane Nicole, and that was before it made landfall. This has been a days-long event waiting for the approach of Nicole towards the coast. Became a hurricane late last night, and now we have Hurricane Nicole approaching a landfall later this morning here on Florida's east coast. Now, I'm up in Cocoa Beach, right along the Space Coast, where we've been feeling winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. The latest observation out of Patrick Space Force Base is a wind gust of 61 with sustained winds in the 40s. Prior to that, we were sustained in the 50s. And this has been a wind event, onshore wind event now for days, with some of the strongest of the winds starting yesterday morning. Nearly 24 hours of tropical storm wind gusts here right along the Brevard County coastline. And just inland, too, yesterday, we really saw the winds starting to pick up. And this will be an inland windstorm, too, not just along the coast. You've seen a lot of the images, the coastal erosion up in Daytona Beach shores in Volusia County. You've seen the houses that were teetering on the edge, some of them actually crashing in. Evacuations had to take place because of the risk involved with some of the condos right on the edge of the ocean right there. Now, this will spread inland, both with the rain and the wind, as we go through the day today into overnight tonight, and then spreading up through parts of Georgia, South and North Carolina, accelerating then to the northeast. It's such a big storm that so many people will be impacted by the strong winds. Power outages are a very real concern. So far, they've been fairly limited, but those will be, I think, mounting as we get some of the stronger winds, and just the pure amount of time that you have to deal with these kind of winds. You can see the palm trees behind me. There's some squatter ones, and they are able to take some of the wind. But as we get through, I think just hours and hours of winds gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour, we're going to be dealing with some extreme, I think, conditions here along the beach, including the power outages and the coastal erosion, and of course concern about coastal flooding. You got to worry about all the canals and the inland waterways, the intercoastal here as well, the Indian River, the Banana River, and some of the flooding that can take place along that. And Ray, I'll send it back into you. I did see some video yesterday around Port Orange where they're not right on the coast, but they did have some flooding concerns from some of the canals, and that's very much a problem here for us along the eastern part of Florida.
Yeah, we're probably heading toward what looks to be the maximum water rise. Jen, thank you very much. And, as we see the center get closer, closer to the strongest winds and the highest surge potential, luckily it looks like as that center crosses the shoreline, we're going to be at low tide. A live look right now, Fort Pierce and Daytona Beach. Fort Pierce, 140 miles south of Daytona on Florida's Atlantic coast, and going to be in one of those spots that may realize some of the strongest winds. And the wind starting to do its work on the power outages. Over the last 30 minutes since we started the show, this number is up 14,000 customers already. Almost 40,000 customers now without power. Palm Beach, the winner right now, or the loser, if you like to call it that, 8.1 thousand customers, so just over 8,000 customers without power right now. And those numbers will continue to go up as pressure continues to fall slightly and the center gets closer here to the Space Coast or the Treasure Coast, either one. 75-mile-per-hour Cat 1 storm moving off to the west-northwest at 14. Next advisory coming up at 4 a.m. And you could see here the center making a little bit of a move toward the west and northwest. And what we're focusing on right now is not necessarily the center, but these heavy rain bands starting to come on in. There may be some water piling up on the roadways along with the shoreline, too. So where Jen is north of Melbourne, we are looking at what looks to be some of the maximum surge potential here, which could be 2 to 5 feet, as you see the winds from Nicole continue to push in off the Atlantic, pushing that water up. Again, luckily that's during low tide, but heavy rain too, making conditions a little bit worse with rain coming out of the sky and water coming in, especially along the coast here and up near Melbourne, where it looks like Jen's in a pretty good band right there now as she's in Cocoa Beach. All right, even on the backside, we're seeing in through Broward County and Palm Beach County some gusty winds at Palm Beach, gusting over tropical storm force at Fort Lauderdale. We're seeing winds that are a little bit weaker, but still 30-plus miles per hour. Melbourne, there's that gust, if you catch it there, 64 miles per hour. So strong winds, potentially doing some minor damage and bringing some trees down. And we're looking at what looks to be 30 to 40 mile per hour winds as we head further south. Some of those winds have caused damage. That 60-plus mile per hour gust at the Melbourne airport continuing to get stronger over the next couple of hours.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
Better luck next time.
But I haven't even thrown yet.
You threw good money away when you bought those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat this either. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
What does dry skin feel like?
It was really scaly.
Like a pet lizard?
New Dove Body Wash with Microbiome Nutrient Serum transforms the driest skin in 1 shower.
I feel amazing.
I feel like put on a really good dress. Your skin is full of life again.
New Dove Body Wash.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen, girl.
Voltaren, the joy of movement. At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Shop Black Friday savings on select LG kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
Meet the unstoppable Shark HydroVac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops all at the same time. With its self-cleaning antimicrobial brush roll and odor-neutralizing solution, it conquers all of life's messes. Shark HydroVac, the unstoppable power of clean.
Extra hard studying calls for something extra. So you serve up new DiGiorno fully stuffed crust pizza. Because pizza with an extra layer of cheese stuffed edge to edge throughout the entire crust always hits the spot. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
The unknown is not empty. It's a storm that crashes and consumes, replacing thought with worry. But one thing can calm uncertainty. An answer. Uncovered through exploration, teamwork, and innovation. An answer that leads to even more answers. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment with Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
I'm Mike Corey.
The cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
And here's a live look right now at Titusville, Florida, not far from Kennedy Space Center, a city of about 50,000 people, according to NOAA. More than 76% of Florida's population lives on coastal boundaries of the state. That's about 15 million people at risk of a direct hit from a hurricane or storm surge. And in a situation like this, it's such a big storm. The wind field is so large that instead of not only focusing on the eye, we have to look at the entire windstorm, and this is affecting the entire east coast of Florida and even into parts of Georgia as well as South Carolina. So latest numbers on Hurricane Nicole, 75-mile-an-hour Category 1 storm moving west-northwest, 14 miles an hour. We're really just hours away from landfall. In fact, when we get a little bit closer look at the radar here, you can actually see where the center comes up very well on radar here. Already seeing the first band, the strongest storms, the eye wall, already making its way onshore, but official landfall happens when the center of the eye makes landfall. Now, one of the reasons why we have not seen any tornadic storms, at least as of yet, is, well, it's the angle of which Nicole's actually working its way onshore. You always want to look at the northeast quadrant. That is the, if you end up just taking the eye itself, the northeast quadrant right here is where you end up seeing the best chances for severe storms. Well, we're not quite there yet, but I do expect the severity and the threat for severe storms and even some tornadoes to come up once Nicole ends up working its way inland. That's where we can end up seeing the tornadic threat begin to ramp up. So I wouldn't be surprised that ends up happening as we head through the rest this morning. West Palm Beach, gusts up to 43 miles an hour, at least within the last hour or so. There's a look at Fort Pierce. In fact, already within the eye wall, just to end up passing gusts up to 36 miles an hour. Look up toward Melbourne here. We had some gusts upwards of 64. That's not that far from where Jen Confagno is. And already looking at some of the local storm reports, Vero Beach Airport had some gusts up to 58 miles an hour. Up toward Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, gusts already well into the 40s and low 50s. Orlando now already seeing gusts upwards of 46 miles an hour. And a new local storm report just came out here. You can see in West Melbourne. Look at this. Brevard County Emergency Management reported a large tree fell onto the roof of a home in Melbourne Village. So already starting to see damage. We're not even at landfall right now. So I expect to see a lot of damage out of this. And I also expect a lot of power outages. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, is out of the element. He's right now in Fort Pierce, not far away from where the eye is, showing you why you need to stay at home. Look at that water rise out there right now. So, Charles, what exactly are you seeing out there? Already seeing that stop sign bent over. What are the conditions like?
Yes, this particular road here, Carlton, there's about, looks like to be about 75 yards that is completely underwater. What I can see is about, where I'm at is about, probably 10 to 12 inches, but beyond that, I can't see the road any longer, so I don't know how deep it is there. But several cases along here, you've got water covering the roads as I was coming in on A1A from the south, parts of Indian River as the winds are shifting there. They're starting to become offshore. They're picking up the surge and the waves from Indian River and actually pushing them onto the A1A southbound lane is having a lot of seaweed debris coming and water covered from the interior part of the island.
Yeah, Charles, Ray Stajic here. Just wondering, when you're looking out over water covering that roadway, any idea about what the depth is there? And I might have missed it, but about how far away from the coast are you?
Right here, I would say I'm about half a mile from the coast. You've got another waterway that's right behind me. I'm sorry, I don't know the name of it. And I'm about 100 yards from it that goes out into the Atlantic. But right here, I'm going to estimate as best I can probably 12 to 18 inches of water covering this road, and it's about 75 yards here where it's covered. It's going up into the bar ditch. The problem is it's hard to see, well, impossible to see where the roadway to go into the parking lot would be, and I've seen in many cases people actually drop off into the bar ditch because they don't know where the road is and where the bar ditch is. So it's best, and it seems like to me there's very few vehicles out, very few people out. So they've heeded the warnings here, which is awful good, and that was even earlier this evening. So it's always good to see that they take the warnings and just be safe.
Hey, Charles, we got about 30 seconds left. Can you explain just how deep is that water estimating that you have right in front of you there?
Yeah, I'm estimating 12 to 18 inches right here. So, most vehicles, since it's not moving water, probably could drive through it, but you don't know exactly what's under it. Is the road washed out there? I'm not driving through it for those reasons. I can't see the road beneath it, and so therefore I'm not going through it.
Thank you so much, Charles Peak, our very own storm tracker, right there in Fort Pierce, really just an hour, maybe two away from a landfall, but already seeing the effects of the eye wall that made its way onshore already. A lot of rainfall is certainly coming back our way. Stay with us. We have more continued coverage of the latest on Hurricane Nicole. Live team coverage all through the rest of your Thursday and your Friday as well.
Introducing Domino's new leftovers. It's the same delicious pizza you expect from Domino's, but instead of eating it all tonight, you save some for tomorrow. Sure, it's hot and melty and really delicious, but resist the temptation and you have Domino's leftovers. Domino's leftovers are delicious straight from the toaster oven. They're delicious straight from the skillet.
Who reheats cold pizza?
Right now, you can try Domino's leftovers yourself when you get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
Finding my way forward with node-positive breast cancer felt overwhelming at times. But I never just found my way. I made it. So when I finished active therapy, I kept moving forward and did everything I could to protect myself from recurrence.
Verzenio is the first treatment in over 15 years to reduce the risk of recurrence for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative, node-positive early breast cancer with a high chance of returning, as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Hormone therapy works outside the cell, while Verzenio works inside to help stop the growth of cancer cells. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
I'm making my way forward, my way, with Verzenio.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
Hey, you know what I say to all the other titans of tech who are making such a fuss over finally launching themselves into space? Welcome to the club. I've been putting people into spaces for years. Millions of people into millions of spaces. And that must be why Apartments.com is the center of the rental universe. Tippy, tippy toe, tippy, tippy toe. That's a big turkey. Wait a minute. There's one going up now. How many of these guys are there? Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile, America's fastest growing mobile provider. Now, when you buy a Spectrum Mobile unlimited line for just $29.99, you get another unlimited line free. Spectrum Mobile delivers reliable service coast to coast with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G included. Get a Spectrum Mobile unlimited line for just $29.99 and get another unlimited line free. Call 844-897-5232. Visit SpectrumMobile.com or your local Spectrum store.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves, and we always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
Stronger surge and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under clear skies. Overnight, mostly clear, low 45, winds light and variable. Thursday, sunshine. High 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy. Low 58. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane Nicole continues to head towards Florida's east coast for a landfall later this morning. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno live in Cocoa Beach in Brevard County, just up the road, maybe about 50 or 60 miles from where we are expecting a landfall. And we've been getting some of the biggest, I would say, most consistent winds, as well as onshore flow in that one band that has set up just to the north of the inner core of Nicole, and that has put us right in it. Our winds have been gusting 55, nearly 65 miles per hour now for the last several hours. Latest observation coming in with a wind gust of 55 miles per hour, and don't see that slowing down when you see what's coming our way, taking a look at the radar. Now, we've got that setup where it's a large storm, and so because it started as a subtropical storm, the wind field has always been very spread out, and we're going to continue to be in that right here, anywhere to the north of the center of the storm, and inland too, because there's a broad wind field that extends more than 400 miles, especially to the north and east, and that's all pushing onshore in Florida. So here in Cocoa Beach, up in Merritt Island, heading up towards Daytona Beach and Port Orange, Orlando, all the way to Jacksonville, going to be feeling this onshore wind that will be ramping up more than what you had yesterday. The winds are going to be gustier as we continue to see this approach land in this next couple of hours. You can really get a sense of the winds behind me when you look at the palm trees. I mean, that's in the dark of night, that's the best way to see some of the vantage point of what these winds are doing. Palm trees are hard. They're resilient when it comes to tropical storm force winds, but they're bending in the wind here. And while I don't think we're necessarily getting 55 or 60 mile per hour winds back where I am because I'm behind our hotel. It's been gusty out here, and I have to guess anywhere from 30 to 35 mile per hour gusts at times. We do have a weather station set up not too far from here, and that is the type of wind that we have been getting. Winds sustained at about 20, gusting to 35, and no doubt at times are higher, especially if you're able to walk out towards the beach. Now, I can't show you the beach. The beach is all locked down. They've got the gate closed and locked because of the concern of conditions out there. Plus, it's dark. But I can tell you just by looking at the observations, the waves have got to be big. There's some big offshore waves that are up over 30 feet at latest observation. Can you imagine? Now, that's not what's going to come crashing on shore, but waves easily of anywhere from 10 to even 15 feet crashing in through the morning hours will be part of the story of Nicole as it makes its approach to Florida's east coast. A November landfall. And if there was ever to be a place to get a November landfall, you would expect Florida, right? Just 2 years ago, I was actually in Tropical Storm Ada in Key Largo as it came ashore. Not as a hurricane, though, as a tropical storm at that point. But you have to go back to 1985, actually, for the last hurricane landfall for us in the U.S., and that was in Florida. That was actually in Mexico Beach, and that was Hurricane Kate back in 1985. That was November the 21st. So this one will be significant, though. It's been a long time since we've had a November landfall of a hurricane. It's also been, for Florida's East Coast, on a technicality, a long time since we've even had a landfall at all. You have to go back to 2005 when Hurricane Katrina made landfall in South Florida. That was the last time we've actually had an East Coast landfall. Now, plenty of other impacts since then, so that's really just a technicality. Plenty of other impacts. We saw, of course, just recently all the impacts from Hurricane Ian. And Ray, as I send it back into you, that sort of set the stage. That cleared out a lot of brush, a lot of debris, so we'll see what Nicole does to this area once we are able to get the light of day out here.
All right, Jen Carfagno in Cocoa Beach. Thanks, Jen. And yeah, that was an amazing stat when I heard that it had been on the East Coast since 2005, the East Coast of Florida, 2005, as Jen mentioned, since there had been a landfall hurricane on the East Coast of Florida. We're probably going to have another one here in November as we go through the next couple of hours. Vero Beach and Melbourne are both going to be getting some of the brunt of Nicole. And just seeing a report come in out of Melbourne where we do have a tree that fell onto a home now as we're starting to see some of the winds gust 50, 60 plus miles per hour. The latest stats on Nicole, 75 mile per hour hurricane, a Category 1 storm continuing to push now off to the west-northwest at about 14 miles per hour. The center located 30 miles east-southeast of Fort Pierce. So you take 14, let's round it to 15 divided by, 30 divided by 2. So it's about 2 hours in that present movement that the center is away from the shoreline. So within the next couple of hours, we could see that center cross. But as we had said, the impacts being far felt all the way up toward Jacksonville. And look at some of these outer rain bands. This is where a lot of the thunder and lightning is actually not close to the center where you would traditionally see it, but impacts being felt with wind and heavy rainfall continue to come on here up near the Space Coast and further north. So there's Nicole's. It pushes northwesterly here slowly over the next couple of hours. We'll see some of the rain push north now and getting north of Boca and West Palm Beach. But look at these wind gusts of tropical storm force causing damage now and starting to produce even more power outages.
Spicy buns, spicy sauce, spicy seasoning, spicy jalapenos, ooh, spicy fries. Boy, Arby's getting loose with the spice on the new Diablo sandwiches and fries. Arby's, we have the meats.
Took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
This is